save after stream yesterday. That is not a thing that happened. So I'm going to go ahead with our Ethical-ish Cards LLC Incorporated Corp. And load that up. And for those who are not familiar with TCG TCG Card Simulator, Card Shop Simulator, whatever. The name of this game, Card Shop Simulator. The premise of this game is you are running like a collectible card shop and all that. You got staff. I have been automated opening all the packs. I'll go for a big box. But it's just one of these ones that like Supermarket Simulator and all that. But where there's like a dime a dozen of these kind of games out there, this is one of the ones that kind of stood out as like actually doing interesting things with it versus just, you know, making the same game but cars, making the same game but paint, but making the same game whatever. Did you get past the machine? All right. But to give the quick tour of the shop, pretty much you walk in. This machine here sprays anyone who smells funny immediately upon entry of the building. Case in point. Because that's just a thing here that a lot of the people here just they got some nasty BO going on. We've got a bunch of these displays where we go and we have all of our cards here for sale. That's just packs we open. And the big one here is I do have a card for $5,000 here that I'm really hoping someone buys because that's a really good find. We just got a bunch of display racks for selling our different card sets and all that. Got storage. Any loose cards that don't have much value, I package up here and we can sell those for a discount. You got gaming tables for people to play on. And, you know, cash register. Not a whole lot to say here. It's still a pretty small shop. This is only, like, we did 2 hours the first stream. And then we did a second stream where we did, like, a proper stream. And then this is the third stream we've been doing. This isn't my first time playing, but they have changed a substantial amount of this game since I played the first time, which is like right when it dropped in early access. What we're waiting on right now, I'm going to first pay my bills, but after that is I want to get the legendary boxes to be able to sell. Was that a pink colored bulk box? Yeah, there's apparently like 5 different tiers of bulk boxes. I wasn't trying to make a pink tier one, but I ended up with a pink tier one. So once we get rid of some of these white tier boxes, I'm going to start shuffling those up some more. You can do stuff to deliberately target all those. But yeah, so mostly what I'm doing in the store right now is I am grabbing stuff out of there and deciding its fate, reordering the stock, processing the boxes, and then as I have money, expanding the store. Whereas we got, I don't remember his name, stocks my shelves, and then loads this machine, which this machine is automatically opening the card packs for me, so I don't have to sit there and be like the flip, you know, and like it's very satisfying to open the packs and like listen to the paper, like the paper sound of all the cards going by, but then it does the count up for the money, and I actually find that count up the money thing kind of a grating sound. Then this kid here, Zachary, he's the one who I put all my cards that I want sold on my displays here in there. And Zachary goes and puts it on the floor right here. And then he'll adjust the price to whatever's appropriate to be marked up 20% over market and then rounded to the nearest dollar. Because that's what I told him to do. I don't care about this. Get out of my store. We also have Terrence. That's right. Terrence here. All Terrence does is Terrence runs a register, and when he's not busy, he will refill the machine here. I'm going to go ahead and do it because I'm standing around at the moment. Okay, so you're carrying the blue boxes, so that means I need another box of the legendary cards. And we were just working on that. You're watching yesterday, and it influenced me to download and play. However, the games on consoles is not that good at all. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I do find a lot of games in the simulation genre, specifically, I mean, you're offering well below market. I'll buy it. I do find a lot of simulation games, the console versions tend to be noticeably worse. Alright, so we just opened a whole stack of those. So we got one card here worth 54.28. And a card here worth 54.32. So none of those cards were particularly amazing. And yeah, so he'll like reload this thing. But yeah, there's certain genres of games that I find console versions do pretty well. Like first-person shooters, fighting games, the console versions tend to be pretty solid. The Souls-like games tend to do pretty well with consoles. But then you turn around and when you're doing like and racing games do well on consoles as well. But like simulation games like this style here and spaceflight sim games tend to do pretty rough as well. Yeah, no, I would say generally the farm sim style games and all that, I find, for me personally, while they are available and playable on console, I do find them to be not as pleasant of an experience. I haven't done farm sim specifically myself, but that just has to go into like the pros and cons of peripherals and available and all that. That's not, that's not console better, PC better, or anything like that. There's definitely some games that are better suited for a controller, and some games that are really not suited for a controller. And I would argue a game like this is not particularly well suited for a controller. There's a lot of data entry kind of stuff you run into. I don't know why I did that. Then go over here and quick fill all that. There's lots of like UI like this so you can move around very quickly with mouse and keyboard. But wouldn't be as smooth an experience on a controller. Yes, I'm trying to adjust these so we get certain color packs and all that. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to being able to... Alright, we got another person here willing to sell me under market. So I'm on board. We're getting pretty close to being able to buy the license for the legendary boxes. And then what I said I was going to do last time is once we got the legendary boxes handled, I was going to start going in and buying the shelves for stuff like the little plastic sleeves you put your cards in. You have to agree with that. The buttons were really weird. You don't normally play Sims, but you love watching them, and just wanted to give it a go. To be fair, it was only $8. Oh yeah, no, and it's one of those things, like, okay, if you already own, like, a PlayStation or an Xbox or whatever, you've already forked over your $6, $7, $8, $900 for that, and you don't have a PC that's particularly well-suited for gaming, you're gonna get the game on your console. You're not gonna plunk down an extra, like, $1,400 for a stick of RAM, and then I guess whatever the rest of the computer costs these days. I'm teasing, but you're not going to plunk down like another $2,000 to get a solid computer to be able to run games when you already have something, even if it's like a better or worse experience. Okay, so we're going to go here, we're going to buy that license. Boom. I'm going to need probably 2 boxes of that and a box of these, because I see we're running out of those. Up, and we are going to need a box of those. And the way I can tell is because I have the shelves here. If I see he's not carrying a box or something, and there's not a spare set of 2 boxes on the shelf, like he's walking away with the spray one, throwing the box away, so I know I'm going to need the spray. Let me just work on that. What's the most over market price you've seen someone ask for? I had someone ask for like almost 1.5 times the market price for something in game. But so you always played console. You had a single PlayStation there was. it's kind of nerve-wracking to even switching to PC, figuring out the controls and things like that. I would say that part's not so bad. The thing that's more daunting with PC gaming versus console is you buy a console and you've got your console. The game just runs on it. 4337 for that one, 146.38, 37.76, 38.65, 52. So we got one pretty good card in there. Where'd you go? Yeah, we got one pretty good card and a couple of alright cards in there. So that's all fine. But yeah, so I would say the more daunting thing is like when you buy a PlayStation 2, any game made for a PlayStation 2 should in theory run on a PlayStation 2. When you buy an Xbox 360, any game that you have that's like marked for an Xbox 360 should run an Xbox 360. Like that kind of thing. Versus like with a PC, you have to actually go and be like, okay, you know, this game, will this game run on my PC? Probably, maybe, maybe not. How does it compare against your specs? There could be a fuzziness there. And that can be a curse and a blessing in a lot of cases with a lot of that stuff and all that. But yeah, you can still use your controller. Like I can still play this game on controller. Like I have a controller right here. Like I've got a controller right here. I don't hardly use it for anything. I prefer mouse and keyboard. But there are specific games that really are better suited for controller even on PC. So you got an excellent quality card. That's fine. I don't want to trade. And that's not trying to like invalidate what you're saying or anything like that. It's nothing like that. The comment was more just while that can be a headache, I would say the bigger headache is just especially when you have a computer and it's starting to get up there, it can be pretty rough at times. So it's 50 below market. I'll grab it. Souls like are generally sucky on mouse and keyboard from what I heard. Yeah, no, I would agree. Most most Souls like games, you can play them on mouse and keyboard. Generally speaking, they can be a pretty rough time on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, no, that generally speaking, nowadays when they have like the Steam compatibility where they talk about like the Stream Deck stuff, you can know with a pretty high level of confidence if it says, "Hey, this works well on Stream Deck." You're pretty sure it's going to have good controller support because just to how Stream Deck works. Otherwise they'll mention controller support, but it may not be actually. Where were you going, man? You don't get a smoke break. It's not that kind of company. Keep stocking those shelves. But yeah, no, absolutely. Like that's the reasons why when people like get pissy about console or PC, I kind of push back in that. Like for me, the PC was no brainer because I needed the PC for what I do for a living historically, anyways. So if I was already going to be plunking down a couple $1,000 to get a solid computer to do what I do for a living historically, I'm gonna go ahead and put my games on that. But if I didn't have that, there's certainly something to be said about you just push the on button and you play your game. That's the main product offering for consoles. You don't have to worry about whatever shenanigans Windows is pulling this week, or are your drivers up to date, or did Nvidia put out another bad driver yet again this week? You don't have to worry about any of that. You have your own headaches, but those headaches are strictly like how much you trust Nintendo or Microsoft with Xbox or Sony with PlayStation. Okay. pay our bills, then I need to restock the shelf. Let's see, you're mostly PC with an additional Switch. You play everything with controller. Yeah. Yeah, no, controller and peripheral supports are usually pretty good these days on PC. But yeah, no, there's still definitely the whole thing about like especially when you know your video cards like 2 or 3 generations back, they're like, okay, I'm starting to run those games at is it going to run well? Is it going to run okay? Is it going to run at all? And it's not easy to necessarily get a clear answer. There's definitely times that like you'll read the papers and I'll be like, okay, supposedly this game's going to run very well on my computer, and then you buy it, it runs like hot garbage. And you just keep turning down the settings more and more, and it's like, well, now the game looks terrible, and that's just the way it is. And especially early access stuff, man. The number of games we get that are early access that come out and just don't run right. And you get it, it's early access. It's not fully polished. But then you're like, look, man, I spent $35 for this. Like, I feel I feel there should be a certain level of expectations for the money spent. And people be like, well, it's early access. You have to be forgiving. It's like, I don't think I do. They charged me $35. I feel like that's the thing that determines my expectations, not what they labeled it. All right, so I got a pretty good card here at $381.55. That's pretty solid. We got a $31 card there. That's all right. We got a $49 card. That's all right. $45. Yes, I got one good card and a couple of things. Let's see. You had that one when you tried to play Atlas, basically Pirate Arc, and you had to refund that. Yeah, I've been fortunate that I've not run the situation of a game I just straight up could not run from performance standpoints. But yeah, it does happen. And these are just all our bulk cards we don't care about that just don't have enough, like, they're too cheap to be worth putting on my wall. Like, as individual cards. They're just junk cards. So people buy them in bulk for, like, not a whole lot of money. Alright. All bills are paid. And are basically now waiting as the inventory slowly dwindles down. Until I have enough money to restock. I don't care, man. Get out of here. I just need someone to buy my $5,000 card. In the meantime, while that's all going... Alright, so I don't have any cards that seem valuable enough to warrant me sending them off. Well, actually... Okay, nothing in that set. Nothing in that set. None in that set. Because my high value cards... I'm sending off duplicates to get graded. See if we can't make some solid cash on it. Well, that's bad. So I've got another stack of those we need. Yeah, no, you do. So, like, when I switch down to Ghost, it is set to duplicate. But I've already done that. But yeah, the first time you pull up all those, you have to do that. Pretty sure you have to resort each set to show that. Well, no, the graded cards have their own thing. And so this one is just buy whatever. I don't have any graded cards right now. It does seem to remember your sorting for whichever collection you are looking at. Alright. Yeah, no, the graded cards were selling. That's why we have this, like, $5,000 card here. And that's the only one that hasn't sold. That's actually where a lot of our progress came from yesterday, is we finally got those cards in and we started selling them for thousands of dollars. So I just keep waiting for one person to grab that high-value card. Just one person grabs that card, and suddenly I'm skipping multiple things ahead. As we suddenly get this influx of 5,000 bucks. I don't want to trade, man. Everyone wants to trade cards I have only one of. Oh, hey. Well, I mean, if you're just going to let that sit there. Our inventory is quickly diminishing. I don't have that card. I'm willing to offer you market value and not a penny more, just since I don't have it to get in my collection. That way, if I get future ones, I can trade them away. All right. Man, I always have someone standing here wanting to trade or whatever. And so right now we're basically waiting until we have about 2,000 bucks. Then we'll they'll be able to restock everything because our supplies are getting low. And that's because we spent $3,500 plus the cost of getting, plus the cost of getting the two things there. We're spending a bunch of money to get a new product on our shelves. I don't want to deal with that. You know what? Make anything over $100, we send off. Yeah, so anything that's worth more than $3 and less than $100 we sell off. We'll do that until I stop seeing lower dollar stuff on here. Yeah, because we're still getting some $3 ones in there. We don't do trades. Good out here. Buy something or leave. Hey, Flix, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Hope enjoying it. Yeah, not some. So, like, growing up, I primarily played console games. Like, me and my brothers had, like, the regular Nintendo and Super Nintendo and all that. Like, we didn't have the Sega, but we had, like, all the, like, most of the Nintendo consoles. Like, that was kind of a big thing for us growing up is, our parents got us the Nintendo. And then the Super Nintendo we pulled together between doing chores and allowance and all those kind of things to afford the Super Nintendo. And that by that time we were starting to get to the teens and able to buy our own stuff with, part-time jobs. All right, so I got $30 card there, $119 card here. Cool. But so we played primary consoles. It was around the time that the PlayStation 1 came out. And that would have been what? The N64, I believe? It was around that time that I got really into games like X-Wing and TIE Fighter and like real-time strategy games like Dark Reign. And generally speaking, they just didn't have those on console. You want me to pay considerably over market value. Hey, look, man, I will offer you $1,500 for that. All right, get out of my face. I make my margin, man. It's a $2,000 card and you want to spend $2,400 for it. Do the math. Where do I get my cut? I thought he was trying to sell some blue rock candy instead. Oh, just because the aesthetics of them? Yep. Alright. I'm not going to add more to our shopping list. I already need the 2,000 to get our inventory sorted out. We can fix up our inventory there. But yeah, those extra boxes is just going to be a lot of money. There's the concept of when you're setting up like a retail where you're selling physical products and all that, that you have the value of your inventory is effectively captured revenue, captured wealth that you can't do anything with. It's just buffer. And that's where kind of running into the pain is I had all that extra money and I had to burn $3,500 for the license, but I had to burn almost another $1,000 or whatever it was for the inventory on my shelf, which means where I would have normally had that $1,000, up here in the bank account, instead that's effectively sequestered into shelf items, which is why I'm having to put together all this money just to get that all happening. Okay. Sir, you're trying to sell me a $2,000 card for $3,000. I'll offer you $1,750. Nope, get out of my face. You don't understand the business. I need a margin to make money. Whatever I buy it from you, I must sell it for more than that amount of money with enough of a margin there to make it make sense. All right. If the cards were $2,000, do you know how much money you're making? Or how much money you're getting for that card? Here's a hint. Less than $2,000. Oh, it's actually smart enough to grab the... Okay. I thought it was going to always grab, like, whichever one was front and back. Like, the value of the card is the absolute most someone would realistically pay for it outside of, like, auction or whatever. Which means I have to buy it cheaper than that. Because I got a staff to pay. Man, what is with everyone trying to charge me well over market value for things? Like, every single one of these guys is charging, like, 20-30% over market value. Oh, is that the legendaries? Oh, yeah, there we go. There's them fancy boxes. That's what we spent all that money on, is to be able to shelf this. Okay, so market. We're charging $87 a box for those. Man, 20% over market value? Stop it. Oh, I see what I did. You go down there. You go up here. Hot junk, all of it, and a $129 card at the end. That's not a great one. Go ahead and feed the machine. Just waiting for last customers to cash out for the day. And while you're doing your last transaction, okay. So none of those cards are we're looking for, and neither of those. Nothing to send off for grading. Okay, so I need the singles for everything but is blue. I need you. That's literally not what it's saying, so I need the boxes for you. The singles for all those. And then the boxes for you. Trying to make an after hours deal. It's not even good. Look, man. If you're going to try and meet me after hours, when no one's around to do a sale, I expect you to be fencing me something good. Alright, so we gotta pay our bills. Okay, so at about $1,300 we got that. And then pretty soon I'll be able to get my next pieces of merchandise. Like I said, I think I'll put a shelf over here. Or no, what I think I'll do is I'll probably get the because these are the single-sided shelves. I'll probably get the double-sided shelf with 4 shelves, so we get an extra whole shelf on there. And I'm gonna start just getting like the plastic sleeves and all that. And that's probably gonna go very fast once I start that, because those plastic sleeves, the license is like $50, and the rest is not super expensive. And that person was offering me a more valuable card for my other card, but as I'm trying to complete my collection, I'm not gonna fight to try and get all that. Hey, Terrence, I need you to show up on time. You look at that clock there. It says it's about to be 9 o'clock. We open at 8. See, even this guy gets it. He is up in your business because you weren't open at time, and he needed his card fix, and you let him down. If we're going to keep these addicts hooked, we need to deliver dosages on a regular interval. We can't have them sobering up on us. Why is the guy so in his space? I think there's not enough room for the line, and so it doesn't know what to do about it. He is now merged into the wall, as they do. Just waiting to see that card disappear. That's all I'm waiting for, is just for this card to disappear off the shelf, and then suddenly to have a gigantic influx of money, because there's no such thing as shoplifting in this game. Thankfully, because it'd be obnoxious to deal with. Especially with, like, how much the cards come down to, like, individual items having ridiculous value. I'm trying right now to just delete all of the garbage cards for a while. Like, really, really get the junk cards out of here. Okay, so you're doing fine. Oh, so how are we doing on this? Oh, we should have... I guess we don't have any... Those back. I thought we would have had the graded... Oh, right, the graded cards show up in a box, don't they? Well... I guess we just had more time. I thought we were down to the last 2 days in the one. It's fine. Okay, so we got a $48 card there. A $50 card here, a $32 card there, 44 here, 52 there, 51. So a lot of like mid-tier decent cards, like not big money cards, but like, you know, genuinely good cards, and then a whole lot of garbage, which is how this whole thing works. That's right, you keep buying those bundle boxes. Get all these garbage cards out of here. Okay, and how much were we waiting for to get the next order? $1,300. No thank you. Now, how are we doing on our main collection? So we've collected about 2/3 of the initial collection, the Tetra whatever it is collection. So things are getting low. Okay, so I've got in the cart the basic card boxes, everything but the basic card packs. So it looks like I'm actually going to need to grab the loose cards. I'm gonna need a second of the basic card boxes. Just getting low on those. Hey, you want to sell it under market value and I don't have it? Done. Get out of here. So that jumps the amount I'll need to about 1,500. Get out of here. Okay. Now once we like get the stuff stacked up, we'll be in much better shape. I'm also looking forward to getting the first of our graded cards back. Because that'll help a lot as well. Oh, I thought there was only 3 on it. Okay, so with that, we get our order for the next inventory restock. And our stock person will actually take care of this as well. I kind of figure when we're dealing in these types of situations where I buy a bunch of boxes at once, me running them back and forth in the meantime does... Oh, that's not what I want to see. Oh, okay. I'm mixing up the orange and the red boxes. They're not super obvious to me. Like it's easy for me to overlook which one's which at a glance kind of thing. And I know later we can get like a scan gun thing that we can keep inventory to make our lives easier. So you're dropping off the cards. Okay, so we are fully restocked inventory-wise for now. Alright, so I believe the shelf I want is $1,000. The double-sided shelf there is $1,000. Is there a reason to be getting a different shelf? Yeah, those are all locked. But once we get $1,000, I put a shelf right here. And that shelf is going to start getting just like plastic sleeves. And that'll be more and more inventory I'm going to have to keep. Luckily, those are low-value inventory. So it'll be smaller individual price values. But it does mean a couple extra bucks on everyone's sales and all that. I will offer you that. Get out of here. I'm not paying over market value for a card I'm missing. Alright. So we got a $32 card here. And a $150 card. Okay, I was about to say we got hot junk, but we got a $150 card. That's at least something. We'll drop off all these ones. Alright, so we're going to need a box of the spray. Come on, man. Someone needs to buy my $5,000 card here. Look, I have a staff that I allegedly pay. You, sir, buy that card. No. Ah, that's the wrong one. You're so close. It's right there. Don't care. And yeah, for the record, if that's never mind. And that is the actual value of that card, by the way. I'm not just like actually market plus done. Oh, I'm sorry, market plus round done. So it's 20% over market value. And that's what we've been doing for pretty much all the cards, is about 20% over market value, and then we round to the nearest dollar. just to not deal in change. So it's just the fact that it's a roughly $5,000 card. Oh, no. You'll get there. Don't worry. Someday. Okay, so we got another one of these boxes. And eventually we'll need that. And you're seeing occasionally that people are like, I was looking for this playmat, I was looking for that and didn't find it, whatever. That's going to happen more and more, which is why I need to be expanding our inventory. We'll also need to expand our store as that happens as well. Yep, so that's what's happening there, is we're losing out on all those potential sales because we don't have the merchandise that people want. Because there's a lot of people who come into the store with particular merchandise in mind. And if I don't have it, I don't have it. My understanding, that's how things work behind the scenes, is some customers, when they're generated, they'll have a particular item that you can get, like you've got a high enough level to unlock that they want, whether or not you have unlocked it. And then there's a bunch of other ones that they'll show up, it'll just kind of guess like a random thing on their shelf that they will they'll want. And that there's supposed to be some kind of influence or whatever that as people walk around they might grab other items. I don't know all the ins and outs of it. There's been a bunch of these games that have all had different ways of handling it. Okay, so we need purple boxes and the red loose. Grab you. And you. You'll notice now I'm not running into a situation where I kind of have to like hoard money just to be able to restock things. That's because we've effectively put enough of money that we've got that buffer of how much this would cost. So you're chucking the orange loose cards. Box. Then slowly the money goes up. Alright. But I also have the kid I have was walking the floor and putting out the individual cards. He's also set to adjust the prices too. So like if this goes way off market value, he will come by and automatically upgrade it, update it to bring it up or down to get it back into the rough market range. What box are you tossing right now? Orange boxes. They're just waiting on our existing customers to cash out, and it'll be time to advance the day. Buy the starfish. No, sir. Trust me. I saw you can. No, sir. I saw it. No. You don't want to go for it that way. That's random. That's gambling, sir. You want to go for the surefire 5,000. Just drop it in cash. Oh, I don't have that card. It is 30 cents, so I'll just. Sure, now I do own it. Sir, only. Yeah, you go back here. You want to buy that. Only a sucker buys the. No. You're close. Ah. Only a sucker buys the packs. You gotta buy the card. Make sure you get it. You know what? If you just want to buy one of everything, I'm okay with that too. Meanwhile, we're ringing that up. Do we have anything new? And what I'm doing there is I'm checking to see if we have any cards that are like... Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, like he got a bunch of stuff. I'll let it slide. He didn't buy the right stuff, but he did buy a bunch of stuff. So, It's fine. What? It's basically complaining that I have someone who's waiting to check out and that the items will be lost. Unless one of you two, before you started your game, has stuff, which I've not seen before. We definitely don't want to do that in case it's a decent thing. Is that guy inside the wall? I don't think so. We definitely had them... Maybe. We definitely had them merge inside the wall a lot. Sirs, I need you to finish your game and get the hell out of my store. Okay, so we got $23 here. $1,319.18. That's what we're looking for. So that's the only really high value card there, but that's a solid one. We got a 95, that's pretty good. 23, you know, that's fine. But hey, $1,000-something card. Count me in. See that forces something? Could you take over for the cashier? I guess he's just stuck in the wall. Well, at least he doesn't have the $5,000 card. But at the most, we're losing like $100-something. Okay, let's see. We've got all that going. We'll need to pay down our bills. Yeah, ultimately, I'm going to need another cash register. I don't want to trade. All right. Dude, I'm not buying a 20-cent card. Yeah, so ultimately I'm going to need... One, I need that guy to pick up the speed. Two, I just need a second register or something going. But realistically, I want to get a second register. I just need more space. For recruiting, I can actually hire another person, for $2,400. Do all that. I have this very poor, scratched up, nearly destroyed card for 30 cents. Nah, man. I'm gonna pass on that one. Okay, so all of our stock is currently good. The rest of the money for today is ours. I don't have room. Like, even if I wanted to put down the money for another register, I gotta make my space bigger for another register. Now, good side is they do level up and get better. Yeah, so he is level 4 at that. I'm gonna just... I need to get a second register. All this line is just to cash out. Okay. I'm not buying an 8-cent card. That shouldn't be Tomb getting home. Let me check one thing. Heard someone fussing with the front door. Maybe it's like a delivery or something for Tomb or whatever. Okay, so you're working through all that. Yeah, the rest is all this fine. All that's running fine. Yeah, so we're basically waiting for the $1,000 so that we can get the thing. And like the first plastic sleeve, it's $50 for the license. So like very genuinely, getting the first sleeve is going to take no effort at all. Get your garbage quality card out of my face. It also makes me wonder if you could get to the point of having just like the showroom part of that, and handling it, and you just sat in back with like one person just loading up like 4 or 5 of the machines that give you cards, and just just sell like loose cards. I'm sure you could. You'd probably take tons of penalties because you wouldn't have the merchandise people are looking for. I don't care. Get out of here. Nope. Kid, you're killing me. I'd get another register, but it's not in the budget. Or in the real estate. So you got red loose. So you're doing the red loose, so we need the orange boxes. Nah. And I could spend the $2,400 to hire the guy who's way better at cashiering. It's probably not even a bad move, but it is just an issue of I don't really have things I want the other one to be working on that badly, and that's going to be yet more eating into our money for the time being. So it definitely feels like I want to expand what we have in the store already before I hire in more people. Because it does look like they don't walk out. To do what any business owner doesn't fire the guy. Well, I mean, that's what you'd do, is you'd hire in the new person, fire the old one. You'd always help cashier. Well, the problem is I can do the cashiering, but while I'm faster than him, it doesn't help that much because it can't be him cashiering as I'm cashiering. It's either or, so he stands around. There's one $34 card in there, so that was pretty garbage. I need a second register. Yeah, no, and also to hire the other person, I need $2,400 just to hire. That's not even the salary, just to hire. Which I don't mind paying, but for right now, I'm going to start filling in inventory and all that. Sure, I apparently don't have it, and it's less than $1. I'll take it. Right, because you are $400 a day for $2,400. Okay. Okay, let's get our shelf. Going to charge me way more market. So we're going to run into a space problem. I just need to be increasing the size of the store and all that. Good after hours? Yeah, that's what's going to probably happen. Because what I could do is start breaking down these displays and making them into those. Because this display has 4 spots on it versus the 3, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of the main advantages, and it's both sides. So I could use that display, replace those. It gives me extra room for the boxes. And all that kind of stuff. Time for another room? I do need to expand. You don't get it based on rooms, but you do get extra space. Alright, so we got more merchandise that needs to show up. So I need blue, orange, loose cards, and red box. So loose cards, red box. Looking about $700 there. I just need someone to buy my $5,000 card. That's all I need. Just buy my $5,000 card, and all of this gets easier for everybody. Nope. Take all your stock down except that card. I mean, they probably will get it, but yeah. I think it might be about the shop level / likelihood of buying high price cards. Probably something around that. The way I look at it is I'm not gonna abuse the game system to be like, all right, let's just force them to buy this one individual item by abusing how the AI works. We'll get it there eventually. Or not. It's fine. We're still making good money. And in theory, I'll slowly keep increasing the inventory more and more and more. Being more and more high dollar items too. Okay, so I need the blue boxes. Yeah, I actually got a break from doing the register long enough to have to like clean up the stuff there. Get out of here. Let's see also what our reviews say. They have really high reviews. I'm curious if it will be something. It's okay. I feel that the cards are a bit pricey. That's been the biggest complaint is you won the tournament? Oh, you made your deck with cards. Okay, it's like tournament. I don't host tournaments. What are you talking about? Yeah, so we had one person complain about the price. Hi, Firebot. Are you okay there? Yeah, we've been getting that the last couple of days. Every once in a while, we'll hear the Firebot disconnect sound, but then I check Firebot and everything's fine. It's only been recently, and I know we've been running into weird stuff like I know FG and a few others seem to had some Twitch API issues over the last couple of days. So I think Twitch is fussing with some stuff in the back end and causing some stuff to act up, which sometimes is just what you do when you're updating things and whatever. But as a curiosity. You panicked because you thought your computer was getting screwy? Yep. Alright, so officially after hours. We got our people, they're probably all going to start picking up merchandise. So I think what the intent is I'm going to put the unload this shelf there. Maybe take a loan to do it. Generally, you'll find in these games I'm very loan averse. Or debt averse, however you want to say it. This is not the way to be doing this. Alright, hang on. We got an $86 card, a $32 card, and a $79 card. I'm not trading, no. Yeah, you'll find most of the time I'll be very loan averse because I don't know how this game does it, but a lot of times those interest rates can be such a pain. And for the record, there's an entire thing with loans about, you take on debt and, use that to, like, get a higher rate of profit to overcome the interest and yada yada. There's definitely stuff to be said about it. Alright. Just moving these cards over real fast. Oh, what was the button for this one? There's a button for repackaging them. There it is. Alright. Well, actually, I'm not going to get rid of it. You put back here. We can put our sleeves on that for right now. We'll still accomplish the goal of that. Yeah, so that's fine. Okay. Could you use the empty box? Yeah, well, I mean, Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We get all this loaded up. This is also increasing the amount of goods we have in our shelf space since I am effectively getting more of the boxes on here. That means it's less likely where if someone runs up and they buy like 6 boxes, I suddenly am out of merchandise. But that does mean it'll be more value sequestered to my shelves. Okay. Here's the other thing I was wondering. Yep. Then they can restock stuff for me. I think that's the reason you had the idea of the box stuff. Right, 1 second. And shift you over just a little. Shift you over just a little. Okay. We can go ahead and advance the day. There'll be new merchandise I can put on the floor here. We can go and get like the little plastic sleeves and all that. Open this. Open that. And we will start by paying our bills. Okay. But yeah, so I'm assuming that's ideas where you can get the thing where it's like the for stocking up the like the cardboard boxes. I assume it's specifically for stuff like these bulk cards, so you can effectively make a bunch of these, put them on the warehouse shelf, and then let your warehouse people deal with it. All right. Okay. Nothing we care about there. The cards are a little expensive. Okay. So let's go ahead and change your secondary task of that. We're going to knock down the prices just a little. Been getting quite a few people complaining about price recently. So we'll see if people are just getting a little bit more price. You're asking for over market, man. So it seems like people are getting a little bit more price sensitive about stuff. Okay, so I need purple bulk boxes. Sorry, purple boxes, blue boxes. Easy enough. There's a blue. There's a purple. That'll probably be what, like 450? Not even 350. And then we could go in the shelves behind me. I can go and expand that. Honestly, with some of the stuff, I can start moving the bulk boxes over there. Okay. Yes, so 338. And I suspect we'll have, because of the extra boxes, some of those will get hung up as well. All right, and we can cash this out. We're also doing that playlist I tried yesterday that was like quote unquote 90s music. It's not actual 90s music because DMCA stuff, all that, but it's supposed to be like 90s esque. Generally speaking, I think I'm enjoying it. I don't think I'd want to do it all the time. All right, so we got orange loose cards because we got like a little bit of stuff that's like bordering punk rock and all that. Got a little bit of like easier stuff. It's kind of all over the place, but I've been enjoying it. It's something different. Okay. Okay, and in our box of the blue boxes. I wonder how much the thing that gives you empty box storage. Yeah, it definitely feels like we'll want one of those to be next to our workbench. So that as we make the bulk boxes, I can just shelve them all. Yeah, that should be enough for you. That's not what I needed. And accessories, card sleeve, ordered. So we got new merchandise on the way. So the new merchandise here is going to cost me just over $100. And everything else is doing fine there. Okay, so 113. So I just gotta make, there we go. And officially new merchandise. Actually, market 10, round, do that. It's not high value merchandise, but it is new merchandise. For right now, let it be this whole top shelf. And then as we get like different styles of sleeves and all that, we could change it up. If you actually watch the cashier, when he's paying with money, he will actually do each dollar bill and each coin one by one. We'll do like the 10, the 5, the 1, including the change. He'll do the coins one by one by one. So he's really, really rough with that. Alright, nothing valuable there, nothing valuable there. Hot Garbo is what we got in that one. When you played the Supermarket Simulator, you had to take a loan to increase the store assortment, 4,000, because 200 a day was too low, takes forever. But you can understand your opinion. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, we're making really good money each day. Like, very genuinely, we're making good money each day. Part of the thing is I skipped on so much of these other items early on that that's just a lot of potential sales we're missing on. It's also a thing because the people are already lined up. I'm not losing business by the register taking time. Unless it gets to a point where either people are leaving because of it, which is why I checked on the reviews and all that. It's just, okay, it's gonna take them a little while. It's more like, what was the name of the game? Where you were having to handle, like, all the postage and everything. There was a game around that, like, with the postage stuff that as long as the boxes got into the building, you could run infinitely after hours to get it processed. I'll offer you slightly below market just to get it out of the way. Okay, so we can go here and stock, accessories, next purchase of merchandise, and new item on the shelves. Okay. Let's keep expanding our store offerings. Okay, you want to charge me over market value? Get out of my sight. So what are you stocking up now? Nothing. So we need the loose orange and the purple boxes. The loose orange, purple boxes. The other thing is we're going to start getting our graded cards back. And that's one of the things that this has that Supermarket doesn't really have, is you get a card like these $5,000 cards. When you sell one of those, you just leapfrog forward. And we've had a couple of $3,000 cards we've done that with. It is very much, you'll just be like kind of kind of making gradual progress, and then you get one of those cards like, all right, well, we just skip like 2-3 tiers of stuff ahead because it just got this giant influx of cash. Okay. So the next merchandise we consider, so the next dice are $50. Done deal. We're getting pretty close to when I'm going to have to expand the physical space. Okay, and we'll need to get an arcane of the deodorant. I just skip past by just chasing it after. Now, downside is these things are only worth a couple of bucks each. They're really not a high dollar item, but it all does help. Just tack that onto everyone else's orders, where a lot of orders are in like the teens of money and the 30 of money. All of it is all of it's a bit extra. And definitely when we got more space, I'll get the cardboard box thing, so I can start just chucking tons of bulk boxes onto shelves and all that. Yeah, so we need about $800 for the next batch because I got quite a bit of merchandise I'm including in there. Alright, and you are all garbage. Just garbage. And that's $13. I'll offer market value. Just get in my collection. Okay, I think I might hear Tomb. It'd be a little early for her to be back. Yeah, no, it's not Tomb. I think it's just windy outside. I'm just hearing the windiness outside. Because Tomb should be home in not too long. What I'm actually going to probably do... Nah, I'll be lazy today. I'll do the taquitos. I had one thing I could put in the oven that'd take a while to cook, which if I was going to do that, I'd need to toss it in now. But I think I'm going to do the lower effort when Tomb gets home, just chuck it in the oven real fast, taquitos. Because they're taquitos, and that's the right answer for a lot of things. You may not realize it's an even appropriate answer, but it's definitely the right answer. That's another one I don't have. I'm kind of being willing to buy these ones I don't have. That way, when a duplicate... Can I have a little more? No. No, I'm paying you market value. I'm literally not taking a margin. I'm literally putting that for my personal collection. I don't care about that. Okay. Okay, so it looks like you are all done. So we can pay our bills. Again, there's nothing new to be done there. And I can go here, top you off. Make sure we fill this thing up. They only added grading since they had grading since last time? Yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff there. Alright, so let's change you over to nothing lower than that. Let's get some higher quality bulk boxes going. So we're getting some purple and that. So I probably need to figure out what the thresholds are here. So let's see if I make you 250. So that's going to give me yellows. So $1 to 250. Alright. Yep, still don't know. It's fine. I don't have it. You're offering it for me below market. I'll take it. Probably $1 cards pull the averages down. Right. It's a matter of I don't yet know like what the thresholds are, kind of thing. So I haven't got that. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. And we tried to set the ones to 250 and all that. It's another one I don't have. That's only 43 cents. I'm going to pay no more than market value though. Yeah, so we just have the blue boxes and the red singles. So let's check here. Right. So I do need to add the red singles on there. A bit over 1,000. Put them near the cover sleeves. Yeah, I was thinking about... We've got the dice, which is what I'm getting now. Yeah, so what I could do is the white one's there. The yellow one's here. Purple one's here. Oh. Take that label off. And that can be where the dice go. Yes, I don't have enough for those. I don't have enough for those. That's fine. And how are we doing on the rest of this? So I need about 1,200 bucks there. We got a $42 card here, a $53 card, and 161. So we got one decent card out of that. We are definitely running into a lot of these sets that I'm not really getting particularly great cards out of. But that's fine, we'll get there. And in some of those sets, I haven't pulled that many packs open, so we don't have a lot of duplicates, and I am trying to collect them all, so that's becoming a whole thing. Yeah, so we can start putting the dice there. Like I commented on earlier, I think the next thing after we get those dice on a shelf is I'll need to do that. Alright, so I'm willing to pay you market value since I don't have that card, not a penny more. Because then what we can start doing is making some of this for, like, the dice and all that. And then when we get the 1,000, we move all that stuff over there, get rid of these displays. And I'd want to get another double-sided display for the next set of like the next two set of cards, but that's not a priority. Alright, so we got blue loose, blue boxes, and the deodorant to add onto the list. So blue loose, blue boxes, deodorant. I also need to add one box of the cheap plastic sleeves. Oh, I have too many deodorants. We're up to $1,400. It's also the thing is, as I get more sleeves, I will clear up this space. Like, if we look at our accessories here, we'll have, like, these special sleeves down here. Once I start unlocking the special sleeves, I'll probably clear this bottom shelf, have it be, like, the clear, the Tetramon, and then, like, blue, green, red, whatever. Hey, you are offering me well below market on a card I don't have? Done. Okay, and purchase that. Okay, you're already pricing it. Let's see. Decline that. I believe I bought too many dice. For the size of shelf I'm doing, I probably just needed the, yeah, I bought way too many dice. Okay. Yeah, so next time we get dice, just buy 2 boxes. Okay. Nope, and what do you got going on here? Not you. Go, get back to work, man. No. And you're still doing your thing. Okay, so it looks like I need a box of loose orange cards. Okay, so let's check on our merchandise again. So we go to accessories. Unlock the next set of dice. Just 2 boxes this time. So when I hit $300, we go ahead and get ourselves some more merchandise. Put you back on the shelf there. And little by little, we'll get that sorted out. I'm probably going to need more auto pack open up things eventually. Okay, still need a little bit more money. Nope. When you see the person, it seems like they're ringing up for a day, and then the money ticker shows up and it's like $2. And you're like, excuse me? We wasted how much time on this person to spend just $2? Look, man, I got stuff to do. I forgot to check. I got quite a things happening outside of stream, but yeah, I didn't check after stream yet. I need to, because it sounded interesting, because I could totally see that being a thing that people could do. So I have this. If I can snag it well below market value, I can't do it. I don't have the money on hand. Let's say if I was going to be able to snag it for a couple $100 under market value, then that'd be a whole thing we could do. All right, so we got that. So we're going to go ahead and pull up accessories, buy the new license, add 2 of those. You think they went public about doing it 3 or 4 months ago, maybe longer? Yeah, no idea. All right. So let's shift you up. That's not what I wanted to do. Shift you up. Then remove those 2. It sounds like Tomb just got home, so bear with me, chat. I am going to be stepping away for a couple of minutes to welcome my wife home, all that kind of stuff. Throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. So what's this game? How do I play again? Oh, right, this is the one where we price gouge people. I mean, sorry, we do commerce. Right, so we were waiting on how much money for the next product? About 400 bucks. So it's just like one decent sale. Except we got all these people buying these $3 cards. I need them to buy the big buck items. And I do know the game is very abusable if you want, where you can deliberately go and have like your only inventory is high dollar items and nothing else. And then just because of how it, unless it's changed, which is very possible, with how it kind of decides what to buy, you can kind of force them to generally buy higher value items. Uh, dude, you want like 1.5 times the market value. We're not finding common ground here. Okay, I'm just clearing up that shelf at the bottom there. What did you throw on the floor? Oh, right, because I got too many boxes of the red dice. So we're just going to have to live with that till I sell enough. All right, and it is time to check out more dice. I mean, those dice are 19 bucks a pop, so that's not too shabby. All hot garbage. All hot garbage. And a $26 card. So that is what we call a big old bummer, is what that is. We'll switch you over to this. That's fine. Would like to hear a Mothman's favorite bands. Well, you want to trade me for a card I don't have. So something tells me I'm not going to be accommodating that trade. My chemical gas lamp. All right. Well, I want to get that. I'll queue up in the other one. You're all doing your last minute checkouts. Yeah, we definitely need to expand the store. Okay, so you're doing the boxes. Nope. System of the Lamp. How's the collection progressing? So collection's going all right. I got about 2/3 of the first set. Out of like the 3 different sets. We're doing relatively okay there. So how much does it cost me to expand again? 900 bucks. We'll probably wait. If for 900 bucks, I'll probably do is I'll get the double shelf here, get all this junk moved over. At that stage, maybe we move the dice up and rearrange a little bit there. That'll open up some more shelves for some more merchandise. Oh, my cashier noped out. Okay. I was like, why is this not going? Cashier said, I am not paid enough for this crap. Ooh, actually, I'm willing to do that. Because he's only charging me about 60% market value. That's going to put a bunch of my money into that card. So let's go ahead and switch our book over to graded cards. Okay. Let's see. You only need to expand the store because the stop space is taken over your personal hidey hole. Yeah, no, exactly. Did you sell the $5,000 card? No, it's still sitting on the shelf. Something about ooh, it's money time. Gem mint. Oh, it's $14,317 card. Just sell that card and buy a car. Call it a day. We're done here. No. And did we draw it? Yes, we draw. I don't remember what the starting price in that card was. I probably can actually find that out. Nah, I should have done it. So you go to the graded card. Get out of my way. I can't see what I'm doing. This card's a little expensive. Yep. We got a $781 card and a $35 card. Not unhappy about that. Let's see. I was trying to remember how I could check that easily. Yeah, because do stuff like this. We can grab that one. TCG price app. So there's a TCG grading app. Oh, right. The price app. The thing, though, is I don't think that easily lets me look that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We're definitely at the point. Like, the 14,000 would be a massive step forward. But, like, that's the whole thing. This isn't a game where you really feel like the pressure, like, oh, I gotta take a loan to make it. It's like, okay, I just gotta keep gambling. If I keep gambling, sooner or later it's gonna pay off. That's the real answer. I kind of wish there was an easy way to look back historically. Because, like, I want to look at that card and see, like, historically what its price was. Because it'll show you, like, here's this version of the card, it's worth this much. Here's that version of the card, it's worth that much. So it looks like you need the orange packs. But that's what I'm figuring, is over time, I'm going to slowly start putting these high-value cards on the shelf here. And even if it takes a long time to sell one of them, that's okay. So one thing that is going to need to happen is I'm going to need to grab a refill on my drink. So while we're waiting for these transactions to happen, I'm going to quickly grab myself a refill of drink, and I'm going to be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. It's also With the earlier packs, it's way less likely you're going to find like a really, really solid one. Broadly speaking, the nicer the packs are, the better your results are going to overall average be. Okay. And what do you want? Look, hey man, I'm not trying to talk to you, I'm trying to talk to you. Look, I am willing to pay $500 for that and nothing more. Said 500. That's what I thought. I got my price, and I expect you to respect that. Ooh, someone bought the $600 card. It was right there. Stop shaking your head at me. Stop shaking your head at me. Okay, so you're not standing right there, so we will also need to throw on the red box and the orange ones of those. No. Oh, you're already on it? Good job. I kind of wish I could save thresholds. So we'd be like, here's my yellow box threshold. Here's my purple box threshold. I could see having just like literally 3 or 4 workbenches next to each other. Do they have a scalpers mod for this? Not that I'm aware of. I don't look much into modding, so I can't answer a lot of modding questions. The only mods I messed with this, which was I don't have any of them this time, but the last time was I had a mod so the animation speed for opening the packs would go faster. Because when you're trying to hunt down like last things, you just kind of wanted to go in the corner and be a gremlin and just be like, you know, just popping your packs one after the other, like your entire store is running itself and you're just huddled behind a counter just doing your best.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
You're the husband.
You are the wifey.
Love.
Love. All right. Oop, another machine loaded. $1,945 card. Nice. The rest are all garbage. But yeah, so we got this card here. And this is where things get special. Like if we get this graded, for example, and we get any of the higher grades, this card can go up to $6,000. So that would be a card if I get a duplicate, I would absolutely grade it. Sure, you're offering below market. I'll take it. I'm starting to kind of do that more and more. Oh yeah, that's the reason why this card here is worth $14,000. I want to say it was like a $4,000 card, and then we graded it and it got like the highest grade it could. I believe that's the highest grade it could. So $250, $5. All right, so time for another change here. We're no longer considering cards under $5. So we're gonna remove all the cards. And we're gonna quick fill all the cards again. So that way, all those cards in that like $5 price range, we'll get those available. Because then with that, I'll probably... Yeah, that's what I figured. So it's all these cards are tied up on the shelf. And honestly, are probably not worth my time. Because as infrequently as they sell, I get $100-something for one of those boxes. Okay, that's fine. Nope. Okay, so you still got the spray. That box isn't empty. So I need you and you. And pretty soon I'll be able to get my next shelf. Then it'll be a matter of trying to move everything from the old shelf to the new shelf and then that garbage. You want over market value, you can go away. Okay, we need the blue boxes. I'm kind of looking forward to when we get the scanner thing where you don't have to go through all that. Okay. I know you won't take it, but I'm going to offer you every penny I have. Yep. Because if we would have gone for it, that would have been great. But he understandably did not go to being grossly underpriced. Okay. So close, yeah, so that's a fresh box. So I'll need one of you and one of you. Alright. 83 for a card I don't have. You're giving to me market, I'll take it. Oh, sorry, below market. Because anytime I'm running one of those cards I don't have that they're willing to sell to me below market, I am going ahead and just taking it. It's probably not the right move, but the way I'm figuring is then the next time the card comes up, like when I go to get it, I can just sell it at value. But that is taking money that I could otherwise apply to other things. Alright, so do it yourself, and I need the double-sided shelf. There's our additional shelves here. There we go. Alright. I'll probably change this track in the music player in a minute. Ideas about restocking these shelves, don't do it. Okay. Yeah, so these shelves I'm clearing off, they have less shelf space than the one I just bought. So we're trying to get that all sorted. Okay. That's fine. We could toss you out here. So with this, that's now... I was trying to see if there's a way I could turn that to shove one more shelf over here. I don't think I can. I think I will need to expand the space before I could realistically shove another shelf in there. I believe it was $600 for my next physical expansion to the location. So I do think there's that. that can be a curse sometimes because your customer max money depends on the size of your store, so you could take a long time to sell them. Yeah, that would make sense. I figured it was going to be ranking, not the size of the store, but yeah. Usually with that, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff going into that. All right, so we can expand our store again. No, I can't. It's $900, not $600. All right. Back room. The back room, the secondary location is 5,000. So it's probably around the 1,000 cutoff, I'd say. More than likely the back room is probably the much better spend. Like, we might even be getting in that range now, but it's very hard to quantify at this stage. All junk. $29, $83, $102, some decently, like, okay ones. Okay. Nah. Now we gotta pay our bills. Okay, do anything that fits that range. And I do have one for the other one. You know, you could sell your old shelf? I didn't know about selling it. Oh, you can sell it. Oh! Okay, I thought I could just junk it. Well, that's embarrassing. It's fine. So you're loading up the orange packs. I'll need the orange boxes. And when we hit 900 bucks, we will want to we'll want to expand the next thing. And also I need to get you off a shelf. Yeah, that way if he tries to stock while I'm here, that's fine. Okay. Okay. You want well above markets, that's not gonna work out. Well, you figure your stuff out. Getting all that figured out. We can make this work anyways. Then go crack some packs. Oh yeah, no, we definitely need another register. 49 bucks and 18 cents, and I'm rushing this a little bit so I could take that up. Cool. Yeah, no, I need another register. I need a bunch of things. But we can only work with the money we have, and we're slowly working our way through that. Alright, so I need, going over here, the red box and the red loose packs. Partly because we've used those things, and partly because we've expanded our space. But yeah, I know the register's backing up. That's one problem. We are expanding our merchandise a lot, which is good, but creates another whole headache. I don't need to trade those. I need more retail space. I need more shelving. I need a lot of things. Okay. You are well below market, so I will take you up on that offer. Okay, so I need 2 boxes of yours. And that. Make sure I don't have boxes laying outside. Cool. Can't afford that right now. Oh, we've already got our bills paid. Want to know what the range that could be. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. I'll offer you 28 for it. Not a penny more. There you go. Okay. So someday I'll get the money. Someday. But yeah, the next cashier is 2,400 bucks, which I probably should get. But it is a matter of I've got a dozen things that I want to get done. I would love to buy your card. I got $100 for your $1,000 card. I don't think you're gonna take that. And you're loading up my machine that makes me more random cards. Let's see. You want over market value? Get out of here. The fact that sometimes people actually do manage to get past that machine right at the door. Good price, but I'm broke. That's fair. Dude walked up to my $5,000 card and was like, can't do it, man. Does it actually matter? I don't think it does. I've not seen the idea of someone grabbing an item and then shaking their head and then walking out because, like, that's a whole thing. I've also been checking on our reviews, and I haven't seen anything on this list that's like, oh, service is slow or whatever. Like, nothing along those lines that would be like, oh, hey, this is a warning that the cashier matters. Hey, you know what? That's actually a good price. Make a quick $20 on that card. Well, you know what I could do? So I can't quick that fill that. So what we could do, though... That's fine. So we can go here. Switch over to our graded cards. I'll need you to price that for me because I'm not bothering. The store might have a capacity limit. This is true. You want well over market, so get out of here. Which we're trying to save up money to actively expand the store. That is our current goal. So we got the blue boxes and the clear labels. I'll definitely need to expand a lot. And slowly we're getting the dice sorted. That's fine. So we're right about to get a bit more space for our store. All right, so the shop B for 5,000 is this way. I don't think I want to grind out the 5,000, even though realistically that's probably two of our expansions wide and like 5 long, which is definitely probably. I mean, I'm talking myself into it's what I'm doing. Because if I do the lot A's, to give you an idea of what the size of those are, from the edge of this window here, it's about that wide and about the same deep. So it'd be somewhere around like this seam here. So it'd be like this seam here to that seam there is how much one upgrade went. Oh, the tables really help with income acquisition. I've generally found that the tables, they're a nice passive income, but I found that they don't make that much money. Like, if people who come in and stay here all day make me, between the two of them, like 30, 40 bucks for a table, which is definitely not bad, considering I don't have to carry merchandise, we don't have to restock it, we don't have to do anything with it. So it's nice passive income, but it's nowhere near like when I do these sales for bigger cards and all that stuff. You have to change the tourney to. There's no tournaments in the game yet. The tournaments is expanded content. The closest you can do is down here. You can change the event. I believe like this is my cost, and then we could charge them money. We probably should do that. Start hosting events to have that. Event is tournament. Ah, got you. Because in the game, literally on the front screen, tournament is a separate mechanic that's not implemented yet. Let's see. Random rarity pack and card pack might decrease. Random rarity pack might. Yes, that has whatever. Common card pack might increase. Rare and epic might decrease. Fire. That's kind of thing is they'll potentially affect everything. All right, let's start just rolling through it. So we're gonna do Hopper event. Confirm event. And we'll just rotate through events. We'll start giving that a go. We'll probably need more. Oh, here we go. 129, 128, 129, 141, 151, 109, 160, and a second pack that is good with 82, 78, 49, 60, 87, 81, 81 again. So we got two really good packs. So there's a lot of money in that one. But yeah, no, on if you actually go out to the front screen, there's a separate mechanic called tournament. That's not in the game yet. So we can grab the double-sided shelf we wanted. That's the only reason I was like, $5 card. I'm not buying a $5 card. Oh, wait, that's... I think that's placing itself based on this thing. Okay, so depending which way is rotated. Alright, so we've got more shelf space to be able to work with. Nope. So I need loose orange and blue boxes. So boxes, loose orange, and I believe it's clear. No, it's not the clear ones. It's the other ones. Those ones. We can get rid of the clear sleeves. We can potentially get more dice or some of these other things. We don't have that one. I will offer you market and no more. It's fine. Actually, which one do we have? 2.5 and 5. So we'll get to the next day. We do have our next shelves to go with. Yeah, you could leave the sleeves back here. I almost feel like we'll put the plushes here to keep those all going. Plushies? Yep. We'll get those plushies going. The big thing we need is more. Well, I mean, I was about to say, as Basette's saying, for space. So, problem is, I've got one spot that's not occupied on my warehouse shelves, and there's no duplication here. So, we're running into problems there. They got one spot for new merchandise. So I think we expand the store. I'm leaning towards potentially trying to save up for the back room. Because I do think there's definitely an advantage to be argued. That was probably why people like have you considered the other room. Is that's effectively, it looks like it's 10 upgrades worth of space. So I could spend the 900 and get this tiny little box here, is I believe what'll expand. Where it'll be basically this deep by that wide. So, from like around here to that corner in size. But if we look in the other space, just opening it all looks like it's about 10 of those. And it's 5,000. So we'll be paying about 6 times the price, but getting 10 times the value. Versus this one, the next one will be 900, and then the one after that will be like 1,100 or whatever. So getting the same space would cost me substantially more. Get out of here. Okay, so we got today's event going on, and we'll go ahead and... Oh, I could adjust the fees and all that. So we have that, and then tomorrow's will be the fire event. Let's pay your bills. Yeah, so for today, we're just going to keep these stocked as best we can. Till we get the $5,000, we'll buy the other space. At that point, all of this stuff over here in the corner that's like my my card package, my warehousing, all that stuff will move into the other space. So this could become like more real estate or more retail space and all that, more desks for gaming or whatever. So we got a $15 or $152 card and a $41 card. So quick fill all the stuff that doesn't fit any of the categories. Nothing in that range. Nothing in that range. And thank you, the Nth, for the 145 stream streak. Catch the last 145 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. There was something else I was going to do. Okay, so we need the red boxes and the cleaner. Oh, right. I was going to check to see if there's any cards to send off for grading. Yeah, you got plenty of there. Okay, do I have any cards to send off for grading? You're worth sending off for grading. As are you. And then the others are not. Just want to keep a nice little rotation of those cards going. That's fine. Neat little card stalker can also fill card open machine. One cashier is like I need another cashier. It doesn't look like there's any consequence I'm getting that's noticeable. It could be though that the consequence is once there's a certain enough people on the map, it won't generate more or whatever. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Okay, so we need more of the black dice. Because of course the black dice would be the ones to go for first. And you'd think I'd be getting ready to accuse them of, people being edgelords. But no, it's just readability. White on black is far easier to read than, like, red on black and all that. Yeah, so what they changed with the employees, instead of just assigning a person to one task, they can have a primary and secondary task. So, like, Zachary here, he'll go to this cabinet, grab a card out to fill a spot as his primary task. His secondary task, he will actually go around and update prices. So I have him set to update the price, and I can be like, okay, update it to, like, 10% up and then round or whatever. We're trying to wait for that $5,000. I almost want to be like, I refuse to trade you if what we're trading is less than like $5 or $20. Like, don't waste my time. Your rubber ducky dice are perfectly fine to read. Thanks. They are not, but they are cute. At least you acknowledge it. There's been some pretty interesting themed dice I've seen over the years that, like, one will be like scratched metal or whatever look to them, and you're like, I can't read these. I'm just gonna trust what you tell me the amount is, because I can't read at all what this is. Okay. I'd like to get that cheaper. How's 200? How's 200? There you go. All we had to do was just keep on bullying him until he agreed to our price. All right. I'll be getting back some more graded cards soon. No. I don't... Like, when they're trading cards of similar value, I just don't see a need, especially if it's graded where I'm, like, the only use is it for it to be sell. Like, if it was a major upsell and I had multiple, I'd potentially consider it. But I do find a lot of the trades and all that to be not really worth my time or effort. So one good news is we finally emptied out one of the accidental extra boxes of dice. So I'm wondering how much money I'm actually making from the event. Because we charged $50 for it. And normally we're making between like 7 and 20 per person leaving a table. So that said, I don't imagine the tables are gonna be my big money maker versus the random cards. Still. Get out of here with your $2 card. Alright, junk. $31, $102, and $53. So honestly, not a great set there. So we can quick fill all the stuff here. And you go up there. Try and bundle these. That's fine. I'll let them keep chipping away at the other ones. I'm wrong. I thought we got rid of the extra dice box, but it was just around the corner on the floor. That is what it is. You're doing the orange loose card, so we don't have to worry about that. Nope. Yeah, so the cards are actually putting on the shelf. We're getting a bit better prices, like 20s and 16s and all that, with the rare, like, super high value card. I don't have it. I'm willing to offer you market value. And not a penny more. Alright. Okay, so it looks like the plastic sleeves and the orange cards. I don't get... It's almost like you just want to have a big sign that says, will not accept trades of over market value. Please do not waste the staff's time. Can we go $0 to $1? I should be able to make, like, what, 7 of these boxes? To fill up the thing on the shelf. Alright. There's gotta be something you can do with these, because it does seem like over time you will just gradually continue to build up more and more of a surplus of those. I'm assuming it's something later, like you can just straight up give them away or something for... Oh, hi. This line's getting a bit out of the line even for us. Okay, all that's squared away. Are you doing the purple cards? I'll offer you 160. Yeah, so you just tossed a box of purple cards. I just need any of the good cards to sell. And then we're set. Yeah, so we're saving up for a big item, which is what's keeping things a little slow right now. That's fine. Would you stop standing back here? I kind of almost wish I could make his fit. You know what? So you're offering it below market value and I do not have it? Done. Because all that does help me finish my collection one card at a time. How much are you worth? $100? It's probably worth sending off. You know what, honestly? They'll let me make like an extra $5, $10 on it. We'll toss it in here. Yeah, so the first day it looks like we're going to be properly delayed just because the cashier is playing catch up, which I think is honestly the big negative of the cashier. And I could get the other cashier, but that does increase my operating expenses by a bit. Because you cost me 150, and the better one costs me 400 a day, which is honestly not that big a deal. Okay. We got a $53 card there. And the rest is all rubbish. We go and fill up the machine while we're waiting. Let's see, maybe 2 counters and 2 in 150s. 2 150s. The two counters, I don't disagree, would be helpful, or at least getting the better cashier. I'm kind of prioritizing expanding the store over that. I don't know which one's the truly better option, strategy, whatever, but still. Okay, we can grab here, it was the purple boxes? Yeah, purple boxes. And I'm trying to avoid the temptation of just grabbing a bunch more different options of merchandise and backing things up even more. Okay, so $1, $2.50. Get yourselves a yellow box. $2.50. $5. We don't have enough for any of those. That's fine. What do you mean as they walk up to the $14,000 card and then shake their head? Come on. You can justify it? Look. You just let your husband know it's an investment. It'll continue to gain value, and it's just sound. I mean, you wouldn't want to put your money into stock. Stock's all volatile. It goes all over the place. It's all based on just people's vibes in the moment. But that card, that depends on the popularity of the card game. You can influence that and not have to break the law. You need to go buy tulips and NFTs. I'm sure there are those people out there. For what it's worth, they did come in here and clean off a bunch of these things. Trading card games are a better investment than gold. Oh no, the trading card games that fall off. Once they stop being popular, a lot of that stuff just collapses. It's like Beanie Babies and all the people who put their life savings into these Beanie Babies thinking that there's just like gonna infinitely go up. And then that fad ended. And they all just kind of looked around like, where'd all my money go? Like, don't get me wrong, Beanie Babies are still around and people still buy them, but yep. They're thinking you could sell that card at half price and they couldn't afford it. Oh, I'm getting my money's worth. That could sit on that shelf and mock people for the next 10 years. Sir, we have a minimum 10 items or $10,000 price limit. You think? Wait, my Beanie Babies aren't worth much? Why am I still hoarding them? Oh man, the number of people who bought those being like, oh, it's just gonna be worth fortune. They're just going up. You're like, don't. Beanie Babies are not a sound investment strategy. So we got the blue dice. Nope. So you guys are cute, and you're happy you don't need to buy overpriced plushies. Yep. Ties to be a rich company now? Yeah, potentially. It depends on if the initial sales were things making all the money, or if it was the secondary market where all the money was at. Okay, so let's go ahead and manage the event. We had the Fire Cup, and we'll do a Fire Cup next day. Meanwhile, check on the grading thing. Sure, why not? Okay. Then we get another one back tomorrow. We keep trying to grade these. $84, $26, $115, $157, $102, $25, $30. So no big pulls. That 157 is pretty good. So we can go over here, drop all those off. But so you had the misfortune of liking a card game that died after a run in 2005 to 2009. But well, all the cards you have for it you bought in clearance prices in the store, garage sale prices, otherwise used bulks for about a cent each. Yeah. Yep. And some of those will have like long-term collector's value for the fans of them. You know, might be hard to actually get a hold of them kind of thing. But the vast majority of them, fortunately, if the game kind of falls out of popularity, usually the prices tend to just go down. Which is fine. Like if you're someone who just wants to enjoy and play it. But as far as like people collecting it and using it for, you know, oh, it's gonna make money and yada yada, it's just a bad time. All right, what do you want? Nope. You like the concept and art? Yeah. All right, so purple loose cards we need to restock. This also might be a good day just to kind of get a feel for how we're doing, because so far I'm not doing any like major upgrades on the store or anything like that. So when they show profit in this game, your one-time purchases and all that do count in that figure. So it kind of really muddies you trying to get an idea of like are like your whole thing, because there almost needs to be like a net worth figure as well, because like a net worth figure would give you an idea of like, okay, generally speaking, I am increasing my net worth, so like I may have less money in the bank, but at the same time I do have more, like I have a lot more value just sitting on my shelves. I'll take it. Because that takes another thing off of the list I don't have to worry about, so if we get a dupe, we can go ahead and sell it. Nah. Because at the end of the day, we should get a feel for... Sir, that is my personal space you're all up in. Yeah, at the end of the day, we should get a feel for, like, would you all not be up in my personal space? I miss having my corner that I can hide from the people. Those are good times. Okay, so we need loose legendary cards. Nope, you keep working. You want that for way over market value, so you're on your own. You want an utterly annihilated card worth $20. Or you want to sell me an utterly annihilated card that's worth $20. So I can have a card on my shelf that just looks like someone's dog got a hold of it. Man, stop wanting them for over market value. I probably should have bought that at market value since I didn't have it, but that's fine. Yeah, so my hope is by the time the day is out, we'll be at like $3,000-$4,000. Because we still have a bit longer till the day's done. Because when we take in consideration the profits, we would have seen the profits with like the staff stuff. Ooh, okay. That is way below market. I will take that. Yeah, so money-wise I'm getting from these the play table, it does seem a little bit higher. Not that much. I don't think it's a bad thing. Like I do think the amount extra we are getting is more than the amount that it costs me to host the event. But it's not coming across as like a particularly big earner. And we need the loose blue packs, which are relatively cheap. All right, couple seconds and we get to pop this. We got a $155 card there, $28 card, and the rest is all garbage. Dragon Ball Z and DB Supercard games. Yeah, no idea about any of that. All right, so we got enough for one of the purple boxes. That's 100-something bucks. And switch you to this category. You're doing the plastic sleeves. You get that queued up as well. All right. And you're just doing your best to get through it all. But yeah, I could see trying to time it so that like with the grading, like every 3 days or so, trying to have it. Because we do it that way with the 12 thing, it'd be every 3 days of be getting them back. Nope, don't need to give up a card I only got one of. Okay, so I can make 4 of those to top off the stock here. We'll do 0 and 1. And drop these off real quick. It's also an interesting thing with these bulk packs. You got your different like types of those as well. Oh, and what do you want? You're asking me for way over its market value. It looks like I'm going to need another box of the clear plastic things, which are dirt cheap. I'll offer you 30 flat. All right. You want to market that down that much? I'm willing to take it. We just add it to this. We are slowly starting to tick down the number of things here. I noticed we were at 200 something, or down to 120 something. It is a thing that likely I'll have to take the range of cards I'm willing to accept here and bring it down just a hair more. To make sure it's slowly building up the stockpile, not slowly depleting it. Because otherwise what will happen is eventually I'll run dry and my card shelves will get empty. So once he's out of here, what was our profit for the day? So all things considered, we made about $1,000 or $1,065.45 worth of profit today. King Star Gem Mint, and you are worth 1,635. So market 10% round done. Okay, so let's wait. Well, actually, no, that next one's in 2 days. Yeah, that one's probably worth doing. No, the next ones are not. Submit you off. Nope. So need the spray. Compare bills. And where we made that money was taking into the consideration the salaries, because the beginning of both days the salaries would have been pending. All right, so we got $40 there, $53 there, and the rest of that was pretty hot garbo. The tables earned 677. I guess I underestimate the tables. I mean, like, you watch them and you see them like $20 and $15 and that kind of pop up there. So it doesn't feel like that much. Well, right. No, because that's not the profit. So it was 677 from the tables versus like the 2,000-3,000 or whatever that was from the goods, but then I had to buy the goods to resupply. So the revenue was pretty high on the cards and all that, but then there's the expense of stocking all the stuff. Okay, so you might run that box out. But I'm down to keep rotating out the tournaments. So go here, Earth Cup, go the next day, Water Cup, confirm. Yeah, I guess the curiosity is what I should do is we have the days with the tournaments. I've already got one queued up for the next day. So I'll have next day's tournament, and then the next tournament, like the next day, let's just not do a tournament. Just go back to normal and see, day with the tournament, day without a tournament, how they compare. Well, not tournament, event. Let me check one thing. Okay, that's not anything I need to deal with right now. Probably balancing act of figuring out how many tables you can seat and have filled with the rest store for XP. Well, you definitely would want a balance of some of these things. Now, one of the things I'm hoping is we are getting this card here for the 1,700, 1,800. We've sold cards worth more than that. So I'm feeling pretty good that someone might pick that card up, which of course would just jump us pretty close to having the higher stuff going on, all that. Okay, so you're doing fine with all this. Alright, so I need the blue pack. But yeah, so I now have 3 separate cards over $1,000 on the shelf, and we're just going to keep building it up for the time being. It looks like the black dice I'm starting to get low on. That is way below market value. I will absolutely take that. Let's grab the black dice. Get ourselves in our bulk packs and someone just bought one. No. We're doing our best here. Like I'm at the range and we get rid of that one card there, the one we got for 1,800. Or the one that was graded for $1,800. Or any of the better ones, that'd be good. Yeah, so they keep walking up to this one and shaking their head. They're like 14,000, like, nah. Nope, can't do it. Like they walk up again and again and take a look at that card. You want way above market value, you can get out of here. Like each and every one walks up here just like, nah, man, it's $14,000. It's $14,000. Come on, man. Can't make it happen. Hey, Drongo. Good to see you and thank you for the stream. Can we get a shout out for Bloody Drongo, by the way? Our fantastic content creator platform who has played TCG Card Shop Simulator. Also a big fan of like Magic the Gathering and all good stuff. So yeah, definitely good times with that and whatnot. Also has historically done lots of like RimWorld and Product Zomboid and all that stuff's good. I can go ahead and get that shout out. Oh, never mind. Luxury's got it. But yeah, so again, film around the house, good frequency, stream team, all that good stuff. Definitely go drop a follow over there with Blade Drongo. Been doing some Magic the Gathering recently, but has also done like lots of Product Zomboid, RimWorld. Has done TCG in the past. All that good stuff. So you're probably not too long from ready. Come on, man. I just need you to buy any of my decent value cards, so we can expand and get all of my warehouse stuff out of this room. And then with all that out of this room, we can go back to adding new merchandise onto the floor, that kind of things. And I can then hide from everyone here. Because the reason we're not adding more merchandise right now is I need more shelf space. I've only got one blank spot. So we'll need 2 of these, actually. I've only got like one blank spot left. And so if I want to be able to warehouse it and not be a pain, I gotta get that sorted. Customers like, Cat got a hold of this. Do you want to buy it for 53 cents? No. No, I do not. Need more merch space for the merch space. Yep. Dude, stop shaking your head. Just buy the card. Look, man. Get with your bank, take out a second mortgage, and buy your $14,000 card. You're missing out on an absolutely sound investment. Well, I'd like the card since I don't have it, but you're asking me to pay like 30% over its value. So 24 more seconds till that. Yeah, them adding grading the cards thing. It'd be great if they offered you to trade their car or something, Yeah, it just like pulls up, has, you know, like a Honda Accord. It's like, hey man, this car can be yours. You gotta give me that $5,000 card. You know, it's a used car. We're not getting full retail or whatever. So we got a $91 card. All right, so that's not a very great pack. We got like one relatively good card out there, and then a bunch of lackluster. But that's fine. We just keep feeding the shelf. And what do you want? Um. So here's the deal, buddy. I want to make my margin. I'll buy it for 450. All right, good enough for me. We can go here, graded. Okay, so that'd give me an $80 profit if someone does end up buying it. All right, so we need the blue loose cards. But it does mean money that otherwise be part of my profit is tied up in that card for a little while. Okay, get the machine all loaded up. Meanwhile, let's switch you to the 1 to 250 range. We are going to get some yellow boxes. Okay, the 250 to $5 range. Okay. Don't have enough of the others to make it make sense. Ooh, what did we sell? Ah, we sold our $1,800 card. Now I just need $40 and then we expand the operation. I figured when we got that it was just going to be a matter of time in that day till we sold it because we have sold better than that. All right. Lot B unlocked. Heck yeah. Use main entrance. Okay, so no, you want way too much for it. There's the shelves there. Okay. So I feel like for pathing reasons, I should still have this out on the floor. You know what? I'm going to choose to ignore that. We'll put you right here. I don't have it. I'm willing to give you your price. Now, we also still made enough on top of that that tomorrow we're going to be able to pay all our bills. All right, so the next $1,000 is probably going to... Well, actually, we don't need to go for that next. So what we can do is we can get the next set of the dice. Okay, what we can do here Yeah, I think what we'll do is we're gonna get rid of this end cap thing. I'll probably start making the actual stuff over here on the wall. And I mentioned before that I'm probably going to do with these is I could probably go ahead and shift those over. Let's go ahead and advance a day. Cool. If only it's this easy to move stock shelves in real life. I know, right? We just walk up, you just lift the whole thing versus hours of like unshelving and getting it all sorted out and then moving it to the new location and yada yada. I'm gonna do here real fast. I'm just shifting this all over. Take those off the shelf. Move it down to just 2 rows. And the orange stuff is still too full for that. Yeah, you start working that through for the time being. In the interim, open the store, pay down all our bills. Fine. What I want to do is I want to kind of smoosh these to the right, or to the left. That's not true. I actually want to put it up there. And then we'll start putting like the individual colored packs there. Why not put that extra one in the empty one? Because once that's there, it'll be assigned for that spot. And that could create some headaches. Because they don't have, as far as I'm aware, they don't have the concept of like the spots being unassigned kind of things. Like, or sorry, that's not what I'm looking for. They don't have the idea of behind like you can have a spot that like the assignment is updated like a wild card spot or whatever. Once you put it on there, it's allocated to that thing. That's actually below market. We can do that. Yeah, so I want them to chisel away at that. All right, so what's the next item we're adding to our shelves? So it definitely seems like adding the last of the colored dice makes sense, because it's cheap. I've already done it. So we'll get that going. And I do think it's a thing that we're going to try and go over to this wall and potentially get that going. Maybe I'll put the dice... Well, no, the boxes are already there. That's fine. Me and you are going to fight over there. It's okay. You're the red dice. Let's grab all the red dice here. Okay. Garden tabletop store. Yep. We can probably also go in here real quick. Get ourselves in our play table going. Get out of here with that. I want to say the last time I played this, I wound up making this the playroom, and then this would be like the storefront. I'm willing to give you market value and not a dime over. Okay, none of that's worth anything. Alright, so that was all junk. Okay. So we should have enough money to buy 2 things of the dice. So I'll pop this box. And then get you a dedicated spot right there. So I need the blue dice and the blue cards potentially. Yep, so blue dice and blue cards. Don't care about that. Oh, well. It's fine, it'll get figured out. And how are we doing with this? That's a card I don't have. I'll take it for the slight discount. Get farther into completing our collection. Okay, so let's see if we can't start consolidating those more. Cool. We're cutting back in the space for those a little bit. Because like I said, I think my plan is going to be we have like the generic ones up here in the top, and then there'll be like the green sleeves, the red sleeves, the yellow sleeves, all that we'll put down below. I don't care about that. Get out of my face. Let's see, wasn't there a concept about higher level store means customers with more money? So maybe sell less of the lower tier stuff, so one each. I think the higher level store though is like our shop level above us, like your actual level. Oh, she changed her mind. Apparently, that's fine. I could be wrong about that. I'm still planning on doing it. I'm not gonna use the min max strategies of like, okay, I'm only going to stock like the highest value items. So like, you know, screw with AI. The only thing they buy is the highest level because that's what's available. Those kind of things. You wanted a trade. Okay, so purple boxes and the white dice. So I'm just working on expanding the store more and more. Okay, we need the spray. Oh, nope, we don't need the spray. You were topping stuff off. That's fair. Okay, what do you want? Get out of here. All right, so before I can take on another product, I need to spend 1,000 more bucks on another shelf. So I could have a place in my warehouse to store that product. Done and done. Nope. Cool. And then when I get enough money for the next product, we expand the merchandise even more. So let's see. So the next product we would get. So to open up the next set of cards is $1,000. Yeah, so it's $1,000 for the next card packs. For the next accessory, it's $800. Well, actually, those are interesting. So those are deck boxes. So deck boxes are $200. All right, well, we'll start doing the deck boxes, I guess. So here is the 16 box, because I don't see a reason to buy the smaller one. Okay. So at $500, we will get that added. It looks like I'll need more of the black dice. We got a $49 card, $34 card, and a $29 card. So nothing too amazing. Okay. You still have a box outside? Okay. Ah, I see. You know, it's fine. Feed you into the machine. So need the black and the blue dice and the legendary cards. All right, so which one did we already have in there? Yeah, the black dice. So you're going to want to go in here, grab the blue dice, and then the loose legendary cards. Looking at about $1,200. Don't want to deal with that. We can make this work. Oh. I guess I can't do that. I was gonna move the stuff to consolidate the boxes, but it's fine. It'll get sorted out. You're willing to offer me that below market value? I'll take it. So just keep chucking these in here. Spares into the hand and all that. I mean, I guess I can. I don't really have a reason not to. Don't care about that. And I don't believe we scheduled a tournament today. So, well, no, I can't remember if we scheduled, because we had 677 with the one day that we had the tournament scheduled. So I want to see if we have a day with no tournament scheduled. Do I still make roughly in the ballpark of 677, or is it very appreciably different? And for it to potentially make a lot of sense, I would want it to be about $100 different, because hosting, I keep saying tournament, it's not a tournament. Hosting the event costs $70. So it need to be the difference minus 70, or sorry, be the difference in money minus $70 is what the actual benefit would be. All right. I also still need to get our other cashier going here. I think he's gotten about as good as he's gonna get. Don't care about that. Right, and you needed how much for the thing here? We're almost there. And there'll be another product on the shelf. Because I don't have like the deck box things. You new hidey hold now? Yep. So we've got the dice, the black box. Got the red box of those. And those are going to have just one spot for them. You got the blue dice. I'll check that machine in a moment. The legendary cards. All junk. $38 card. $26 card. $53 card. So another batch is kind of meh. We'll feed the machine. We can quick fill this. Okay, so you're done out there. So no new submissions yet. Game earning 832, and I don't think we had a tournament this day, so we did have it on our table though. How do you decide when to feed the machine? Any single time? Oh no, I'm not gonna worry about the price. They'll take care of the price. I mean, it's fine. But yeah, I have a staff member who updates the price for me, and this isn't one of those games that like, if you don't set the price, they get it for free or whatever. Like they get it for $1. At least not that I've seen. All right. So $1,000 on that one. We did have a tournament. It's automatic. Okay, so let's. So it just keeps renewing. Yeah, so that's that. And then there's Vintage, Silver Legacy. Yeah, so it's a cost market fee. We just did water. Go ahead and choose wind. It'll take me a minute to pay my... Nah. You want over market. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Luxray. The market fee is basically how much per game or whatever. I don't think it's per hour, but how much per game we get from it. And we'll keep working on expanding our license and all that. So I know we got some other stuff going on, but just to go ahead and keep things moving, we'll get the accessories. So we got the red packs. We'll get the green packs. We're going to pay our bills first. But then we'll have the green packs on there. Okay, so we need the red boxes and the red dice. So, red boxes. Red dice. Are we finally actually free of having spare red dice? Nice. It's about time. Okay. Everything else is looking good for right now. Shelf missing product. What do you mean? Oh, if you mean the fact that I have shelves that don't have stuff on them, that's fine. I wonder why he didn't refill that, because he went back outside like there's nothing here. I'm also kind of letting these bulk boxes wear down. Price tag? What? Yeah, these ones are going to be empty. I don't have the bulk ones for him. I don't know why he didn't fill up the other one. Because we don't have enough for that. I do have enough for one of these, because we just did that a second ago. $46 card, $54 card, $47 card, and a $46 card. So we got 4 okay cards, and most of the rest is kind of meh. Alright, so you're already taking care of that. Got that. Okay, so we're currently looking at like 1,100 to get those. Okay, so we got 1 yellow box. Nah. That's actually well below market, so I will take that. Meanwhile, let's check to see these. Alright, so the next one's not for 8 days. So let's go ahead and queue up one of these. Or actually, let's wait till that one says 9 days. So one more day, because I'm going to start trying to get it so like it's roughly every 3 days. So we just kind of have a cadence to it. You're not refilling the spray, are you? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to need to go here and add the spray onto the list. So I've got the boxes, the legendary card box. Okay, also need to go to the booster packs, unless you have the legendaries there. You do. Nope. Okay. So we're just waiting here real quick for the 1,200 bucks. That'll get us another new item for our shelves. Don't care about that. That's going to increase our price again. As we're going to go here, and I will need a second of those boxes. Up to about 1,600. See, I could add more shelf space. I don't think we need it though. So I say these cards, because the person I have working to restock those is pretty much just about keeping pace with them. If I add another shelf, I have a feeling they're just gonna fall way behind. Versus like the regular merchandise, I do feel like we can just keep adding shelf back here. And I assume one of the things we'd do is later on, I think they have like wide shelves or deep shelves or whatever they call them. But same idea as these shelves, but there's a cumulatively more merchandise can be put on the shelf. Okay, so we need another box of those. We're up to $1,700. Okay. And it could very well be a thing that I put the deck things here, and then down below we'll put like the individual sleeves, and then our bulk packages go somewhere. I mean, actually, it wouldn't be hard to move the bulk packages back over here again. The reason for that is that way I can put like the cheap sleeves up there, the deck boxes, then the nicer sleeves down below. Oh, we must have sold something high dollar. I looked away, and now we're at $2,500. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our order. And this is our new merchandise. It's our restock in the warehouse. And having another $1,000 just sitting there as cash. Be able to get some stuff done. And you're carrying the spray over there? Yeah, so you are taking care of the spray. Do you have the plastic sleeves? No. Okay, so I need a thing of the plastic sleeves and a loose thing of the legendary cards. So, legendary cards, plastic sleeves, order those. We've got a $41 card, a $33 card, a $31 card, and a $263 card. So there we go. We actually got ourselves a pretty okay card. Looks like if we get that one checked out, it can go up to it can go up quite a bit in value. You know what? I'll go ahead and load this up myself. And I do think this is one of the places that not too long I'll want to get the bigger card processing machine. Alright, so let's go here real fast and get another thing of the legendary cards. Okay, so with that, the next thing to add to our list is to keep up this trend, and we will get the blue decks. So that'll be like one more sale or two more sales, and then we'll have enough to cash that out. I'll let him take care of it. Alright. Now you can get the last of different sets. Well, it's taking too long. It also amuses me that these are so different. They're the same thing but different colors, but that one's $23 and now it's $28 due to the popularity difference or whatever. It always amuses me with those kind of things in the game, and don't get me wrong, in real life you will have a popularity difference, but I can't imagine you go to the card shop and you get, the equivalent of like a box. It's like, oh well, this is the black magic box, so it's like the swamp theme box. Okay, well that's 30. Okay, well here's the mountain box, it's the red box. Okay, well that's gonna instead be, $25, even though they're both tag barred boxes that have just print on them and otherwise nothing really fancy about them. You would definitely be upset as the person getting the black box that just costs more for literally the same thing. All right, so we got you. And we get 10 of the 2 boxes of the yellow. Okay, you're emptying that. That's fine. If I can get it for 38, I'll consider it. Nope. But yeah, it's going nicely. Considering the last day, we've got 3 new sets of deck boxes as new merchandise. We've expanded our warehouse storage to be able to handle that, plus when we get the individual sleeves. And yeah, none of it's particularly high value stuff, but like getting an extra $20 on the occasional sale will add up. All right. And luckily, one of the things also in the game is they don't like charge you based on like your rent doesn't go up or whatever based on what merchandise you're selling or anything like that. I do believe it goes up when you increase the capacity of your store and all that. So I can make a pink box. 1 and 2.5. Okay, so I can make a pink box, but I don't have enough for crappier boxes. Put you all the way at the bottom. Meanwhile, we can go here. Rent's accumulated each day depending on the size of the shop. Right, so our rent went up a big chunk because we did open the back room. I think it went up like $80. So not quite a third. That said, I do think it makes sense. We've opened up all that spacing to be able to put more and more retail stuff in. All garbage. 46, 39, 32, 33. So nothing particularly fantastic. We can get ourselves a yellow box. Is it icing on the Rolandia? I don't know what that means. Get out of here. Okay, we can pay our rent. Then finally we'll have to pay our salaries. Yep, so you're putting the legendary ones in there. The rest of our inventory is currently locked in and full. So I'm going to need to grab myself a bit more to drink. So I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to let the, well, first I'm going to talk to this person. Nope. You're supposed to get snow here. You got a small amount that didn't cover the grass. Then like 2 inches of ice. Yeah. No, where I'm at, we're actually literally, I don't think we actually set the record. But we were expected to set the record high for Central Florida in this time in January. The forecast was like 85 and the record was 86. And that's the all-time record in recorded history for the area. So I don't know if we did actually set that record or not, but it is supposed to go down like 17, 18 degrees Fahrenheit from today's high to tomorrow's high. So it is going to be some wild whiplash so far as temperature goes. All right, but yo, good one. I'm going to take 2 seconds, use the restroom real fast, grab a drink, and we're going to let this thing run for a minute while it happens, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. All right. Dang, you're warm. Well, that's the thing. Florida doesn't believe in cold. Snow's not real. Neither is sleet nor hail. Obviously, I'm joking. I actually grew up in Michigan. I have climbed through a window to get out of a house before because snow. Okay, so we got the black dice there. Florida doesn't care for cold. Central Florida doesn't believe in it. Yeah, like we mentioned the other day, when you get to the Panhandle, so like the northwest part of Florida, you actually will occasionally get snow. It's not very often, but every 5, 10, 15 years you'll end up getting snow there. But kind of when you go south of there, if it does snow, that's a big deal. Like that's an ecological disaster level of problem there. That's it's real bad. Like we haven't had it this year, but we've had years in the past that we have manatees. Manatees cannot handle cold. It's really really bad for them. And we've had a couple of years that genuinely things got really sketchy. Like, oh, like, not that the manatees would just go extinct overnight. It's like, oh, this is going to like really really knock them down. And yeah, it's been a rough thing. All right, so we got $49 there, $39 there, 30 there, 55 there. Yes, they're all like $30, so none of those are particularly good cards, but they're, you know. Oh, well, that's a problem. All right, so we're gonna have to adjust our prices a little bit here. Oh no, never mind. We're good. So 119. And we'll go ahead and bump you up. Because I am slowly trying to work through those. Alright, so with that, we've got all of those containers. The decks. You're offering me a good price on that? I'll take your price. That's a card I'm missing. Yeah, that's maybe we got like 13 inches in some places. Yeah, there's a little bit up in the Panhandle that can get a little dicey. Alright, so it looks like I'm going to need a legendary like legendary loose cards. Pop in here. Man, it feels like there's always someone standing in here, and half the time what they want to trade is utter garbage. I wonder if that feels like what it would be to authentically run a card shop, is like people wanting to trade collectibles and all that. And then just either wanting crap rates or like they're just trying to trade junk that you as the store owner just does not have a want or need for at all. Like it's not something you can resell, it's not something people come in for, so there's like really no value to be had there. I do wonder if that is a thing that happens. Or like maybe it's the same thing with like an antique store. You'd be like, "Oh, it's an antique store." And then someone comes in with some like old antique radio, but it's not like a cool like a cool fancy looking radio. It's just like, "Oh, it's a radio that's like 70 years old." Well, is it any good? I mean, it works. Is it any good though? No. Is it a brand anyone cares about? No. And so you're like, "Well, it's old, but like I'll give you $10." Even that's probably not a good move. So end up showing seriously to haggle over 2 card is just bizarre. Yeah. And half the time they want to trade for something I've only got one of, and it's just like, look, man, I'm not doing it. Okay, so we got some space, so it's time. Make sure we actually paid our bills. It's time for our next license. So we're going to go back to our accessories. And we get the fire packs. Or fire sleeves, I should say. If I can get it for 20, I'll take it. Alright, fair enough. You used to work at Game Shop when you're 17, 18. Someone haggling over $2 sounds very realistic. Right, and meanwhile, while they're haggling over it, you're like, dude, like, one, we don't care. We don't want it. Like, this isn't something we're actually worried about putting on our shelves. We're not here to haggle on it. You get workers to do trading, I'm sure it won't end badly. Well, I mean, the idea is what you would do is you end up having policies. You'd be like, okay, you know, trades must always be based on your almanac or whatever you're using for pricing, online almanac, whatever. You know, trades can never be more than like 20% below the almanac written value and yada yada. Let's see, a real stone axe from the Stone Age goes for $20 despite being an artifact. Yep. I mean, I don't know about that value, but like, just because something is old doesn't mean people want it. And that's kind of where you get your value. Because that's like where you get weird stuff where you'll have like fossils that you like, look for dinosaur fossils, for example. There are some dinosaurs that you find a fossil for it and you're basically set for life. Like it is just a big deal because it's a very hard to find fossil, the quality of fossil, yada yada. And then there's some other fossils that are surprisingly dirt cheap. Like genuinely surprisingly dirt cheap because it's just a dinosaur that they find a lot of them. And they have a lot of really good fossils for them. So there's that. It also matters like how complete the fossil is and all that stuff. And so you're like, this is something that's literally millions of years old. But like, you know, it's a partial femur of, I don't know, Triceratops. I want to say Triceratops is the one we've got lots of. And then you look at it, you're like, well, what's it worth? It's like, a couple $100. And being super annoyed by opera lately. You put a Vivaldi on the new PC, and you like it so far. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've been personally using Opera GX. Been using that for a while. $47, $49. But I mean, honestly, when it comes to browsers these days, most of it has to do with just preference. They all kind of do mostly the same thing. Not like it used to be. Honestly, you want to give me that for a pretty decent price? I'm willing to do that. Like Pokemon's worth millions? Bizarre in your opinion? Nah, I mean, it's rare, and if people got the discretionary money and they want to buy it, they have. Hey, let's see. Honestly, most of them are Chromium Underhood. Yeah, no, these days, like, it used to be you had to worry about your browser, like how widely spread is its support. You know, what rendering engine are they using? All that stuff kind of mattered. But these days, it's basically, I think it was everyone but Firefox and well, I can't actually remember what Safari is, but everyone but like Firefox was under the hood Chromium. Yeah, Safari, Chromium, and Firefox. Yeah. Yeah, you used Opera, but it got to be too much for you. You didn't need a boss key or games or sounds and that stuff. Yeah, and you can get in there and like turn a bunch of that off. But yeah, no, it is a very feature-rich browser, and there's something to be said about simplicity of being like, hey, it does the one thing I wanted it to do, and it does it cleanly. That is absolutely a valid stance, or like the 2 or 3 things you care about. You get the idea, though. Let's see, Safari used to be really bad about holding back features, so web apps couldn't compete with their app store. Yeah, I mean these days I kind of still not make fun of. I don't want to overstate it. When I was doing like web dev stuff, people would ask you like what browser you should use. Like, are you using Safari? No, then you're fine. They're like, what's wrong with Safari? It's like, you don't have that kind of time and you don't want to hear that conversation. It's like, just, just, as long as you're not using Safari, you're fine. Because when it came to any and all standards, Safari was always like 5-10 years behind everybody else. And half the time would have their own, like, quasi night, not quite the same implementation as everyone else, so you'd always run into like weird problems where it wouldn't render stuff right and all that kind of stuff. You had to do web dev in the IE5 era. So while Safari was bad, at least it wasn't that bad. So I did mine with IE5, 6, and 7 and all that. Um and I know there's a lot of bad mouth, especially even in web dev. But honestly, like a lot of it was kind of the same things we ran into later when it came to just we didn't really have a standard that was like widely accepted in the IE5 era. It was the days of like, oh man, it wasn't even Firefox. Was that back when it was just Mozilla? But like there wasn't a really accepted standard, so everyone kind of did their stuff in their own way, and so you just had pain. But I remember doing the whole thing like with early days of Chrome, and I think that would have been IE6 or 7. And I remember like CSS was starting to get popular and all that. That you'd have to do the thing where you'd have like basic was effectively a malformed tag on how to do different things. That way, one browser would read part of the properties from the tag and do it the way you wanted it, and the other browser would read the other properties from the tag and do what you wanted. But both of them would throw warnings that you were basically using invalid properties. And it was that you were genuinely just kind of doing this hackery to get it to work right, because it was the only way to make the page look consistent between the different browsers and have like various CSS implementation. And all for people who don't know what CSS is, you don't need to sweat it. All that is that's the thing that kind of decides how your websites are laid out quite often. And a lot of the aesthetics, like what font you use, might be controlled by CSS. Does the border have 1 or 2 pixels worth of width? Is it a dotted line or solid? You get the idea. It's that kind of stuff that gets into what CSS does. All right, so let's go here. Ooh. Set. Oh, it's because we didn't pay payroll yesterday, so we got 2 days worth of payroll. It's fine. I thought I had. It's fine. It is a thing in this game, if I recall, that if you don't pay like the bills after a while, it's something like 7 days. It just automatically goes for 3 days, whatever the time span is. It just automatically pays those amounts. All the move picture and word memes were every day in browsers then. Yep. Using tables to make rounded buttons. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I've oh man, I can't remember the title of the talk. There was a talk we had at a local user group that was something like front page, best page, and it was satire. The gimmick about it was people would poo-poo badmouth someone who made a website and stuff like front page, because let's face it, the code you got out of front page was an abomination against humanity, and you know, people understandably and rightly are very upset when they're stuck trying to fix a website that was made in front page, because the code you get out the other side is hot molten garbage that is an absolute nightmare to work with because it's all generated. Same with WordPress. Yeah, no, WordPress is in that same kind of vein where it's generated. It's you use what's known as a WYSIWYG, which means what you see is what you get. So you like drag the button, you'd plop it there. And so front page would make the entire thing tables. So if you think of Excel, it was kind of like making your website in Excel, where you drag the column wider and you drag the row taller to get the image in the middle, and then like subdivide ones and all that. And you can get to where you could like someone doesn't need to really explain to you why that's a nightmare. You can imagine you take the time to like adjust all your columns and all that in Excel and all that to get everything to land just where you want it, and then turn around and go, okay, well, I need a different column layout, and you'd have to stare and be like, how the hell am I going to make this work? And that's kind of the way front page handled things. And it worked as long as you use front page. It was horrifically inefficient, and, again, you'd look at the code and you would be genuinely frustrated because you could not maintain it without using front page. And then front page in its own right was not a great experience, but it worked. But the entire talk was, people will use what tools they were, and you'll have people who get kind of caught up in the weeds about what's the best tool, what's the best framework, what's the best language, what's the best this, poo-poo on someone who's using the not best thing and all that kind of stuff. And the entire point of the talk was like, I'm going to use something we all accept as terrible. So we got a $46 one and a $40 one, a $37 one, and a $147. So we got actually a decent card out of that one. But was basically, we're going to deliberately use something that is kind of universally in the industry as accepted as like really bad, terrible, insert your verb, generally frowned upon, and going to make a completely functional and viable like commercial website that would make money and all that. And they did. Like, that's the whole point, is during the talk they put together without using a bunch of external tools, what would be a completely functional, viable, like, commercial website. It's not going to be some, like, million tenant things or anything that'd be able to support, but for, like, slapping up a e-tailer website would be perfectly fine. And so the whole point of the talk is like, yeah, we all poo-poo this and all this, but like you can do work in this. Like it can be a completely reasonable thing. Like stop talking down at people because of the tools they're using. Those tools will like they can make things work that way. Now obviously there's you shouldn't do that. But there's especially back then, you had the holier than thou approach that people would be like, oh, you're using insert framework, and people would be like, oh, it's so bad, it's not as good as insert their preferred framework, and you had a lot of pain around there. Let's see, sadly she said, saying, I learned Dreamweaver in college in your interactive design classes, and a year or two later it was obsolete, so they had to learn Flash and AutoScript, and now that is obsolete. You wish you had focused more on CSS. Yeah, no, I was very much a polyglot when I've been doing development. I've got over 15 years software development experience professionally. And I've certainly learned a lot of frameworks that you just wrap it up, throw in the garbage, it's gone. Like I learned Silverlight at one point. And granted, those XAML skills did move forward in other frameworks that Microsoft made later, but all the Silverlight stuff, Silverlight's gone. Poof, right in the garbage, right there. Like Flash is down there, Silverlight's down there, just kind of both sitting in the bottom of the bin. Ow. You love Silverlight? Silverlight was nice to work with. Silverlight had some very serious security issues that I don't it's not as bad as Flash was for the security concerns. It wasn't as bad as what was it, ActiveX. But there was definitely some hang on, wait a second. this is not great. That said, working in Silverlight was very nice. I actually really enjoyed that. Yeah, sandboxing was not a thing. Not in a meaningful capacity, no. Right, so we got our bills paid. So the next thing we're gonna do is get the green covers. But yeah, no, absolutely. That's especially like 2019 to like 2022, 23. We had like a dime a dozen different languages and frameworks were kind of all trying to fight to be the next thing going on, and 90% of them just didn't really deliver, which, as much as I shouldn't, me not having to deal with them was kind of glad they didn't deliver, because it would have been more technology I had to learn. But it was stuff like, Go was supposed to be this next big mainstream thing that was just going to dominate the market. Oh man, I'm trying to think. There's a good like 5 or 6 of them that were out there. The one I remember is Go, because everywhere you went, there was a push marketing Go and all that for a while. And it still exists. Like it's not a bad thing to learn. Oh, there was Go, there was what the crap was the one Microsoft was doing? Their whole thing where they're moving C# into having a JavaScript encoder. I can't remember. Yeah, no, Flash was very, very accessible. Like that was what made Flash so strong, is for the person doing the development. Flash is a very workable thing. You could visually see what you were making relatively quick. So you could get like very fast feedback. So it wasn't a prototyping thing, but it kind of had the advantages of prototyping thing where you can knock it out really quick to get something okay-ish, and then you could then refine it. Your wife is a developer and focuses mainly on SharePoint and Power apps. Nowadays, she has shown me so much. It's incredible how things have changed since you're last involved in the actual projects. Yeah. And PowerPoint's another one of those ones that get bad mouthed a lot, and you can do some fantastic stuff in it. So you have 112 here, 126. So we got a nice pack. It looks like it's mostly in the 100-ish range. So we got a good 600-ish cards. Love to see it. We got a 45 card, a 34 card, a 35 card, a 48 card, a 32. 1,520. There we go. So we got ourselves a proper solid card there. Oh yeah, Snoot's the one that has the access one. I get a chuckle of that every time. So the first time I did any type of development at a job, it wasn't even my actual responsibility to do software development. I had been working at a local government, and I was in their IT department, and I was what was referred to as their help desk coordinator. Is a whole big fancy bunch of words that basically meant when you submitted a ticket, it was on me to get that ticket. If we need to follow up for more information before we could act on it, yada yada, I would deal with that. You're not gonna take that for 719, but I'm gonna try anyways. New does Microsoft thing as their day job. Yep. No, and I've had a lot of interaction with Microsoft in the past. But yeah, so I was working that help desk job, and the catch was our actual help desk ticketing system, which I will say heavily in quotes, was an access database that multiple people would access at the time. And this is going back to like 2003, 2005, somewhere in that ballpark, probably closer to 2005. And for those who don't know, Access is not a multi-tenant system back then, which means if I log in and I change a ticket and someone else logs in and changes the ticket at the same time, whomever updated it last, that's just what's there. The other person's information just gets blown out. I won't see their changes. And you can have all sorts of weird locking issues if too many people are logging into the Access database at the same time. They also had a cap of, I think it was like a gig or a gig and a half of size, which you could realistically hit after a year or 2 or 3 of help desk tickets. So it meant at the end of year, like part of our process was at the end of the year, we would back up the current Access database, and that would be the year 2005 version of it. We would take only the open tickets, we would copy those over to a new database, re-entering it all because there's not some nice migration tool to handle that well back then. They've gotten better, and then we'd start over. And it was a whole big cluster. And especially the multi-tenant thing burned us so many times that frustrated me, who had never done software development beyond like some real simple basic kind of things and whatever, and some like very minor web dev like MySpace kind of garbage. Was like, I don't know at all how to do software development, and I am very confident I can do better than this crap. Which I was correct. Nowadays, me would look back at what I made back then and go, oh my god, this is a SQL injection nightmare waiting to happen. Oh my god, I really hope they don't still use this system, internal or otherwise. But, all things considered, it was better than what we had before. And I know they used it at least for a good 5, 6, 7 years after I left working that job. Because I had once in a while, like, what would it take to make these changes, make those changes, and all that kind of thing. And that would only matter if it was actively being used. But yeah, it was just one of those things. They had a tool, it worked for what they had. As they grew, it stopped working so well, but like, it's what they had. So you don't know the you don't know, man. The Air Force still uses floppy in nuke silos until the early 2010s. Oh yeah, that doesn't make it a good idea, especially considering how easily corrupted floppies get. I used to deal with that crap all the time when I worked at the college. I worked at the college, you'd have people show up there and they got their floppy disk and they're like, it says it can't read. I'm like, that means your homework's gone. It's like, did you bring a second copy? It's like, no. Did you, like, is today the last day that you need to have it? Yeah, it's like, well, how fast can you get back home to get a new copy? Because, especially those, it wasn't just you pull up your forensics tools and you recover the files. When those floppies got corrupted, it was usually, you were usually not getting the information back. It was toast. Let alone in the time, right, like, you're half an hour before class or whatever, and then you're expecting me to recover your files and have enough time to get queued up to use the printer that everyone else who was trying to do it last second was fighting over. Were zip disks more reliable? So that gets complicated, because there isn't just a single format of zip disk. Because you had zip disk, you had jazz disk, you had a bunch of different ones. And jazz disks were horrible. The thinner zip disks that were like twice as thick as a normal floppy, those are relatively good from my understanding. But yeah, there was a couple different formats of those, and like, depending on the nuance, Was that? Because all a jazz disc was effectively like a hard drive platter inside a plastic case, and you'd put it in, just kind of slide open the thing, and you'd put the head, like the reader head would just kind of fit in there. And those things just got you get like almost single digit reads and writes out of that thing before they broke. They were just a gimmick. But the jazz discs, I understand, or sorry, zip discs, I understand the ones that are like thicker floppies. I want to say those were pretty good. We didn't see those very often. Those never became particularly mainstream. Those are always pretty niche. So we got a $41 one here, a 54, a 31, a 33, a 33, a 41, a 48, a 38, a 39. So we got a bunch of like fairly mid-range cards in that one, which is good. Those make great fodder for dropping off here. You had zip discs for backup. They worked fine. It's just their size was somewhat limited. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like the zip ones, the ones I'm talking about where they're like thicker than a floppy disk just a little bit. It's like two floppy disks kind of smooshed on top of each other. I generally found they were pretty reasonable. I know we had one or two got corrupted over time, but not like the floppy disk where bring like 2 or 3 copies. Because certainly if you need to depend on it, it will let you down. There's a lot of people who speak so highly of like old tech and like, oh man, things are just not as good as they used to. It's like, man, you don't remember floppy disks. You don't remember floppy disks. That crap was so unreliable. You're wearing them rose tinted glasses, looking at the nostalgia, thinking of all the good times, and forgetting all the pain and suffering that was also in between there. Double density floppies for IBM PCs and Macintosh? Yep. You only remember using them in high school at like 98 to 2002. Yeah, that was the kind of thing. It was a very short window. Oh yeah, no, the 3.5 were better than the 5.25, but the 3.5s, I cannot tell you how many students' homework I had to tell them that their floppy was corrupted. I cannot, because they would just throw it in a bag and take it with them. They're like, "What do you mean it can't read?" It's like, yeah, it can't read. Like that have their headset in there, which has like a little magnet inside, and that little magnet running all over on the back of that floppy. Done. The issue when you had Windows 98 on like 35 floppies. Oh man, I had a guy who he was a gentleman in a wheelchair, really nice guy, but like he had this laptop that had important files on it and everything that got screwed up. And I was gonna help him like reload it. And it was nice that I had like this multi-hard drive set up for a laptop, but I had to get like the operating system fixed, and I basically had to reinstall. Oh man, I think it was Windows XP by floppy because it didn't have an optical drive nor a USB port to hook up an optical drive or anything. So it was just one floppy disk. I can't remember what it was where you could stripe floppy disks to kind of, you know, take one large file, stripe it across a whole bunch of files, so it effectively had an ISO file. It was so awful. What do you surpass solid state drives? Well, I mean, we already have the M.2 drives, which are solid state. But right now, as far as we have, is that a box outside? No. Which, you know, they are still solid state drives. I don't think we have a technology for accessing information quickly, both read write, that's faster than memory right now, which is what a lot of the solid state drives effectively work as. Yeah, no, you're all good. So let's pay our bills. So don't forget that the original floppy disk published by Microsoft were especially formatted to hold 1.88 megabytes of data. Yeah. Everything is pushing towards cloud storage anyway, so they could charge you a subscription for it. Yep. That said, I do think since like so much of the hardware's already out there, yeah, you'll have people who just kind of take it as they will. But I think they're going to have too much pushback to genuinely be able to actually force everyone on there. Because I am also imagining that'll start getting into the realm of security concerns and government concerns and different companies pushing back that are outside the technology that don't want to pay those costs. That will kind of help prevent it from going there entirely. I could certainly see individuals. I can certainly see like individuals just, the kind of person who goes to the store, they grab the computer, and then they just take it to the register, and that's that, and they just boot it up, whatever's on it. That's their experience. I can imagine they'll get a lot of those people switched over because they just don't know better. But I do think you're gonna have a lot of people who it's not going to be willing to cooperate with it. All right, so we got $29 here, $34 there, 131. So I got a pretty good card there. $40 there, $41 there. So I did get one card that's a relatively decent one. But we have fortunately been seeing more and more pushback against a lot of what's going on with AI and all that, and even some of the ones who are like heavily in support so far as companies are starting to be like, hey, if people don't end up buying more of this soon, we're not going to be able to keep doing this. And it's like, yes, fall. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I do think it's kind of like, if you remember the push for netbooks and like the super duper cheap things, and that granted was a consumer based push, not a company's trying to force it push. I do think though the result will be mostly the same in how it turns out, where we'll have that like short window where all of that's going there, and a whole bunch of people will get those and they'll get pissed off that their netbooks don't work well and yada yada yada. Remember that OpenAI is about to fall hard. Yeah, I mean, there's been there's been a lot of talk, like Satya Nadella, who's CEO of Microsoft, has been like really pushing. It's like we need to get more people buying into AI or all that, or these investments will fail. He's been trying to push that direction, and you're like, good, get it failing. Let's move on. We can't get to the other side of this thing and start fixing the damage it's going to do to the economy until we reach the part where it stops. Like, you can only keep digging so low before you got to figure your way back out of the hole. Let's see, wife isn't allowed to use a wireless mouse at work. And they say they're worried about wireless accessory causing data breach or something. You do not pretend to understand it. From working both Department of Defense way back at one job contractor, not directly, both local and federal government type jobs in the past too, worrying about intercepting through the wireless mouse is pretty absurd. That to me is not a realistic or reasonable concern. But the government does get pretty strict about stuff. Like, if you come into work and you got a random USB thumb drive in your pocket, you might not get fired on the spot, but you're gonna get pulled into a room, and there's gonna be a lot of hard conversations. It's more like we don't allow wire stuff, period. Yeah, that makes sense. Versus like trying to go in there, and plus, like a lot of government jobs, when you start getting to anything of substance, they will be like, "Here's the keyboard you get." What? Well, I want this other one. No, this is the keyboard you get. Well, this other one would be nicer. No, this is the keyboard you get. Well, I have an accessibility need. Okay, well, this is your second option of keyboard you get. They are very strict. And it is also one of those things where, like, well, they haven't made that keyboard in 10 years. Don't worry, we've got a couple thousand of these in a warehouse. Oh yeah, no, the disallowing USB, I am genuinely 100% for those type of jobs. I'm not fill the USB ports with glue because everything uses USB, but I'm definitely in the hey, you got no business bringing a thumb drive into a secure location. Hell, we pushed back on students bringing in thumb drives. Like, we had to kind of reluctantly accept it. But it was one of those things, like, you kind of had we jokingly called them fodder computers. That they're like, here's the computers when people are bringing their USB thumb drives with their homework and all that. That's the computer you plug it into. No other computer does. And this computer's like trapped in its own VLAN and doesn't have access to any more than we strictly need to have it access to function. To just do everything we can to keep this thing away from the rest of the network as best we can. Because like when I worked city government, that was oh man, what the hell was the name of that virus? There was a worm that went around for a while that was like pretty over the top. And it was one of those things that was terrifying. It didn't end up being as bad as it was. Like, it infected a ton of computers, but it never did deliver a proper payload to cause damage. Like, by the time it did, people had already managed to mostly deal with the virus. I don't think it was Melissa. That name doesn't sound right. It did have like a trendy name at the time. But the way the city hall had gotten infected was one of our people in our water department had brought in a thumb drive, and their home computer had gotten infected. The malware had attached itself to the thumb drive, and because they used that thumb drive at work, then their computer got infected, and it was a worm that attacked network access as its way of getting around. I don't think it was Stuxnet. Code Red, definitely not Code Red. That I'm not familiar with Code Red. But its primary way it got around was over. It was a worm that could attack the operating system over the network to get access to it. It had a 0-day vulnerability, but it was also one of those ones that just had a lot of sophisticated stuff where it could attach itself to a thumb drive, and it was one of the first viruses that had like a phone home to go and get updates for itself, and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, it was a very sophisticated piece of malware that did extremely well on infecting computers. It just didn't do anything for the longest time. What was the 0-day vulnerability? What is 0-day vulnerability? Oh, 0-day vulnerability refers to a software vulnerability that it becomes known like the day it's exploited. So there's a lot of vulnerabilities you tech in advance. You're like, oh, we think people can attack this, and then eventually someone does attack it. There are cases where someone finds a vulnerability, and then the day you discover it is when it's being attacked. And during that time, that is a 0-day. That like the day it's being attacked, that's when you become aware of it. So everyone's scrambling to try and find ways to prevent the attack. Let's see. Stuxnet was a reply that was the one that got the Iranian nuclear centrifuges through USB. Yeah. Usually when you hear about truly egregious attacks, so far as like spreading across millions of computers and that, those are almost always 0-day. It's not always, but most of the time they're 0-day. $52, $34. Okay. All right, so we need the green deck boxes. Oh, and you were over there dealing. Okay, so we do need the green deck boxes. Everyone just scrambling outside, desperately wanting in, needing their card fix. And you're loading up the legendaries that can run it out? Probably not. That's like that's one of those things. People being compromised by 0-day, that is most of the time genuinely understandable, cost of doing business, painful reality, whatever you want to go for. It is the unfortunate reality we live in. But on the other hand, when you have a situation where you've got a vulnerability that's been known for a long time and has been patched for a long time, and then people get compromised, that's when you start asking questions about who needs to be fired and who needs to be potentially legally liable for the damages. Because there's certain point that's like, no, we can't like forgive this kind of thing. Like that's one of the things that I personally wish we had laws here in the US that you would have basically a thing that says, hey, if you are storing this kind of data, you must have these security measures in place. And then the idea is the less critical the data is, the less sensitive it is, the less strict those procedures would be. But when you hear about, oh, this system has like medical records, social security numbers, and all that, by the way, got compromised because they had a publicly available backup with no password, and you're like, no, I'm sorry. There's a point where you should be pushing into like criminal neglect when you're causing that level of harm at scale with people's identity theft and everything, because you didn't just make a minor oopsie. Like you did a colossal F up. And so for everyone impacted, you should be on the hook for like not only like the liability for identity theft, because the thing they typically do here in the US is if it's particularly bad, if people respond, they'll give you like, $12 identity theft protection for 1 year. Or as Burning Suns, you'll get a class action lawsuit where they'll give you like $3 or $4 because that's what the settlement amount comes down to when divided between the, 2-3 million people impacted or whatever. So I always like, yeah, you should just have a fine that's based on your gross revenue. So that way it scales with your business. So the bigger your business, the more significant. Because it's one of those things that like if you're a bigger company and you're making billions of dollars and you get fined $500,000, who gives a crap? Like literally, you're like, oh, I'm sorry, let me just move that decimal one spot. This is an irrelevant amount of money, even if it's a big amount of money. The fine should be big enough that it's like, hey, no, really don't do that. But again, that's the situation where there's like a standard, like there's standard, documented practice says you will do this, and you choose not to. Versus 0 day, it's like, hey, you know what? It's 0 day. Unless you're doing something like criminally neglectful, that's an understood thing. Let's see, you had 3 of those over 3 years, all the companies you had never heard of. Yeah, I've had my data lost, social security number and everything, a good handful of times now. And it's pretty frustrating. Luckily, after the very first time, I immediately went in, and you can go in and be like, hey, if anyone tries to run my credit, like, just know that I have to kind of go out of my way to contact to unfreeze it and everything. You're labeled dead by Social Security? Yeah, no, I know you mentioned that before. I wonder how that kind of thing happens. Other than like no one's heard from you for a while and they just kind of default the thing or someone reports it while you're in high school. Yeah, and I hear that kind of thing ends up being a huge headache. Like getting yourself when you've been labeled as dead to be no longer considered dead is a whole big process, because understandably, it's not very often that someone dies and then ceases to be dead. It's a pretty rare phenomena. Okay. $127 card, and the rest were basically rubbish. Okay, let's also check here. Oh, I went a bunch more days than I intended to. I'm trying to space these out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get you added in here for grading. Get you added for grading. And then the other ones we don't add for grading. I'm basically keeping it to cards are like $100 or more, that we will send them off to grading if they're a duplicate. And then all the stuff that's like under $100, we're just shelving it all that at whatever value they've got. So we've got the red and the orange. You have the orange? The red. What's the selective service when you say I can change how long it's away? So I can go, I can't do it right now, but I can choose to be like 12 days, 6 days, 4 days, or whatever. But the price goes up substantially when I do that, which is one of the reasons I'm kind of trying to pace it to be like every 3 days. That way I kind of always have something going out and in every 3 days. Because I feel like if I go that route, it should be pretty decent for keeping things flowing. All right, so we're getting to the point of whatever my next purchase is going to be, because we've already got all those sleeves. So let's figure out what the next thing we're adding to our shelving. Actually, don't I have a whole area of shelving that's not even used? Yeah, so I got these 4 shelves are available. Let's consider what goods we're adding to our shelves next. So with the accessories, the next thing we would be considering would be a collection book license for 1,000. Or we could start getting playmats for 500 to 1,000. So we're looking realistically in the $1,000 price range for playmats and all that. For the next booster cards, we're also at 1,000, and then for the figurines, we're at about 500. I think I'm going to start going for the next booster packs. And then we'd have the Destiny ones. The figurines, people want the figurines. I mean, the figurines aren't a bad idea. I'm kind of leaning to wanting to put the figurines on the wall and then have this be more cards. So this will delay us slightly, but I want to do that. So we can go with the single shelf. That's 450. Let's consider what other shelving we might have that's one-sided. Bulk box donation. Bulk donation box. Huh. That's a personal shelf for showing stuff off. There's the wide shelf. Personal shelf, we can get fancier play tables soon. So that's the curiosity, is if the wide shelf here gives me substantially more storage than the regular shelf. I think for right now we're going to stick with the regular shelf. Because 3,000 just to wait to get more items, I don't think makes much sense. Okay, so stock, figurines. We'll get the Pygmy plush. I'll start buying 2 boxes and see what that gets us for our shelving. I also just realized I don't have an inventory spot in my warehouse for it. So I need to get $1,000. We toss down our next shelf, and then I will want to get another one of the boxes of the Pygmy figurines. Yeah, so in $1,000, when I have a total of $1,000, I will go ahead and get the Pygmy figurines up there. So what I might actually do is we'll put the next shelf here facing that way. That way I can keep the thing here, and we can put like the electrical fire, or sorry, earth, fire, green, I'm guessing, plant, water stuff here for like the specific decks and all that. Keep the organization there. And then this one I'll end up adding in our shelf that'll be for like the higher tier cards when we get those. And I think eventually we'll move the dice too, but worry about that later. Nope. Meanwhile, I've not paid my bills yet, so I'm glad I noticed that before the day's over, so we're not starting the day with like double bills to pay. You basically want its value. I'm going to be willing to accommodate that, since it's one I don't have. How are we doing on our collection? Okay, so we're basically missing about 400 cards out of the 15-ish hundred cards. They're obviously on the average, those will lean more and more towards rare cards. I am out of deodorant to sell. So we're hitting the point that our warehouse people aren't keeping up. So I think this might be the point where what I might try and do here is we might need to expand our staff. We got 34, 45, 27, 403, and it's an artsy card. Love to see it. Bogan. And you've got all those. We'll hold on to that. We can quick fill this. I'm also curious about the bulk donation box thing. Like, my assumption there is you can kind of just take the overabundance of crap cards you collect, and I can just donate them all away. Okay, so you're loading red singles. All right. So this is going to be a major purchase time, so we need the red singles, red boxes, purple boxes, orange singles, orange boxes, or blue boxes, the red dice, nope. Looks like the bulk donation is customers take cards for free and leave the good review. Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring, is that the bulk donation was effectively a way to just delete copious amounts of junk cards, and then whatever you got in return, so the review seems like it makes sense. Did you get like that or like prestige or something? Do you have the spray? You don't have the spray yet. I'm gonna add 2 because it was basically out. The bills are paid. We're gonna move you on from the Win Cup to the Vintage Cup. All right. And we will need almost 2,000 bucks. Oh wait. I thought I saw you leave. You did leave. Cashier was like, not my problem. I appreciate you all paying with exact change. Sir, why couldn't you be like everyone else who just paid with exact change? Okay, you're all out of here. Store's closed. Get the hell out of my building. Are we opening a case of cards yet? We truly are not a card collector until we buy the case. I am using we have a machine in this other room that literally the machine just, like in here, we just load card packages into it and just open them in bulk. Okay, bills are paid. And we need to get almost $2,000 for inventory. The stuff on the floor is mostly okay. And we still have the it's up to $15,000 card. Where's the fun of the card opening machine? I don't have to listen to the money tally sound that's grating on my ears. Like, don't get me wrong, there's certainly a lot more appeal to doing that. You still get the overview of what you got? Yes, you do. I actually do like the little swish, 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 swish of like the paper sound. It's fully automated dopamine. Exactly. It's like we don't want to sit there and pull the lever on the slot machine. So we've rigged up a big robot attached to the slot machine that's pulling the lever for us, and we're just funneling the money into like a hopper for it. No, get out of here. Along with the also important value of the cards, because the cards themselves are completely irrelevant. It's all about the value. Yep. You're not addicted if the robot pulls the lever for me. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not the addict. It's the robot. I can quit anytime I want. However, the robot cannot. You're like, hell am I going to let it? Stop shaking your head and buy my $15,000 card. Don't pretend you're too good to spend $15,000 on a card. You also got like the $6,000 card there. Okay, so all of these are junk. We got $35 cards. That was a pretty garbage box. We just toss it all in the cabinet here. Keep those all moving as best we can. We don't have enough to make those bundles. Or those ones. That is a new card, and you are offering me at a really good discount, so I will take it. And you are offering me that at a relatively okay discount, so I'll take that too. Slowly completing my collection. Good price, but you're broke. You are not keeping up anymore. I do think what I'm going to need to do here... Alright. We're going to be moving stuff around. It's just taking Zachary way too long to go to the back room to get cards to come back out. So as the store grows, I think we'll have like the dedicated area for these displays, and I'll put that cabinet right by it. Do we get something for completing achievement? Completing the collection? Yeah, Steam achievement. It's actually, I think, a couple Steam achievements or whatever. Which are the most important things. Like, literally, why would you boot up a game if you don't get a Steam achievement? I need to hire additional people. And I'm putting it off because I keep wanting to add more. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to get the 2,000 whatever dollars to get our stock restocked. And then when we get 2,400 bucks, this guy's going away and we're getting a better cashier. And I think rather than firing him, even though he sucks at stocking shelves, I am going to find stuff for him to run around here and do. Like, he could probably top off the spray thing as one of his responsibilities. And some other stuff. Well, I don't have it, so I'm willing to take it. Okay. Alright, so we've almost got enough money to buy our giant heap of stuff to be restocked. Fine. No, I already have that one. Get out of here. He is here at first week. You don't remember, was he here the first week of the shop? We can just fire him because he's slow? Yeah, we can. But I've got stuff I can have him do in the meantime. I only have one of it, so no. Because that's the thing, give him a primary responsibility and secondary. And these days you have like price checking, you have like stocking, you have, you know, doing the cards, you have the refilling the scent machine, you have the cash register. You get the idea. There's a lot of responsibilities. And so we don't want him to work on shelving. What's he actually good at though? He's okay at the thing there. I think I could probably put him primary responsibility on updating prices. Is what I think I could do is I could have him take the pricing kind of stuff, and let him keep that up, and then give him a second responsibility of like maybe loading the machine. Because what he's really bad at is stocking shelves. Okay, and inventory's there. We need a snooty rich kid to borrow cards? Yes. Something got messed up there. It's fine. Look, I'm not paying you over market price, but I will pay you market price for a card I don't have. Okay, 40 bucks there. $161 card. We got a pretty good card here. Love to see that. $150 card, so that's a solid one. $287 card. That's a pretty good set. We got a $36 card and a 40. So we got 3 cards in there that are relatively good prices. And like 4 that are kind of middle range. Stop asking for cards I only got 1 of. Look at the top graphic and you see the graded prices. Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm still gonna grade them. For some, you managed to get a triple-digit streak. Congrats, Canahawk, at the 100-stream streak. I appreciate that. There's still boxes out here. Okay, so next thing is get our big shelf unit here. All right, so let's get our next things queued up. So we want the more of the plush. And I've got the blue dice. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take these boxes and shift them on over and clear that spot. So that all the dice are kind of packed together, and that leaves that spot open. It's fine. Okay, make sure bills are paid. Yes, they are. Merchandise is all looking good here for right now. I'm willing to give you market value and not a dime more. Okay, we need the blue cards. Okay, so the next thing to consider is more merchandise was the next figurine $700. So it looks like we're gonna end up needing about 3 stacks of those to get a shelf covered up. I know I did that, I don't have money. I didn't realize I had more of those up there, it's fine. So I can get more of the plushes going. Okay. But we're doing good as we're adding more and more and more merchandise. Things are going well. That's all fine, that's all fine. No. I do wonder if he'd be able to handle the cards like we have Zachary doing. And then Zachary could help with the stocking, because the stocking isn't keeping up anymore. Yeah, many plushies, but the Fennec Fox plushie your sister brought you from California is not mine. It's your cat's. She claimed it immediately. Yep. The cat is like, this is my property. This is non-negotiable. She doesn't bug most of your plushies, but that one, yep. There's just something she likes about it. Cat's gonna do what they're gonna do. Alright. And we can take you down to 250. You down to 1. And now you down to 0. You down to 1. I'm half tempted to get the bulk, like the bulk donation box kind of thing. I'm half tempted to get that just as a means so I can keep deleting tons of these cards. Just getting them out of my way. I'll take it at market value and not a penny more since I don't have it. I shouldn't, but I'm gonna. Would it work to sell the bulk box for cheaper? It could. I actually don't know how much the price affects things. I think it's mostly when they walk up and they go, they'll have like a dialogue. They'll be like, oh, I'm not sure. That maybe if the price had been cheaper, it might have gotten sold. I'm not sure, like, under the hood how a bunch of that stuff works. That is all junk. That is all junk. And that is all junk. It is a whole lot of junk. Okay. So you're all good. Get on out of here. We can immediately open everything up. It'll manage the event. You know, it's 1,500 from the games. Yeah, no, it's definitely making a difference. So let's go for the 2.50, 50, nope, 1.50, nope, 0, 1. Okay. Just trying to delete a whole bunch of cards. I wonder from a practical effect what having a bunch of better reviews does. Like, does it mean more customers? Does it improve the rating of the customers? Does it mean more levels? You know, could I use a bunch of really good reviews to offset like price gouging a bit more so I can, you know, kind of get away with being pretty crappy about that stuff. All right. And for the moment I kept those boxes and I'm just quickly trying to do as much bulk as we can real fast. I can hopefully clear out more just unneeded inventory. Because the thing about each of these boxes being 100 cards, I believe, each time I'm clicking this, you know, we're deleting hundreds of cards. And so what I just did there is where I'm putting the total of 16 boxes between these two cardboard boxes. That's 1,600 cards. I'm like, you know what? I don't want these anymore. I'm glad you want me to have it, but I can't afford that, man. Okay, last bill paid. All right, so I've got the red loose and the red boxes. They'll need to... Oh, do I have that? No, I got the plushies that we wanted to add to the stock. I'm going to make the decision just do that now anyways. Okay, that's an empty box. Put you up there. Okay, we got a $37 card, a $110 card, a $120 card. So we got two good cards and then one like okay card. Let's pop over here real quick and drop off all of these. All the okay quality cards and all that are worth putting on my show floor. We can do that. Nope. And grab one of these. Pop you in here. Still got you listed there. We did have someone manage to sneak past the spray thing. Can move you in the other room with the other plushies. Why do you have a max price 100 for the storage? So this storage is stuff I want him to automatically go here. For items over $100, I want to send them to get graded. So we can like kind of maximize that. Is kind of the intention there. Nah. So kind of the way I'm looking at it is we got our cheap cards I don't want to put on the floor. Those are just going in bulk boxes. Then we got kind of this middle range that's like, this is the stuff, just put them on as they are. And then once we get over like certain ones, like these are kind of my premium cards, I'm going to take the time to grade them and do everything with that. And if I have them just put it on the floor as able, I mean, that's cool, but you're trying to make me pay over $200 over market value. So it's cool that you got a fancy card, which I'm guessing you just really wanted to show it off. You weren't actually interested in selling it. But you would have sold it if I went high enough. Alright, so let's go here. Need the red cards. What are you carrying right now? The red loose. Alright, so I need another thing of red boxes. And everything else is looking good. Start at 1. 0.5. 0.5. 5. Can you hire another stacker? The next thing I'd hire is a better cashier. And then I'd probably have my current cashier take on some other responsibilities. So like for this guy, I might have the cashier I have now take over updating prices and have this person's secondary responsibility be to stock instead of doing the pricing. But, it's another one of those things that I need money. There we go. So it's just kind of the classic, we just need a little more money, Arthur. Just one more job. Like, we're making good progress. We've been massively increasing our inventory. We got our plushies, we got all these packs and everything, but we are definitely running up against a wall so far as like what we can work on with this. There you go. Alright, so with that, we need orange boxes. But yeah, the cashier we're looking at is 2,400. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping is that we can get the better cashier. The better cashier is just going to cashier. And that our current cashier can be put onto some, lower load job so far as what we're going to actually need out of it. Nope. I just need anyone to buy my my 1,600 and my 6,000. Sorry, 16,000 and my $6,000 cards. That's all I need. $85 card, $73 card, $338 card. So we got a pretty good card there, and that's actually on its lower swing. That apparently it goes up to almost 400. So that's good news. Sorry, I want that to be 1, that to be 0. Bundle that. And we can go over to this box. But yeah, so I don't want to sell anything under $5 at all. it takes up shelf space and work time and all that, so it's just not worth my time. And the 100, I'm trying to hopefully get it to be worth well more by just doing the appraisal, the grading, whatever it's called. Okay, so 2 days is the next time we could send out one for appraisal. So what would be the next thing to deal with? We could continue to expand our merchandise. I don't think that's the right call. Yeah, because the cards... Oh, the cards are 1,000. That's right. I think we get the new hire. I think we don't buy more accessories. We get the new hire. Because we're kind of pushing the limit of what our stocker can keep up with. Okay, so you're finally catching up. Like I said, I think we'll probably have him deal with keeping our cleaning area topped off and setting our prices each day, so it adjusts to the market values and all that. And then our person who's dealing with the cards back here will give him a secondary responsibility of helping stock, potentially. It's also one of those things I could see expanding the store just so I have more Dale. Can you have 2 registers? Yes. I don't really have the space for 2 registers, but I could add more registers. Yeah, that's so good there, so I need more orange boxes. Okay. Yep, so it's all doing fine. I need some of the fire sleeves. Ooh, that is well below market value. I shouldn't do it. But I'm kind of looking as every time I get one of those, sooner or later I'm going to get, ones for sale. Because that's another thing that's eating up some of our money is I keep buying the cards to fill out the collection. But as far as I'm concerned, with all these decks we keep filling in, that's just a matter of time before they come up again, and then we make our money. Okay, so did you finish with the blue ones? Okay, so we need the blue decks. I also definitely look forward to getting the scanner, because it's supposed to streamline the ordering stuff process. It's got some seconds left on it. You're still checking everyone out. All right. Yeah, so game earning is working really well for us. You have as many registers as you can afford to fit. In the highest level, they gave you, I have 2 man continually by the nerd, who's really good at it, and the woman who's decent at everything. And then you have one for you to hop on if they get behind. You like the lady a lot because she hangs around and keeps checking after close until every customer who is going to shop is done. Yeah. So we got a $28 card, a $288 card, which is pretty good, a $49 card, and the rest is rubbish. So I've given them a chance to get in here, open the store immediately, drop off the extra. Pay all our bills. And then with that, we're going to go to checking out our events. I'm wondering with that, like, how much difference some of that can make. Like, will we reach a point that I'm just putting too expensive an event on and just not getting the number of people we need? Ooh, I'd actually have liked that a lot. I'm gonna say let me think and see if he gives up. If we do get the 820 or whatever he wants for that, I will buy it. Because that's over a $200 margin. And I'm willing to gobble up some money and hold on to it for $200. I'll end up needing to start doing all that. How are we doing? There's not the box out here right yet? No, so this is one more day? Yeah, so one more day and then we get to send that out. So the gaming table to get some quick cash. Well, the problem is it's $800 and the gaming table, assuming I got full price, is $200. So I need to sell all of the gaming tables for one card. At which point, I don't believe we get our full value for selling it. No, well, we missed out. It's okay. It's not a huge ordeal. It would have been just kind of a nice little bump. Do you get 50%? Yeah, that's what I figured. You'd take a pretty bad penalty. They usually do. You can have more than one of them card opening things. You just got some additions. Yes, I'm aware, but they cost 3,000 each, so it's kind of one of those things is I can get more, but I got a billion things I want to spend money on. And, you know, I don't have a billion things worth of money. But the good news is we're going to start getting our cycle of cards that I'm sending off for cash. Nope. Or sorry, sending off for grading. We're going to get a bunch of those back. Because granted, a lot of the ones we get back we can't sell because they're just too expensive, which is good problems to have. But we are getting a decent number there, like $2,000-3,000. That once we get those back, they do a real solid job. All right. Yeah, most likely the next in-game day when we get our stuff back from grading, the next that next batch, I think is like 2 or 3 cards. Well, I mean, you're asking for like 25% over market value, so I guess I don't feel that bad. Because I probably wasn't gonna be able to get it at anything meaningful. Makes me wonder. I'm assuming those are silver border? I think they're both water. What I could do is with the tournament stuff, try to target to drive up the value of my highest cards. You're asking me for more than its market value. You need to learn how this works. I'm not going to try and haggle you down to an okay price where I get a paper-thin margin. So you get the red cards. And you grab a box of the blue cards. Oh, your thing is limited to one? Nah, to me it made sense I wouldn't have a limit. It's just a machine. I'd actually be surprised if there is any limit so far as, like, tables, equipments, all that kind of thing. There's certainly a lot that it would make no sense to have multiple of things, like, they're just not a need, but that's a very different animal than not being able to. Nope. We need to get those. And again, you're asking for way over market value. Yeah, the people getting up from the table, I am getting like $53 from them finishing their game, so it's definitely an uptick. Guessing, okay, you do have the blue cards. All right, all junk. $28, $38, $259. So we got a decent card here. So that's cool. And the rest is hot garbage. I don't have it. I will be willing to take you on that price. All right. All right, so he's putting cheap cards in this time, but that's all right. Because it could be a thing that'd be worth having multiple of those machines. So you can have like one of the machines just operating on the cheap cards, one of them operating on like the epics and the legendaries. So you could, divide it out. Like have better and better cards and all that. Or sorry, divide it out to have like all the different types. So if you're trying to complete your collection, make sure you're hitting all the possibilities. Red boxes. Okay, you're going that way, which means the red boxes ran out. Like I said, the thing I'm saving up for now is to get our new employee on the register, and then we'll shuffle around our current register person to accommodate other things, and then it'll be back to more merchandise. You're willing to take this at like a third of its price? So sure. As you're thinking now, get like 3 times 2? Yeah. Like have one of them that's doing like the blue and the orange, then like the purple and the red, and then like the next 2 higher ones, that kind of thing. I could certainly see it. I'll see if you go for 100. Nope. It's a $120 card and you want 140. But I had one of it, so it's possible I could send it off to be appraised. You've got 3,000 times 2, 10,000 times 2, 20,000 times 2. Yeah. Because that's one of the things I'm imagining. It's like people like this, if he's no good at the register, I could see later adding him to just manage the machine, even though he's like really slow at doing stocking tasks. I don't need the machine like resetting as fast as possible. I could put 2 or 3 up there. and just work at that. That said, we're getting relatively close to being able to get our new hire. And then you have come back for the 95 stream streak. Catch the last 95 streams without missing one. I do appreciate it. Yeah, and we're gonna continue to those sort of stuff. Apparently it's a card I don't have worth almost nothing. That's fine. Yep, so we got less than 400 cards, and I got 2 cards we're sending off to be graded. All right, let's check on the Destiny set. I do have one duplicate in the Destiny set for $13. We go Destiny set. There we go. We're only sending duplicates to get be graded? Yes. So this is all junk. That's all junk. And we got a $66 card there. So that was a pretty underwhelming set there. Don't need it. But yeah, and only duplicates. Like that's one of the things I mentioned the other day was I could be making substantially faster progress if I was just selling literally anything we got. But that's not how I'm choosing to do this. Okay, so we can go ahead and we're going to need the loose ones of those. Anything else low in stock? Nope. See, Rolchar is mad at Keen because your space engineer isn't wanting to load your favorite space engineer's Steam Workshop blueprints. As make it well, I mean that's not necessarily on Keen. That's either Keen and or the mod. Like it's a shared situation between the two. It's also those things you don't want a game to be held back from continuing to develop itself due to mods. Because that means the game just kind of doesn't get to be permitted to advance, improve, whatever. Okay, we're gonna wait to hire the new person until tomorrow first thing. And the reason for that is I believe if I hire him now, I don't know if it prorates the price. And I don't want him to show up and then charge me $400 without actually working. A blueprint, not a mod. Basically, it's a ship being loaded as scattered blocks. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. All right. Nope. And you're almost done here. It's purely a vanilla build, no DLC or mods. Interesting. That's not something I expect from you very much. Considering how much you always are like, I have 200 some mods every single time because you just, I don't know, I feel like it gets me all not exhausted or whatever. You know what I'm saying. Okay, so they're all done being checked out. Okay. So go down here. We're going to hire our new hire. I got a achievement for having a tight-knit team, hired 4 people. I mean, the game doesn't realize I am going to be having them do gladiatorial games to see who gets to stay on payroll. Okay. So you're worth about $1,000, and you're worth about $180. All right, you have new responsibilities. Okay. So you pack the machine, restock the shelf, restock the cards, man the counter, set prices. I'm going to have you set prices. Actually, refill the center as your primary task. Set prices as your secondary task. To be 10% marked up. I mean, I'm going to you, and you are going to restock shelves as your secondary task. No, you do not want to label the shelves. And then your main job is you're going to man the counter as your primary task. And what the heck I'm going to have as your secondary task? Restock cards as a secondary task. Okay. So with that, I'm going to need to pay all my bills. And unfortunately, that does mean I am paying $400 more a day in staffing. Oh, okay, Darth. Like, I mean, I'm sorry it's not working for you, but it sounds to me like that's probably one of those things. I know space engineers had a problem if you had like a way too complicated blueprint, they would goof up because people would try and make like full-size Star Destroyers and space engineers using blueprints and all that. It didn't seem like they would just hack if there would be have all sorts of problems. So usually really complicated things didn't work well in space engineers in that regard. All right, so you got this one for 49, 63, 47, 27, 38, 29, 42. So all mid-range ones, but a lot of them. And then we're gonna go here. It can be done in outdated version. That could also be another thing, is if it's done on a past version where the blocks have changed a bit, that can cause weirdness as well. It might just be an out-of-date version. I don't think we mess with that. Okay, we'll send you off. And then what happens when that hits 9 days? We'll queue up the next one. Nope. All right. We need to pay our bills. No. Okay. Alright, so blue box, black dice, and spray. Blue box. Here are the spray. Accessories, black dice. And the rest all seems fine for right now. $400 per day for a cashier? Yep. It's a video game. Where do I apply? I know, right? Not a cashier, but you're talking like a hobby shop. Which usually don't have a lot of money to throw around to pay people particularly well. A lot of times when you're dealing with a hobby shop, you're dealing with like, so you have red and that. You're dealing with people who are doing the job. A lot of the fun of like hanging out doing the new thing or whatever. Yep, so you're over here price checking everything. Nope. I try rolling back to the contact DLC update and see if that works. And then right then and there, the current status. Yeah. I mean, I hope you figure it out. All right. Okay, so no more bundles to worry about there. Oh, nope. Hey, keep going. I will offer you the actual price and not a dime more. Okay, so we're getting some money set aside, so it's time to get our next product on the shelf. So we were able to go down here to our Fire Battle Deck collection. I'll probably need. Let's start with 2 boxes because I have no idea what they'll take. We're gonna go ahead and get the fire decks and all that going up here. I'm trying to remember the way. Oh yeah, no, I didn't actually set a place. That's fine. Because then what I could do is I could have like fire, water, whatever. Actually, I'll go vertically. Because likely an old blueprint. As a minimum wage because people want to do it, and there's always someone waiting to take your job. Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of how that stuff works a lot of time. That they can get away with it because it's very easy to find someone else who is interested in doing it because they just want to work at the hobby shop. You know, then they work at the hobby shop and then they get annoyed with a lot of stuff and how it's not as fun as they thought it was going to be. And yep. Oh, and I was going to put another shelf here so that way I can have it go straight across like fire and all that. So we'll get that next shelf going. Then we got the fire deck stuff going. Meanwhile, I can queue up the next event. Full expansion. Cards with full art have increased price. That's starting to get perhaps more than makes sense. That's starting to get to be like $500 I pay in the morning for that. Okay, so let's get ourselves the next warehouse shelf. Okay. And you want to sell me that, and I do not have the money to accommodate you. Okay, so that's the fire shelf. We'll go down here. All right, so I got the fire boxes. All of that is basically junk except for one $37 card, which is pretty bad. Okay. Don't want to trade that. That's why he went into school undergrad, because it was predictable. It takes an act of Congress to be fired. And you get to be a good influence on some Hellspawn Greater Demons. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like pros and cons. Like, I wouldn't even say working for your local hobby shop is a con. Like, you know, it's fun. You're probably not gonna get paid well, but like that depends on your priorities in the moment. You know, if you're just working your first like teenage job or whatever, who cares? Have fun with it. Usually a lot of those jobs are also relatively, and I mean very broadly speaking, relatively flexible about people with different schedules and all that. They don't tend to be the types of jobs that are like super duper strict about dress codes and all that kind of garbage. So there is pros and cons to it. Now obviously like you run the situation where you might not want to do that mid-career where you're going to be trying to make enough money to hopefully be able to someday buy a home or whatever. That job's probably not gonna get you there. But still, it can still go on a resume. It can still be, you know, you demonstrating you held a job, all that stuff. It's not like it's bad or anything. I know first couple of jobs I worked were not exactly great jobs, but that was the whole thing. They were resume jobs. Yeah, so he's managing to get out of here for a little while here and there, but updating the prices and all that. The only downside is it's a little hard to gauge when I need to buy a box now, because I got two people working the warehouse running out here. Yeah, so you don't have a box. Okay, so both the types of sleeves and the blue packs need to be restocked. Which I'm imagining that's going to be a big thing with all this. So get that scanner, and I'm assuming the point of the scanner is if I'm using it, it'll kind of keep in mind what my inventory is at and all that. So it takes away some of that guesswork. Alright, so we go to the furniture. What do we need to unlock next? I don't think we're worried about the other register. The bulk donation box could be an interesting one, so I could start just getting rid of the ridiculous bulk cards. I'm assuming the vintage card shelf. Yeah, so that's got 10 spots versus the vintage one. Looks like it's 12 spots. We've got the bigger card opener, the medium one for 8,000. We can get the even better scent thing, and that's what we can do furniture-wise. Otherwise, the other thing we'll probably do, which is probably the correct one for right now, is continue to expand our inventory. Until such time we run out of space, and then, we'll deal with that when we get there. Oh, I thought for a moment, just because the white shirt and everything, I thought that was our cashier. It was like, dang, man, he said it's 9, it's out time. I thought he just straight up 9 o'clock hit and he punched the clock and walked, which is what you probably should do. Unless you're getting paid overtime and all that, don't let people take advantage. All right, so we got 95.54, 149, 212, 165, 150, 100, 152. So all these will be good for sending off for grading if they're duplicates. We got 35er, a 61. Those will just go on the shelf. So honestly, a pretty good pack there. So my stocking people are already done for the day, so I'm just going to go ahead and pop you over here. Oh, he did take off. Okay, so I'll also need to add a pack of the red cards into the mix. Stop trying to sell me things. So you don't get overtime when you're going to be out for a single day, but you can put a bit more time to help make up some. Right, it's as well as things to make sure you're not taken advantage of. In this game, technically, I'm paying my staff's salary. They're getting paid by the day, which means if I make them work long hours, I'm just taking advantage of them. Like, I'm making them do more work without compensation. Which means we're absolutely going to do it. Okay, so red decks, fire decks, earth sleeves. There's the sleeves. There's the decks. Up to about 1,600 that we'll need for that. There is a box storage. Yep, I haven't got it yet. I need money. And therefore, that continues to just be what it is. I need money. But yeah, no, we've looked at the box storage. It's what I'm spending my money on next is the question. I don't think we're getting the box storage next. I'm debating getting the donation thing. Yeah. Graded cards outside. Thank you. All right. And we have that one didn't get to be particularly much, about 200 bucks. That one's about 400 bucks. So not too shabby. And let's see. So we're waiting for that to hit 9 days and we'll send off the next one. No, get out of here, man. I just need my $15,000 and my $6,000 card to sell. That's all we need. Oh, let's make sure I actually drop this off. It's been a while. Wait, what? Oh, you were helping with the cards because you didn't have a customer at this things. All right. Yes, we're doing all fine here. And to restock, I need about 1,700. I can work on getting more of this. And like I said, I might get the donation box thing next. So I can just start bundling up bulk boxes one after the other. And just have people take them. Because that would be a way to, like, clear out cards. Gives me something to work on. Supposedly we get reviews. I don't know how important that is, but whatever. $53 card, $53 card. $34 card. So kind of a not so amazing one. We'll drop all these in here. And we can go ahead and check on how we are doing here. So get our order in. Reviews don't matter yet. Yeah, no, it didn't seem like they were that big a deal. Mostly I'm seeing it as a way to just delete stuff. Okay, so we got our green decks. Okay. Can run over here. Alright, so then the plan is to go down to the green tier. Green height, whatever. Alright. So who has what out there? Nope. So you got the blue boxes, and you're not doing anything. So, and I see you're going to the trash, so we need blue loose, blue boxes, red, and orange boxes. So blue boxes, blue loose, orange boxes, red boxes. Get the order out. Okay. And I haven't decided yet what I'm going to be putting that one open spot. All right, you're already dealing with that. And what do you got? I don't have that card. I'm willing to pay market for it. We look at our album. We are starting to narrow it down, which is good. We've now got where we have two people helping stock. We've got one person who full times and one who just kind of takes care of it as is. All right, so the next thing we'd probably get the booster packs is to get our water booster pack. I'll do that. Meanwhile, let's continue to... All right. Because we played the game. All right, cards with full art might increase. Cards with certain borders might decrease. Let's leave it at that for right now. Granted, I should be able to sit here, like, I could go and out of my way to influence the tournaments to try and boost the price of my cards and all that. I don't think I'm going to bother that much. I could try and, like, be all sweaty and min-max that kind of stuff. I just don't think it's worth the effort. Like, it'd have to be, like, one specific, like, really valuable card that I'm trying to nudge its value up. But all things considered, I think it's probably just worth it to just continue to expand and all that. Alright, so next thing on the list is we got our water cards. Did we pay our bills yet? We have not. Okay. So we're gonna pay our bills real fast. That'll be like 1,000. And then once that's done, we'll get the next thing. Get out of here. All right. Want to know something kind of funny about sprayers? Sure. If it has to do with like where these can be like almost entirely empty and you can put them in there and they just work, you know, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of abusable stuff with the spray cans. Like being able to use the spray can on the shelf down to like 2% of its amount and then sell it at full price. Always, always amused me. All right, so one more transaction ought to be enough to get all our bills paid off. Okay, next up we need about 1,200 bucks. And then 1,200 bucks will be able to turn around and get the next card set on there. Nope. They work through walls, so you can put it where your bench is. And that works for the main door. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because it's just checking for. All right, we got a $50 card, a $60 card, an $80 card, a $26 card. So not a particularly lucrative set right there. But that's fine. Nope, don't want to trade it. They'll start working on that. So you're loading that, so purple, orange boxes, and loose blue. It was purple, orange boxes. Okay, so let's double check that I'm grabbing the wrong box. You might need an auto opener getting close to empty. Yeah, no, that's a thing we gotta deal with. So let's see. I need to go here to the basic box. I don't need that. So I need about 1,700 bucks. I need blue dice. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that we're falling way behind on it. So I do need to get the bigger opener. You're putting the loose blue away. It seems like we're having a particularly busy day in the store that just every time I turn around, there's something else we're getting low on. Do we have cleanser on the list? No, we don't. Yep, we're up to 2,200 I need to restock all my shelves. But yeah, I definitely think we're gonna need to get the medium opener. I think that thing's like 8,000 though. Now, granted, all things considered, we're unlocking like 2 or 3 $1,000 products a day now, and not going horrifically into debt. So all things considered, it's not bad at all. Need a couple $100 more. There's a lot of people buying like one card and all that stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our order in. Okay, this is a new set. Yep. All right. So we got yet another purchase. As far as products going, that's where you go on there. Okay. And already the time that I've walked away and I'm getting back over here, we're already got almost another 1,000. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so we don't have... Alright, so we need some of the orange boxes. We need some of the green decks, I believe. Nope, you're doing the green decks. You still got more. So yeah, it looks like we got the orange boxes to do. Getting all that cash out of here. Nope. The rest of you get the hell out of my store. And that was like, even with paying everything off and all that, we got in there and we can go in here. There's the 900. There's that. I will need 280. That because we are doing like the really big competition. There's another one of these. So $600. We can check on this. So in one more day, I'll get the next one. Like I said, I'm going to try and space it so the longest one is always at about 9 days. If we keep spacing it like that, we should be good. We got an $87 card there. And that was literally the only one worth mentioning. Let's see. Nope. This also make this stuff easier too. All right. And I don't care about your junk. Okay, all our bills are paid. Okay, so bear with me. I'm gonna quickly pop and use the restroom because I need to. Man, you're asking like for 25% over market. It's not happening. So I'm gonna quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. I paused the game. I didn't mean to get that going, but it's fine. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. Yeah, no, that was a long time ago that me and Pankraru played some Phasmophobia together. We had a group of 4. Like I've played a bit of Phasmophobia, never to a point that was like I was a particularly effective player or anything. Like I'm still learning a lot of basic mechanics and all that. But was it for Halloween? Is either for Halloween or for a milestone thing. I don't remember what it was. But I offered to play Phasmophobia on stream collab. And yeah, and it was I don't remember who else joined us. Nope, Hank was with us. I don't remember who else joined us. Okay, there's a new card. They want way over market, and I'm willing to give them market and not a penny more. Hey, went for it. Nope, we need to deal with that. I want to pay my staff to have one dude who just walks around and sprays people in the face if they've got BO. Okay, so we're doing pretty good with all that. I'm not paying for that, sorry, man. So, let's see. We got our bills paid up. I think our inventory is fine. We've got the orange boxes and the white dice. Okay, so the white dice are probably out of stock. Yeah, because you're not carrying a box. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the white dice real quick. Alright, and we can go with the last of the, like, elemental decks or whatever. Because then after that, we'd be getting into, like, a whole new series and everything, which I certainly would like to get into. But I figure we get the last of the deck set up there. I see we end up having too many of these. As you do. And then what I think we'll do is we'll get that series ordered, and then the next thing we're going to do is get the bigger card opener, so the medium card opener. And I assume the only difference between the small and the medium is for this one, I think it does like 32 packs. I'm willing to bet the medium does 64 packs per round, is my guess. Is that's a higher volume. And then if we were to hire more people, we would be hiring you for restocking because you're very fast. So I'd probably have you take over, and then that would likely be the point that someone gets let go. Just because I don't really need that many. Man, just 3 of you is 1,400. Nope, get out of here. So you're taking care of that. I mean, it could be if we get an extra one of those things or two. I might need someone spending way more time just loading the machines. We'll see. Okay, all junk. Oh, here we go. So $61, $30, $49, $48, $51, $55, $35. That's not bad. 74. So those are like kind of that medium price range where they're great for fodder of just throwing on the shelves. Okay, you're asking way below market price. I will accept that. When they come in, they're only asking for like 60% the market value of a card. Yeah, done. No question about it. Absolutely. And let's see here. Yeah, so one more day, and then we send out the next set of cards to be graded. Cool, those are all good. You're loading your stuff up. Still an extra $400-ish for the last of the decks. And still waiting to see if those ever do get sold. I think it is like physically I've just got to make the property bigger, which we'll do. But the idea is I want to utilize the space I've got. And honestly, with as much as these are just full, I could see if we expand deeper, just adding more tables. I am curious if you get the nicer tables, if that impacts how many people show up, or it's just an aesthetic thing. Are you purple? Yeah, you're the purple boxes. That's fine. All right, and order you. Okay, more cards. Now you can go over here, and they go up there. Wifey. That's somewhat responsible. I love you too. That person wanted $1,500 and I don't have $1,500. Okay. Yep, so the next order of business is going to be the fancier card machine, which again is $8,000, which is a pretty big price thing. But yeah, so we got like these bougier like play tables for 2,500. See there. And then they've got the large one for $20,000 when you hit that. So we'll get the $8,000 one. Nah. Because how are you doing? You're going down fast. We're gonna have problems keeping that inventory held up. We're gonna help catch the machine up a little bit by popping packs ourselves for a minute. So we hopefully get some more cards worth tossing in there. And all that, I think I've seen like 5 or 6 cards that weren't bad. There we go, a $52 one, a $37 one. Those ones will serve. Because most of the rest of this has been rubbish. $223, that's one we definitely want. But also be a thing that now we're getting more and more of these filled in. Alright, I'm not going to sit there and slam them all out. I'm hoping that'll be enough. $29 one, $27 one. Okay. Nope. I'm hoping, because they're already down like another 7 since I last looked at it. Hoping that'll jump it up a bit. Alright, so add about 30 more on there. And we can go here. Make a bulk box or two. Yeah, so have plenty of those. You keep reloading everything. Alright, so it looks like the green deck boxes, I'll need one. Yeah, I'll do that. So let's get a thing of the green decks. I did pay my bills today, right? Yeah. Yeah, so looking pretty good. We're getting a number of thousands of dollars. So we should be able to hit the 8,000 in not too long. And it looks like it hit the end of the day, and my cashier immediately noped out. They do depict him as a particularly smart person who really loves math. Alright, get them all out of here. Alright, Lexer, you take it easy. Well, considering we still made almost $3,000 profit, and that was while at the same time also expanding our inventory, I believe 2 whole more times at $1,000 each, plus the initial merchandise. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Let's go here. We end up getting another one of these sorted out. So, really? Let's check duplicates again. Okay, nothing there. What about Destiny? Nope. What about Ghost? I just don't have anything at all worth sending off for pricing, unfortunately. And for you, I'll offer you 1437. Huh. You like that there are subtle differences between the staff. Some of them stay until after closing, until the queue has been dealt with, for example. I'm not sure if it's an intent, a deliberate thing, or just deliberately like how it works, or it's just how it ends up being. Yeah, here, I'll stock it, it's fine. Like, I'm not sure how much of it is just, like, the way it's coded. Sometimes people end up leaving early and all that. Okay, we'll need a box of the spray. I believe we need a box of the blue cards. Or blue packages. It could be that there's a difference, to be clear. I just don't know that that's what's going on here. I do think it is intentional because there's a stocking variation as well. Some of them will just drop the box at the floor at closing, while others will put them back at the shelf, and it seems to be the more expensive ones that do the thing. Gotcha. I'm willing to offer you 1,600. I did not expect you to go for it, to be honest. I was very much expecting you to be like, nah, man. Let's see. We got a $36 card. Well, I mean, there's one I'm missing, but that was. I figured I was undercutting him by like $400, $300-$400. Like, yeah, there's no way this guy goes for it. So when he went for it, I was like, oh, I mean, I do want the card, but I probably had other things that would be significantly more important at the time being. That's okay. All we have to do is just pull ourselves a nice $5,000-$6,000 card, and we're good. Okay, so I need the red boxes. Those are all good. And then it looks like I need each of the plushies. Cameras be like, yeah, all we have to do, we need to sell it, not just pull it. Oh, right. That is an important detail. The good news is we're getting to the point that there's getting fewer and fewer cards that I don't already have. Now, if we could just get someone to buy one of my $5,000 to $14,000 cards, we'd be set. But for some reason, they don't seem to be that keen on grabbing those. Okay, so it looks like I've got the fire, like the fire boosters. Ooh. Like the boosters are farther down. 1 second. The fire boosters. And then I needed the green. Yeah, green packages. All we have to do is pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. And then fall on our butts, because that's what happens when you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Is you tip back and go kerthunk. Okay. Like, we're moving the cards fast enough that my staff can't keep them in stock, which is good. But also somewhat alarming. Alright. Yeah, so you're putting up cards that are like $12 and $9. You're doing your best. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the customer. Never mind, the customer sucks. I don't want to talk to the customer anymore. We exchanged one word and it was too many. They went, and I was like, let me cut you off right there. Hold up. We're already setting out on the wrong foot with the eyes opening. Oh, bought one of my graded cards. Not one of the good ones, but that one's a good couple $100. I want to say it was like a $300-$400 one, so I'd love to sell the several $1,000 ones, but you know, I'll take what I can get. You're willing to offer that well below the price you should be, so I'm going to immediately scoop that up. adding yet another one to my collection. Which it worked out because I bought that card for like 500, and then immediately we sold the other card for like 700. Oh, here we go. $39 card, $162 card. So nothing amazing. Okay. We're hovering around 60 cards. We are losing ground to it. Okay, so I do at least have one card we want to send off. And none of the other ones here are worth doing that to. We'll send off that one. Because I do want it to be like every 3 days we get in our next set. I think that'll be good. Nah, get out of here. So up to 3,000 out of the 8. And technically, I wouldn't need the 8,000. If we got to 6.5, I could sell the old one. I think for now, I'm going to deliberately not sell the old one and just keep leaving it running. I think it continuing to run will do me more good than getting the money back, like half the money back. Sorry, getting half the money back from selling it. I'll offer you 40. Actually, you know what? I'll offer you market. I'll be fair. Because all that is more cards that I now have in my collection. I don't need to worry about that. You're just continuing to stock. Well, I mean, I guess you are getting that. Oh, right, because I've got more than one of you doing it now. Right, because the center's like, man, you're doing a good job of like, you're just back here. I thought he wasn't getting it kept up, but he is. The problem is he just wiping this thing out. All right. I'm willing to give you market. I'm not willing to go over. And the collection gets closer and closer to done. Because that's the thing we're looking at, where they're coming by. We've got just a bit over 300 left before we have the entire collection. And that's including, like, uber valuable rares and all that kind of stuff. We shouldn't see too much of that. Also, did we check our graded? Okay. Got those boxes. And we'll update all these. And I mentioned it before, I think one nice quality of life change they could make here is where we set those. It would be nice to either have like pre-configured things I could do. So like I could choose, different price ranges for the different box colors. And then also choose like the base from there. So like have over here that I could be like the white box, range, the yellow box range, the pink box range. that kind of thing. The system is way better than it when it was first introduced, but it still needs improvements. Yeah. All right, so we got a $50 card there, 48, a 1,114. All right, so we got one really solid card in that set. And pop over here. Drop these off. Drop off your box. So you're out for the day, so I need the green sleeves. No, I'm wrong. I do not need the green sleeves. I need the green decks. I need the red cases. I need the clear sleeves. All right. Okay, so we should definitely be able to get the sorry. We should probably be able to get the what's the words I'm looking for? The card opening, the card pack opener, the better one today. Pretty good chance of that. I also just realized we didn't load you back up. Okay, so let's pay our bills. I need red loose cards. It's got a 5,800 from the little machine. Yep. I was just gonna check. Okay, so that $1,000 card was not one I already had, which is fine. Nope. As they desperately try to catch up. They're still hovering around 60. I can check on the events. Yeah, cards with full art are worth more. So it is one of those things like question which of those I should do, because that does mean certain cards will continuously lose value. I do imagine it kind of bounces back and all that. But that's fine. We got clear plastic sleeves. Yeah, you'll be fine. All right. And I could do the incredibly responsible thing here. Don't worry about it, chat. We just are helping where the machine is just not quite adequate. See, 237.63. That's all we needed. Okay, most of these are not going great. There we go. I was expecting to have a customer out here already wanting me to pop out for whatever. Oh, man, the $5,000 card's not there. $5,000 card is in someone's hand. Sold a $5,000 card. Boom, boom. That's not the right place. Boom, boom. It is about time. That card sat on that shelf for a long time. Yeah, so go here. Medium opening machine. Those moments will be a lot more stressful if they had theft in the game. Yeah, but I feel like this is the kind of game with a lot of what you're dealing with. If they ever added like just shoplifting theft kind of thing, having like $15,000 just vanish, that'd be like you just close the game. No thanks, don't want to play anymore. This isn't fun. The ability to do damage to you in this game is just way higher. If that were the case, I didn't pay attention to that. That's fine. Okay, so you've got all that up there. So the purple box, the blue box, and that looks like we're going to be needing that. So purple box, blue box, and then these packages. Let's double check. You're not standing over here with it, are you? No. Yeah, I'll take it for 1606. He's like, no, I'm not budging. No, no, okay, fine. Hot Garbo. We got a $130 card. That's lovely. So there's one good card, and all the rest was hot rubbish. Where did the... Oh, okay, you just dropped it right there. All right. So we had all that. And the rest of this is fine. We can go ahead and do the order. Bills are already paid. But yeah, I know that we've talked about before that, like, some of the games out there where, the items individually aren't worth much, having, like, shoplifting and all that isn't that big a deal. It's like, okay, that's a reasonable mechanic. But in games like this where it's like the individual items are worth a small fortune, it would be one of those things that would be just kind of obnoxious. There's a lot of games that have been kind of in this genre or like doing entrepreneurship that do have crime, but like for example, Big Ambitions, you have shoplifting and all that now, but they just kind of arbitrarily be like you have 10% shoplifting and it just cuts into the amount of money you make. There's not physically a shoplifter you can interact with. But a lot of the other ones that do have shoplifter, most of your items are relatively inexpensive, so if they jack 2 or 3 things, it's more annoying than actually meaningfully harmful. Alright. So, let's check to see what we want to spend our money on next. Hey, will you settle for 2,500? Alright. I just bought it to you from, like, 70% its value, but you know, hey. Okay, so you'll be one we send off. Let's see here. We'll have to wait on those. Rob that guy? I mean, alright, well, hey, 364? No, I didn't go for it. So what I was saying is now we gotta figure out what the next purchase is. So we can start breaking into the next set of cards, the dynasty ones. And as you can see, that starts at 3,000. And then there's all the tiers for that. We can get into the accessories. That would be our playmats. That there are tons of playmats and all that to go along. We can expand our figurines. So we're looking at this. I do have room for another thing of figurines that I don't have to put any more effort into. So I think I will get the next set of figurines because I literally could just chuck it there on the shelf and we're good to go. Otherwise, I think we're at the point where the store itself is going to need to be expanded to accommodate more shelving and all that kind of stuff. There, well, that's another one for the inventory. Because we are slowly getting our sets put together. Okay, so orange cards. So you have the orange cards, you have the blue decks. So that means the fire sleeves are what I need here. Okay, and we got a $34 card, a $164 card, a $34 card. A whole series of cards between like $38 and $50. We got a whole bunch of them. Another up there. We got a $200 card up here, which is pretty nice. We got a $241 card, a $1,500 or $1,351 card. We got ourselves a solid set of packs there. So let's dump all the stuff that is too low for me to care about. That's empty. That's not what you want to see. Okay, well, we just dropped 70 more cards in there, so that's good news. Nah. I guess before we worry about the next thing, I got another one of these machines to grab stuff out of. Alright, so we got ourselves a $127 card there. A $31 card. A $1,460 card at 69 cents. 43, 139, 119. So we got a couple of good cards in there and a bunch of kind of middle of the road nonsense. What are you loading in there? Orange? That's honestly fine. Okay, so let's drop more stuff off in here. You're up to 119. All right, so I'm feeling pretty good about the card situation now with the extra machine. I think this machine takes the same time that one does relative to the number of cards, but we can like overload it kind of thing. Maybe it's a little faster, like 1.5 times faster. All right, so I'm going to need to buy a box of you. Oh, you can mix? Okay. I didn't realize you mix multiple different types in there. No. Get out of here. Yeah, get out of here, Stinky, pretty much. Yeah, so you saw when this one started, it was at about 4 hours, and this one starts at about 7. So it might not be double, it might be like 1.5, so it's a little bit faster overall without being tremendously so. Alright. Get you out of here. Okay, so let's see. Those are all fine. I need the black dice. And can we get a shout out for Trico, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of fun stuff over there, a lot of really good times. Recently got partnered, all that fun stuff. Definitely go check them out. Okay. And our cashier noped out. We're playing some RimWorld. So definitely worth checking out over there. Yes, we're making about 3,000 with the game tables. I can't imagine, like, in real life you sit here, and you just got, like, this table, and you're just allowing people to play against each other, and you're making 3,000 some dollars. I'm sorry, I don't see it. Now that you're having, like, some big high-stakes tournament or something, that you're getting your cut as like, the people running it. But you'd have to be talking some pretty high stakes to justify the cut. To get your percentage. In the course of the day, we have maybe 20 people go through, so be making like $3,000. Each one of them's got to be dropping like $150 to play. All right, so we have 117 on that card, and the rest is Garbo. How are we doing on the grading? You don't send out the next batch for a little while longer. And we got Infinity Simplex on their 275 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. You can pretend they're buying drinks and snacks for insane prices. Yeah, it does feel like a thing that's missing from this, from like the hobby shop vibe. The hobby shop vibe, you would 100% be having a bunch of overpriced sodas and all sorts of stuff going on in here. Zero way you wouldn't be having a soda machine here charging like $5-6 a bottle or something. Nope. Now I just need someone to buy my $15,000 card and we'll be good. Oh wait, our cut is $3,000 a day, and that's just the profit? Yeah, that's our revenue from the table. That's the money we're making from the table. Not everything else, literally just the people playing the card game at the table. Not the sales or anything else. I mean, okay, well, I guess technically, yeah, it would be the revenue, not the profit, because technically I am paying, 1 second. I am paying $500 to host the event, but still. It'd be one thing if there's like 50 people in here, you'd be like, okay, 50 people in here, if it's $60 a seat, that's still pretty steep price for that kind of an event, but sure, I find that plausible. A little steep, but for every day to be making like $3,000, like, man, these are some bougie people buying their way onto this table. Not bougie enough to buy my $15,000 card, though. Yeah, sure. That's well below market. I'll take it. All right, so I need to get more of the spray. Well, have a clerk we're paying $400 a day, so prices might be a little overinflated. Yeah, this is fair. This is fair. It could just be we're not dealing in US dollar. We're dealing in just some other currency that the you know, the inflation is a little steeper. We need something that's a reasonable baseline, like the cost of food and drink, that kind of stuff. That's usually when you're trying to figure out like how the economics in a place are. Your staple things like how much food costs, how much water costs. Those can be a good way to kind of see where things actually land. Ooh, I got a good handful of those we're gonna be sending off for grading next time. I'm just waiting because, like I said, I want to keep it every 3 days that we get a set coming back. There aren't bathrooms either, so not too like no. There's no bathrooms in my business. They got to go to the pay toilet next door. We're just gonna pretend. We're just gonna pretend right over there. Those archways, those go to the toilet. They cost $1 to use. Does the price of stuff really matter that much in game? It's mostly a balance rather than realism anyway. Oh yeah, to be fair, Toby, we literally even have a tag on the channel called anti-realism because realism is just not important. But it's just one of those things that's kind of just silly, the numbers. But yeah, no, you're exactly right. Like it's the balance that matters. That's ultimately what decides things. So clearly I'm going to be able to buy all of this space just with the style of building and being all gridded out and aligned attached here. That space I'm going to get. We will not be able to buy our way over here because the building style changes. And it wouldn't align with the way that works, not unless they have some like major changes to it or whatever. And an airsoft mortar? That doesn't surprise me. Okay, you're not out here doing anything? Okay, so we need the plastic sleeves. Then get the clear plastic sleeves going. Okay, junk. 38, 146, 36, 1,165.69. I think that one I already have, which would be lovely if that is the case. Yeah, no, we had the same thing like paintball, but like all sorts of like weird stuff that people decide to like go out of their way for. Most of them were just silly gimmicky things that didn't really actually make sense when you get into it. All right, so we dropped a bunch more. Okay, so let's switch you over to the 2.5 range. Make some big boxes. Because that's another thing that's advantageous. As by just popping those, I'm going to be able to get more of those. You're struggling to keep your inventory up? Yep. But yeah, I know we had the same thing in paintball. You had paintball grenades, and you had like the claymore traps and all that. They were always gimmicks. All that's junk. All that's junk. So that whole thing was junk. Okay, so you have orange. So we need the red boxes. Let's go ahead and get the red boxes. Okay, so we can get the figurine here. So you go up there. Because they already had shelf space perfectly for it. Cool. And I'm definitely going to need to go and get the better cards. So let's go ahead and go here. You have the orange? You do not have the orange, so let's get the orange ones. Alright, so at that point, now in order to do another product for the shelves, I gotta get more shelf real estate. So you're all booked up here. You're all loaded here. So I think the next moves are to expand the floor print. So the walls are coming down. Boom. Oh, I'm doing it in the wrong room. Well, let's just toggle that. I was sitting there, like, that didn't seem to do anything. Well, our warehouse is bigger. I didn't need our warehouse to be bigger, but it is bigger now. So, I guess I get to pay slightly higher rent on space I'm not using? That's okay. Yeah, because I'm gonna expand this so I can push that back. Get some more game tables in here. And I'll probably have a separate set of shelving units for the other series, the Destiny series or whatever it's called. Got a bunch of people here now. Okay, and we go here and bigger. That's what I figured is just be one little slice there more. So before I worry about moving all that back, I think we will just wait till we have the next pay thing and I can just move that whole area back. Oh wait, never mind. You want to trade it? I don't want to trade. I lied. I'm just gonna move back now. I'm willing to pay you 100. Hey, that is enough for me to send it off for having it checked out later. Okay. Let's see, you're just thinking I'm missing it. This thing taking the last zero off everything and cost-wise? Yeah. How are we doing over here? So we've got the clear plastic sheets. You're not carrying anything. All right, so clear plastic sheets and the green decks. So we need you and you. Okay. Now get out of here. I love when the person brings in the card that like looks like the cat has gotten to it, like just absolutely just slashed up. And they're like, "Yeah, I'll sell you that for $1.50, right? Drove all this way. You wouldn't want to send me home like an unsatisfied customer. Customer's always right, right? Right? I'll just not complete that quote and just go with the customer's always right and say I'm right. That's how this works. You wouldn't want to tell me I'm wrong, right? Okay. So one more day and then we'll get all that done. Yeah, so the cost of our rent has gone up considerably. It's almost like massively expanding the space may have affected the price of things. We got a $33 card, and the rest is hot garbage. All right. This is a me job. I'm not the cashier. All right. I might as well wait till that processes. Probably put the orange cards in because that's the only ones we have. 29.47 for that one. 124. And then 32. So not a whole lot of good stuff there. We go ahead and dump an entire box into this thing. Okay, so we will need the orange cards. The blue cards are fine. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. Everything else is fine. So it's just going to be the orange cards once I get my bills paid and all that. In the meantime, we can go for the yellow boxes. Okay, that's fine. And we go 250 and $5. We get a couple pink boxes going on. Let's see. You think you're about back to your previous streak that you lost it during the weekend where you're really sick and didn't care about streaks? Anything except lying in bed? Yeah. No, it's definitely really easy to get yourself into just when you're not feeling well. It's like, yeah, none of this matters. Like just make better. All right, so we got those two hooked up. All that's fine. I don't own it. I'm willing to take market value and not a penny more. Like this one exactly. The customer's like, "Hey, I got this card. You know, the cat got it in its mouth for a little while, but it's probably all right. You can probably sell it, right?" Okay, all the bills are paid. And honestly, for restocking, we didn't have much that was low on stock. Just the cards I fed into the machine there. You get the plastic sleeves. I cannot afford you. That's a really good deal, but I can't afford it. Not even in like my dreams right now. It was worth more than the other card though. It was, but it was like 50 cents versus like 30 cents. Of which I'm going to try and sell neither of those cards. That is a card that goes into a bulk pack to be discarded to whoever wants to just take a bunch of junk cards out of my life. Okay, so we got the orange boxes. I'm imagining soon we would want to get that scanner thing that's supposed to streamline the order thing, because we're at that stage where I'm doing a lot of handling of the orders, like for materials. Oh, and it looks like the stars might need to be a new box. Yep. Is it 12K for the scanner? It is. That's kind of the big snag. Is it's a bunch of money. All right, so we got $170 on those. We got a bunch of these that are hovering around 30, 40 bucks. So those are good. Those are good shelf fodder. 30, 40 bucks, 35, 135. So that's another one. 1,154. That's a big one. So those will be solid options. I'm trying to talk to the customer, man. No, get out of my face. Never speak to me or my family again. All right. That is a considered purchase? Yes. But like if it streamlines ordering, it saves me a lot of pain. Okay, so you have the red ones. Okay. So you got the red ones on there. So I need the green decks and the yellow boxes. It also helps avoid like, cognitive exhaustion where, I'm having to constantly like check inventory and be like, okay, does the person have this? Are they going to run out? Oh, I mean, I don't have it. I will pay you market and not a penny more. So you're good here. You're good there. The plastic sleeves, you've got those. The inventory is all good. So in a minute here, I'll be able to slide the next segment of wall open. So I can push these shelves back. And then I'll have more space to work here. And that's potentially where I think we would start wanting to get the next thing going there. So let's go ahead and next expansion. Now I could see adding, well, I mean, so the only reason I'm hesitant to add like more displays for the cards is just the staff being able to keep up restocking them. And it like ultimately probably just being like lower value items. But I do think we could go and put some shelving here for pursuing the Destiny cards. These ones. Which the very first thing to get on those shelves would be $3,500. Plus you aren't getting enough cards either. I seem to be getting plenty of cards now. We were at a loss, but since I got the medium thing, we are tending to go up a decent chunk each cycle. Alright, so that was all junk. 647.24, that's a solid one. 32, 160, 27 is pretty good. And 34. And just feeding the machines. So now I can go in here and grab a box of you. Blue dice, are you out there, the blue dice? You are not. I need a box of blue dice. I don't own this card, so I will buy it. So let's get the blue dice. Alright. It makes you wonder if later you'd be able to get a task for people to unload the machine. Like, just let me know if anything good comes out, otherwise just run it around. Like, in this case, no. So you need the blue decks. Nope. So I want the blue decks, let's get those. And get ourselves a yellow box. Oh, that's a spare. Okay, we got a $28 card there. And a $57 card. Nothing terribly exciting there. Okay. So you've got the legendary cards you're feeding in there, that's fine. You've got the red boxes. Or orange boxes, whatever. Yeah, so you're probably going to empty out those cards. Yep, so let's go here, grab ourselves another legendary box. You could finish feeding the machine. Okay. So the question is, do I keep opening the wall to make the room? No, I don't think we do. I think what I do is we go over here, and we would get our next piece of furniture for stocking our shelves. And then from there, I'd want to work on the next thing. So I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. Those are card displays. Yeah, we're starting to wind down so far as what's available in the game. So you notice, like, 95 is the top level. Obviously, these levels go slower and slower, but if we really look at it, I've got, like, the better auto-scent thing. We can get our better play tables. I don't know that those make any kind of meaningful difference. We got our bigger displays and whatnot. What? There's just an empty box there. Sure. I don't own it. I'll pay market value and no more. Okay. But yeah, so I'm thinking we're quickly winding a bunch of those things down. Nope, we don't want to trade. We definitely have more merchandise and all that stuff. But there's a lot of that. All right, come on. Hey, Sim. I'm doing good. How about yourself? You can get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way. I'd much appreciate it. Are you done with the boxes? Yeah, so my staff left for the day. All right. Yeah, no, I hope you're having a good one, but no, it's been a good one here. Done. Doing some touch-up paint at the moment. Nice. I totally get how to do that. So check out Simcopter 1, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games, as well as other genres. Been doing a bunch of Stardew Valley recently. All right, so we need the blue box. So let's make sure it's not laying on the floor over here. It is not. Let's get our blue deck boxes. And pay all our bills. Start another day. Absolutely fantastic content creator. I definitely recommend checking out all that stuff. But no, it's been a good day. It was an unusually hot day in Florida. We're about to get hit with really cold, but today was abnormally hot. For this time of year, I mean. And so we're just doing that. And then for stream, we're just doing some heckin' commerce. Sir, you need to put the deodorant on before you come here. Same here. Just need to sell that $15,000 card. That's all I need. Just every time they have a poor quality card, you're just like, man, the dog or the cat got to this pretty bad. Yeah, so you still have 134. Okay, $49 there. 36 here, 29, 45, 32, 46. So pretty middling cards. 30, 276. There's a solid one. 36, 39, 32. So mostly middling value with one good one. $30 card and $1,015 card. So a proper good card. You should be able to buy a little shower cubicle for your stinkies to use. I know, right? Like, you not have to even do the spray. Just be like, hey, man, you know why this is here. You know why this is here. Don't make me tell you. Don't make me embarrass us all here. We don't have that card, and they're offering it at a relatively good price, so I'm going to accept it. Okay, and how are we doing? All right, so it's time to set out our new thing for the cards to get graded. So all of our cards that are worth more than $100. We got duplicates. I got 2 duplicates of that. We're going to send off for grading. Well, heck, that's a full submission there. We might hit a point that I might actually have to pay extra for the shorter time frame. Okay, so that's a card I don't own. I will be willing to accept your deal here. Get farther along with my collection. I'm gonna have to get the upgraded sprayer soon because I am having more and more of these people manage to overwhelm the sprayer where they're getting past without being handled just... Oh, it got turned off at some point. All right, well, that explains that. I must have misclicked it at some point. Because, like, man, they're just getting on past here now. This thing doesn't feel like it's doing anything. I'll have to wait and see how that goes. Alright, so that's all fine. So it looks like you need the spray, both types of packages there, yeah, because you're not over there. And then you're doing the red cards. Yeah, so honestly, let's go. Accessories, spray, clear plastic, these ones, boosters, and we'll need the red ones. Or maybe to set the spray, set a task to the staff to spray them. I did humor myself about that idea. It's like, you could just imagine someone being on your payroll to just walk up to people and spray them with deodorant. In real life, that's begging for a court case because, you know, you'd have someone who has like a really bad allergy, which is why they're not deodorized, because there are a lot of people that have allergies to deodorants. So you'd walk up being like, you stink, spray, and then immediately the person would have like anaphylactic shock or something like that, and that'd be real bad for your business, as well as your reputation and everything else and that person's medical well-being. So, red box. You'd have to ask them state that they need to not smell bad to enter. Yeah, that's basically what it would boil down to. Is there is definitely a point where you'd be like, hey, like, you know, whatever your business going on is your own, but like, we can't have you make this place, you know, rough for everyone else here. So you had to take your mom with you shopping for new deodorant because she's allergic to so many scents that not getting a reaction before buying means good odds of wasted money? Yeah. I mean, plus, all it does is put the smell on top of the original stink. Like when smokers think they're covering it up with that. Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely those times where you've got someone, they blast themselves with, like, cologne or whatever, so you have, like, now just BO and cologne. Well, this isn't gonna fly, man. That's a $4,000 card, and you're trying to get me to pay, like, almost $5.5 for it. We're not gonna find common ground in the middle there. That's just we're on different planets so far as our expectations of what money we're getting out of those cards. He's trying to do the same thing you do, up the 10 to 20. Right. The problem is, I'm the one who's selling it based on the base value to begin with, and he's trying to sell it to me. If they want to go and turn around and try and sell it to the customers of their own in their own establishment, by all means, they should mark it up like 20%. They got to make their margin. But they're selling it to someone else who has to make their margin. I mean, they're just not mathing well. So purple cards. Okay, so we're gonna need the epic cards. That's all good, and that's all good. Alright. So I think the next move is to buy the next shelf and get more sets going. You're asking for more than the value is. So let's get the do-it-yourself shelf. Grab one of these double-sided shelves over here. And this is going to be for, there's like 2 main series in the game. There's like Tetramon or whatever it's called, is the one. And then the other series is Destiny. This is going to be the shelf to start doing Destiny products. So I can't get, it's like $3,500 to get the license for the first of the Destiny products. But $54, $46, $225, so I got a pretty good one there. $263, so there's a pretty good one. And 49. So the best one we got out of this set was this one down here. Some like hawk clawing person or whatever, but Pretty good money to be had there. We'll drop all the surplus in here so they keep doing all that. And pretty much the way we're doing this is any card that's between $5 and $100, we just let our staff just put on the shelf. It's fine. They take care of it. Anything over $100, we send it off to get graded to see if we can't boost the price. Every once in a while, it'll bring the price down on us, but most, like the vast majority of the time, it seems to boost the price, not even in considerable amounts. We need the red cards, the red dice. There's the red cards. Okay, I was just making sure neither of them had... Ooh. That's why we double-checked. I didn't actually need the red dice. So we need the red cards. You got the purple ones. You're loading that up. That's fine. So we just need the red cards. Because you'll load that machine up, and then we'll be good there. Do I got room for the yellow box over here? I do. We just need our $15,000, almost $16,000 card to sell. That's all we need. We just need that one card to sell real quick. I don't own that card, so I am willing to pay market to add it to my collection. So the bulk boxes are all just piling up there. That's fine. You're all good here. Which box are you carrying? You carrying the one for over here? Yeah, you're fine. Okay. So, hear me out. You want me to pay over. I want to pay under. Yep. That's fine. So it's 3,500 that we're aiming for. At that point, we get to get our new card series. And then Doom begins because I'm going to have them popping those packs left and right because it'll be a new series. None of them will be duplicates for a while. All right, so we got 41.39, 45.39, 54.19. So we got 205. We got a pretty good card here. 215.29. Yes, we got another $200 card. A bunch of lower value cards as well. Okay, so we got the clear sleeves. All right, so you want to give me it below market. I'm willing to do that. Okay, it looks like you need a box of the clear sleeves. And we just hit the point that I can get the next set. I don't care about that. So let's go here, order stock, and we're all the way down here to the Destiny stuff. That's going to be a while, because we got our license for 3,500, but now to get enough to like really make it worthwhile putting on the shelf is going to end up being like an extra 1,500. I'm not trading. Meanwhile, for people who stuff the machine, where are you at? Are you chilling out here right now? Yeah, so you're dropping off your bundle here, or your bulk box, whatever. Okay. So secondary tax, pack machine, secondary task, make sure Destiny's in there as well. Did my cashier just nope out? Yeah, they did. I shouldn't accept your price, but I'm going to because it's a card I don't have. Like, it was below market. It's completing my collection. $365. I have a feeling I'm going to get that a lot because we just opened up the Destiny series. So I'm assuming you'll start having all the people with the Destiny series popping in being like, I'll sell you this card. Okay, so we can go here. And buy the cards. This is a brand new series. Okay. So get all these here, and then we'll have our set boxes below them. I also realized I did not buy the shelf I've intended to. I was going to put the Destiny series up on that shelf. So kind of the same format we did for our other cards. It'll be like series box, series box, series box. I don't have the shelf yet, nor do I have the money. So let's go here. Market plus 10 round, done. All right. We've massively expanded our inventory and all that good stuff. Not going to hesitate. We're just going to open the place up. So we got bills to pay and all that. As far as you've got here, look at 163 on that one, and 123 on this one. So two decent cards, most of it junk. And we're gonna immediately take one of these and use this to stuff the box, so we start getting the first Destiny cards sorted out. Because it's gonna be a while till I start seeing enough duplicates to, you know, do stuff without ending up messing with my collections. There we get a pink box. And quick fill that. Must not make a useless joke. The cards are just getting completely cleaned out. I'm going to need to get the other staff member. How much is my next staff member? So the next stocking person is $3,000 to hire. And technically we can hire literally everyone in the game now. So we'll want to get that guy eventually. We'll worry about that when we get there. Because right now we're not keeping up with getting our shelves stocked, but no, it's $3,000 up front and then like $400 per day. Which is still pretty solid. For just stocking shelves, $400 is a pretty solid paycheck. I'd be good with 400 a day stocking. Uh-huh. Well, plays the mods with fish heads and we have to show them. Well, of course. Let's be reasonable here. You wouldn't want to be accused of being greedy. Plus, if I've learned anything, sharing is caring. Amelia used to do it for 150. So let's see. For the day, probably did it for about $50-something. Those have all the mod nutrients. Yeah, no, absolutely. So 900 for the last of our bills. Like staffing people, like staffing your place is expensive. They're trying desperately to keep those shelves stocked. I just need more people. I mean, the kid does seem to catch up over time. Okay, which box do you have? You're over there. So we need a red box. Okay, so we need red cards and all but the fire sleeves. So we need the red cards. And then for sleeves, I need all but fire. I'm changing the track here because this is not my jam. There we go. And I need green. Oh, actually, which ones do you have? Yeah, green and earth for the boosters. Is someone dropping off the stars on the shelf? Okay, you have the stars. That's fine. We doing Pokemon? Nah, I don't tend to mod. Hey, Ultras, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? Another fantastic content creator. Does simulation games, all that kind of good stuff. Highly, highly recommend checking it out. Plays like a lot of Project Zomboid as well. Been doing Enshrouded, a whole bunch of good stuff. You're tired, are you? I'm doing good right now. I am going to definitely be tired tomorrow. Yeah, so definitely check out Ultra. Absolutely fantastic. Front of the channel and all good stuff. It's always good to have you here, Ultra. Yeah, no, I'm doing a thing tomorrow called Eye of the Creator. I'm actually going to be the first host of it. But a whole bunch of like different publishers and all that are going to be communicating to me about the games they've got coming out and all that stuff. And it is going to be a thing. I'm going to end stream, get like 2, 3, 4 hours of sleep, wake up, do that, then go back to sleep, and then wake up 2, 3 hours later to go and stream again. It's a great idea. It actually is probably going to be a lot of fun. It's by the same person who is helping organize turn-based Tuesday or turn-based Tuesday, turn-based Thursday, turn-based Tuesday. I'm pretty sure. All right, so we got one card here for $31.25. We got another one here for $75. So no big pulls there. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day, but I mean, it means a lot to me that they reached out like, hey, could you be, we'd love for you to be our first host. All that stuff. Should I mind you? You sure we don't mind you skip a day? Yeah, no, if I'm tired, if I'm too tired to stream, I won't. That's fine. So you got actually we got 2 cards worth $44 here. And I actually got 2 of the cards that are $161 there. We got 32, 40, 52, 37, 48, 46, 36, 174.53. So we got a pretty good one in that one. 41, 46, 153. That's a good one. 123, 127, 129, 171, 139. So we got a bunch of good ones in this one. This is a pretty good one. Like no big individual cards, but a bunch of relatively good cards, and then a whole bunch of kind of like in the middle of the pack cards I can make work. So let's pay our employees because apparently we're obligated to do that. In the meantime, I'm just gonna shove these in here. But yeah, no, if it's definitely one of those things. If I got to that point, like it's time to stream, and I'm just like not there, then it would be what it'd be. I'd skip stream for the day. Like I'd just post on the Discord being like, hey, not up for it. Let's see. Nope, I don't want to trade those. Come on, buy my $16,000 card. Okay, so I'm just waiting for 1,000 so I get my next shelf. I keep my stuff all nice and organized. But yeah, no, they've had a lot to this. It's been really nice. And I got another card that someone's cat got a hold of that I'm not gonna buy. I like the grading thing, but it is funny when they get the the very poor and poor quality, and they're all scratched up and ruined. Let's see. So I can't make any of the bundles of that tier. Pop over here real fast. I don't need more yellow ones right now. Right, so let's go over here and get ourselves another warehouse shelf. I guess you took the Destiny box over there? Can you sell cars to an online market so they reduce price instead of displaying them or waiting for someone? Not that there's in the game yet. Maybe they'll add that at some point, but that's not a mechanic in the game at this time. Okay, so we need to go down here. I need to get the scanner in not too long to make this more streamlined. So you are carrying the spray. We got purple box, red loose. Yeah, purple box, red loose, and orange sleeve. So purple box, red loose, orange sleeves. No, I don't want to trade that. And I always find myself in these games wishing they had buy orders as a mechanic similar to Big Ambitions, where you can be like, hey, you know, send me X number of boxes every day. You know, or later on you'd get the, which ones did you grab? Okay, you grab those. So I need the green decks. But or you can turn around and like set like maintain a, you know, an inventory of this amount, but they only deliver every n number of days. So there is kind of a juggle there of being like, okay, I need to order enough of them, you know, each one of these days, and I have like minimum buy orders. Let's see, if you unlock the score, it makes restocking a bit easier. No, I was just commenting that it's 12,000, but that's probably one of the next things I need to be focused on is getting the scanner, because I'm spending my whole time just basically ordering stuff. Games in general are always really micro-intensive when real-life delegation is a huge part for the large group. Yeah. Alright, so we got 2990 there. Yeah, no, it's the same thing with like Supermarket Simulator. Like I played Supermarket Simulator when it first came out, had a really good time with it, but one of the big problems there, the later you got in the game, the less time you could do other things, and the more time you just became a warehouse employee. Because you could have your staff work on everything, but the warehousing thing, the staff just couldn't do, and that's like ordering materials and all that. And so we got a lot of that same problem here. All right, so I need the fire sleeves. But the same problem is like you get to the late game and you're a warehouse person. I'm assuming that scanner is going to be a big thing. I think I kind of want to push for the scanner as my next purchase, since I am getting stuck on this stuff. Okay. And how are we doing in this? So we got our next grading of cards comes back, which is going to be interesting because this one here, the 11-day one, that one's a full set. Most of these other ones are like 1, 2, 3 cards or whatever. No. I want to trade. You sell it to me or move on. No, I'm not selling it to you over market value. Let's see, in real life boss, your boss would routinely change their wares based on what was cheaper at the moment. It seemed like a good business decision, but it meant that basically no one but my boss could do inventory, and we needed him to hold our hand when we stocked shelves, because no one knew what suddenly wasn't there anymore. Yeah, I can understand that. Nope. Okay, so we got all that. That's going fine. It looks like our cashier just 9 o'clock hit and then just dipped. Looked at the line, said, "Not today. I got places to be." Nope. Alright, so get this last guy out of here, because he's got goods in his bag. And then we'll close up. Features and the products they principally carry. Display in the shop? Yeah, so I believe I remember they were talking about basically running a card shop, hobby shop, whatever you want to call it. I could see a certain argument in some of that, but there would definitely be like having your inventory rotate that fat would also be a whole thing. I know it's a thing you run into in a lot of retail that you'll actually have the merchandise will flip quite often. Because we have like seasonal merchandise and all that. Alright, so we got $169.57 for that one. We got $31 for this one, $38 for that one. 46, 37, 30, 125, which is pretty good, 139. So a nice mix of values. It should be workable. Yeah. Now, like grocery stores, it's not that their menu or their listings don't change. They do, because you have seasonal products and all that. But yeah, broadly speaking, they tend to not change much. All right, so we got 2 of our cards back that have been graded. So they didn't. Neither of them got a particularly high grade, but it was something. Definitely didn't win out too well on that one. That's okay. We'll need to pay our bills. Alright, so the next... Well, we want to get the scanner. The scanner's 12,000. Otherwise, the next thing would be the Destiny boxes, which I believe are 4,500. Yeah, 4,500. We got $36 card, $47 card, and $165. I think that's like the 3rd copy of that same card we've gotten just recently. They do actually have a decent number of card options there. It won't be too long until I'm going to start wanting to bump up the... Yeah, so we might end up bumping up the values here not too long, so that we stop carrying like cards that are below like maybe 750 on there. So let's go here to the 2.5, 5 bundle. Because now I got more of these machines going, I'm actually managing to keep the nicer bundles on the shelf. But I know when I worked tools, we had a rotation of stuff. You had some stuff that was always there, like your basic hand tools, all that stuff. But there was definitely seasonally we would change our merchandise lineup pretty heavily. All right, so we're going to need the purple packs and the fire decks. So purple packs And fire decks. The Spectre of Green Boxes beckons. Spectre of Green Box beckons. I'm missing the reference, sadly. Okay, so we have spray and a bunch of stuff. That's a junk card. Get out of here. You're refilling the spray. That's fine. And I do not have someone refilling the red decks. So I actually need 2 boxes of the red. Okay. You're loading it up with epic decks. That's fine. So we've got the Earth sleeves, which you're restocking, so I don't need those right now. All right. It would be interesting to sit here and just have like in the corner like 3 of things. Green boxes are like $12. This whole wall, they're not keeping up anymore. I need to hire that other guy, and he was what, 4,000, I think he was? So they can catch up with stocking. Per card. It's tough to make them regularly since you need 100. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Well, it's kind of what it seems like you'd do is you'd just keep expanding your stuff more and more. And over time you'd sit there and like climb up to the more expensive stuff. All right, so we got the blue. Keep offering me cards I don't want, man. Come back with better offerings. We'll talk. Try my best to help them catch up, but just a lot of inventory to move. I'll need the clear sleeves. Let's see, you've never ever seen a green box. You thought they only went up to red. I was told there's like 5 tiers to them. Okay. So honestly, you're giving me a good price. I will accept it. All right, so that's got them mostly caught up there. So let's inventory. So I need clear sleeves, spray, blue boxes, I believe. Yep, there's no one over by the blue boxes, so we'll need the blue boxes. I didn't see which one you took when you head away. You're carrying dice. That means I need the green decks and the yellow boxes. There's those. And then the green decks. We already paid our bills. If you're inspired to restart a run, card grading really catapults you in the space fast. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is one of those things that like you get a lucky draw and then a lucky grade to follow it. It is just a multiplier. Like I've got that one card that's just sitting on my shelf worth 16,000 that I'm trying real hard to move. But everyone goes up and is like, that's a great price, but it's out of my budget or something like that. I just like, okay, please buy my car. Please buy my card. I want the money. You have the red cards. Yeah, you're fine. Alright, you want to sell that to me for cheap, so that's fine. Yep, this is the one right here. Yep, see, you're looking at it, and every single one skips past it, because it is $16,000. Just $16,000, and that's not overpriced. That's just over its market price and everything. It's just a real expensive card. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of good ones up here. So we got about 6 or 7 cards. They're all hovering right around $100. Like the one at the end only worth about 60, so that's really good. We got a couple of $30 cards in here, and another 101 towards the end. So that's a pretty good pack. Oh yeah, I know you've made a number of comments. You would not have a card of that value just sitting out in the open like that for a whole range of reasons. Like just a whole big old range of reasons you wouldn't keep that out in the open. All right. Okay, so I've got the stars. Yeah, I'll buy that one too. Yep, so we get a box of the star plushies. Okay, and those are just churning away. Yeah, I can imagine this gets late game. You just have like 3 or 4 of the large one of these just sitting on your wall and you just rotate through them. Just use the store to just maintain your addiction. So all of that is garbage. Okay, we got 31, 33, 37, 40, 29, 36. So a bunch of these mid tiers. We got 103. So overall, not a particularly great pack. Nope, don't want to trade. Okay. So I think we're at that point. Let's bump this up. And we're now going to only consider $10 cards. There's 360 in there, so let's clear it out. And add this. And see what that does. So that does drop it by about 100. Sure, $22. So we're gonna need a different shelf for that. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so let's start this where we're gonna start at $7.50, $10. All right, 5 to $7.50. There's a red box. Okay, and then we can go 250 to 5. Then go 1, 250. Wasn't expecting a second pink box for that one. There's the yellow box. It must have been a lot that were like right at the fence of 250. Okay, we're not worried about the... Oh, actually, I do need to worry about the white boxes. 0 to 1. So another thing I'll need to do is there is a... Yeah, no, I do agree. It'd be nice to be able to say, like, hey, trades that don't meet these conditions, just automatically reject them kind of thing. Just make it less of a hassle. Nope. So we got that. Drop off the yellow one. And the pink one. And do you want to trade? Like, honestly, the trades I don't really find that useful. Like, if I was carrying a lot of extras, great, but most of the time, oh, buy it, buy it. Ah, it says good price, but I'm broke. Look, man, I get it. Have you considered not being broke? I hear it's pretty awesome. All right. We need some plushies. You're moving the red cards over there. We got another 110 card. We got 39. Which is fine. How are we doing on our grading? I do have a slot available. I want to wait one more day to actually use that. And we are at about halfway up to our scanner. Which that's a one-time purchase, so it's a big purchase, but once we get set up, we're good. Okay, and let me make sure he didn't ditch with all the customers in line. He did, as they do. All right. I do not miss working a register in real life. Which, for the record, most registers in real life, you are not sitting here typing in the number. You would scan the item, and it would just be, there. Like, it might be different with a card shop or something like this. Just because prices be all over the place. But most of the thing when you're playing, like, Supermarket Simulator, like, you know what? That box of rice there or whatever, it's going to have price on it. When you scan it, do you know what that's going to do? It's going to put that price in the register. You wait till she sits down, because I'm curious if it'll count as, like, a full session. Nope, we got, like, a prorated one. It's fine. I was curious if it counted as a hand. So you get a big payout from them sitting for, like, 30 seconds. Because that's definitely the ethical thing to do. Be like, all right, you need to pay $20 to sit down. Okay, please close, time to go. That'd be $20, by the way. All right, so I need a box of the red cards. And everything else looks fine. Okay, so now we're at the 9 days. Let's go and get these graded. We're keeping it to cards that are worth over $100. Which apparently have all of these fire cards as possible. Yeah, we're looking like pretty soon we're going to end up needing that. So being a cashier at a bakery is a huge pain in the butt. Because the fact that everything is limited supply makes everyone weirdly desperate over stuff that doesn't actually matter a whole bunch. So you'd have people lying and trying to trick you into giving them $4 of flatbreads you didn't have or something. Oh, weird. Yeah, like I definitely had when we ran out of stuff when I was working in tools. We'd have plenty of people be like, "Oh, we need to check in the back." I swear there's some in the back. I was like, "Look, man, I'm looking at my inventory and it says 0. Now, if it says 1, I probably don't have it. But if it says 0, I absolutely don't have it." Like, I never once saw the system have more than the item. Sorry, I never saw the system have less than the item than I actually had. More than happened all the time because, people shoplift. Stuff gets used in store. Things get damaged and, pulled from the shelves. Like, there's tons of valid reasons why an item might be removed from the shelf that just doesn't get entered correctly, and so now the inventory's wrong. But items don't tend to magically appear in the system. Sorry, items don't magically appear back on the shelves typically. You'd have like 10 people a day. No, totally ordered 3 dozen of those, and you'd sit there going, we only make those twice a week. That's literally impossible. Yeah, interesting. So that's not something I always had a thing. I did have people, tell me it's like, oh no, you're wrong. You would have gotten a delivery by now. And you're like, no, we got deliveries on Tuesday. You checked with me on Sunday. It's Monday. We did not get a delivery. Like, I'm not gonna check in the back. I already did. Like, literally, the delivery doesn't come in today. And if it did, it's not gone to the process where I'd be bringing it out to you. I don't know. People are weird. I think they just think that, like, you're working customer service and you're just going to, like, not even put the effort in or anything. I think it's one of those things. They kind of want to, like, really pressure you because they think you're just not, like, that it is in the back and you're just not giving them the time of day. All right. I'd really like that $15,000 card to sell. Yeah, I'm not buying a card that's 32 cents. The problem is every customer has an experience where someone refused to look in the back, back Emily, and didn't have something. Only for them to turn around and they were wrong and just being lazy. Yeah, no, I'm sure it does happen. Like, don't get me wrong, I've worked with people who genuinely did not give a crap. Like, if you asked them to put any effort into anything, that was just way too much. Nothing of value there. 47, 132, 46, 37, 1,162. So I got a proper good card there. 29 and 33. Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, I've definitely been in that situation where you can kind of get a read on a lot of people with that kind of thing. You walk up to the person and they're like leaning on some boxes, like fussing on their phone. While meanwhile, like right next to them is the cart with all the stuff they're supposed to be shelving. Like it's very clearly a person who's just kind of like just whatever. And then you're like, hey, can you check on this? And they're like, nah, it's not there. Like, uh-huh. Sure. Versus the one who like walks to the register, they type in for them, and they're like, no, we don't have any. It's like, all right, that's fair. What are you doing? There we go. Let's say bread dough has to rise for 2 hours, so basically we would have like 5 batches over 10-hour day. But this meant that we ran out of bread every 2 hours while we were prepping the next batch. Yeah. Alright, so we got all that. I forgot I was even checking. So we got purple cards. You're clearly not working on the purple cards, so we can go ahead and get those ordered. Ooh, we got an artsy pack. So all of them are hovering around $300 to $500. Nice. We got a 31, 44, and a 33. 50, 36. Yeah, so we got a whole bunch of these that are kind of hovering in that 31, but we got like this really good set here that's all around $400. So you just started to work for the week, and you remember you work fine wine and sometimes do Providence stuff. The company has gone bust, and their customers are trying to pick up the pieces So come to us because we're reputable. You just get given a certificate of authenticity, which the dodgy company just made on Word stating certificate of authenticity with the name of the wine and their logo, not where the paper is printed on. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. No, and I've definitely seen scummy stuff like that. Like that was Sears has been going out of business for a very, very long time. And we still sell stuff with lifetime warranties and all that, where it's definitely not going to be around to exercise that warranty. Like that's been a whole thing. Like how did it not ring alarm bells? Yeah. Like that was me and Toom actually went, there's like 5 Sears left in the world last I checked. And it was last year that we actually went to, there's one of the big malls in Central Florida is one of the last Sears is there. And at the time, like, the whole place is a construction site. Like, you went in and there'd be like the whole shop floor. And so you kind of go to the left side here, and there's just like the front counter, a couple little displays of like some like your main tools and all that. And then behind there's like just a few appliances, like 8 or 9 appliances, like in the boxes back there. And the entire rest was like papered off, like construction side. And it had this like weird hallway that went through the middle of the construction zone with like the plastic so you couldn't see, and it'd be like, there's more, don't worry. Go this way, you can find more. And you kept walking thinking, there's no way this is like someone's made a mistake. And eventually you took like what was the service elevator up, and then you walked out to the second floor, and there was kind of that same amount of space up there, but it was all their clothing lines. But normally you'd end up having like your clothing line, and then every 3 or 4 feet you'd have like your next rack of clothes. Like they really want to maximize that space. Unused space in those places, that is one of the worst things you can have as a retailer, is like empty shelf space, that because that is just money you are not getting. Yeah, we'll take this at a discount. And they had probably like 8-9 feet between each rack, and you're like, this place is closing, but they had signs everywhere. They're like, we're not closing. Like, don't worry, we're gonna still be here. And it's like, dude, you took where it said Sears in big letters on the outside of the building. You took that down. I'm sorry. The reality is you're very clearly closing. I don't know if you got to put on a show or something, but like you're doing renovations that are de-Searsing your Sears. You might not be closing today, but you're definitely closing. Considering there's 5 of you left, and you just like as a company has been just hemorrhaging one store after the other for a while. But historically, the big thing that got people to go to Sears, I mean, originally it was the catalog, because you could buy anything from Sears just about anywhere, and that was like the internet before the internet. But the thing that kind of kept them into being like really well known and all that was the warranties. They had the lifetime Craftsman warranty, no questions asked. You just came in with your busted tool, and you left with a not busted tool. And then like a lot of their power tools and all that, they had like a 2-year, 3-year replacement warranty where same thing, you had to pay for that one. But the next 2 to 3 years, your drill's busted, no problem, bring it back. Get you a replacement right here and now. And a big thing is they wouldn't have to send it out for maintenance or anything. We would just swap you out. You're good to go. But that all went away. Like technically the lifetime warranty on the hand tools is still there, but like all those power tools now, it's like a repair warranty, not a replacement warranty, and good luck finding a Sears to even do it at. And unfortunately, they kind of just drag their feet on doing anything, because it's like they know they're going out of business. You know, if they can just get you to not stay on top of it, they can run that clock out. And it's really unfortunate for, you know, what was at one point like such a fantastic and reputable company. Here's Fans Me. Is it how you can buy houses in a catalog back then? Yeah, I mean, you could buy mail order brides back in the day. Like, they sold everything. There was a lot of stuff they sold that, by modern standards, to be like, that is Real sketch. But yeah, you could get your manufactured home that like literally a truck would show up and they're kind of these weird hexagonal houses, but you just bought it on, bought it from the catalog and it just showed up. And you just set it up and you're good. Kit house. That's right, they were called kit houses. Need a vial of opium? They got you. I don't know about that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. Like the catalog, they sold everything. Everything they legally could sell, they tried to have in that catalog. That was the whole thing, is they were trying to be, your big box store, like your Walmarts and all that. Like your super Walmarts and super Targets, before such things existed. Right, so we would need the... Alright, you said nope to finishing that pack. That's fair enough. No. But yeah, so that's the reason why I make the comment of, like, they were basically Amazon before Amazon. That is well below market. I don't want to spend that money, but that is way below market. Would you stop freaking out, man? Yep, no, they did sell. They did sell. I mean, that was a thing. That wasn't even just Sears. There was that was a weight loss strategy at the time the Sears catalog came out. That they were diet pills that were basically, pill 1 was a tapeworm, pill 2 was the thing to get rid of the tapeworm. I mean, it worked. I'm not recommending it. I don't think it's a good idea. But, that was the thing at the time. And that's all garbage, that's all garbage, that's all garbage. How's that even legal to sell? You gotta keep in mind, Sears came into existence a long time ago. It is not a new company. Hell, it's been going out of business for almost 30, 40 years. Like, not even up into its rise. That's been its fall, has been like 30, 40 years. Okay, so orange loose cards and green decks. So orange loose, green decks. And this is gonna be our last day we're gonna do here in game, because I cannot go late today. I'm telling myself I'm gonna get to sleep right away. I know I'm a liar, but I'm gonna definitely try. At least I'm gonna wind down, because even if I don't get to sleep, at least lay down for a while. It's better than nothing. You remember as a kid, your grandmother would hand you and your sisters a Sears catalog and have us go through it? And you'd circle what you wanted for Christmas. You'd spend hours going through it, totally transfixed by all stuff. Oh, yeah. It was a great way to get an idea of what your kid wants or whatever as well. Because even if you didn't get the exact thing that was in the catalog, like, you would circle stuff and then be like, okay, your kid likes these toys. You can't not think about the Sears catalog in The Simpsons. Oh, I don't remember the skit. It wouldn't surprise me if there was like a number of skits involving Sears and The Simpsons. I've probably seen it and it just lost the time and all that. Mo hooked up to the lie detector? Oh, right. Where he was like, oh, I can't remember what he was like. He claimed he was like, he was like reading some like expensive magazine or whatever, and then it goes, Psst, And like he progressively gets worse and worse magazines. Like I was looking at the underwear section of Sears catalog or whatever. 39, 32. Ugly women in the Sears catalog. Yep. 38, 32, 54, 31. I forgot about that one. Because, like, obviously it's Sears, but it doesn't, like, click in my brain that it's a Sears thing, even though it is what it is. All right, so I got 138 and a $180 card. Your parents gave us the catalog to go through, but you realize later it was just to keep us busy. They never actually looked at what we marked. Oh, no. The betrayal. The utter betrayal. All right, so we need the red boxes. The merger of Kmart is a bankruptcy, so that's actually not true. Single Ash. If you want some actually interesting stuff of going on, um, so Sears is already in a bad place. Like first of all, before any of the acquisition or anything happened, Sears is in a bad place. So what ended up happening is you had an investor. An investor was like, I can save Sears and make a bunch of money doing it. So the guy bought Sears. And he goes, okay, well, Sears has this reputation that it's kind of, it's starting to circle the drain and things are looking good, like not looking good. I need to restore people having some faith, confidence, whatever, that Sears is still going to be around here tomorrow. So the same investor who bought Sears put a bunch of money into Sears and then had Sears, quote unquote, buy Kmart. But it was just the investor buying it. He just put a bunch of money into Sears to have Sears buy it on his behalf. So it was basically one investor bought both companies, and then just did it in a way that the optics made it look like Sears was in a better financial state than it really was. Which he then proceeded to correct none of the problems that were harming either store. Like literally at the time that Sears got acquired, didn't change almost any of the policies for a while. And the policies he did change were stuff like making it so when you return a pressure washer, you now have to pay a restocking fee, which honestly was fair because people joked about the Sears rental service where you'd buy a pressure washer for the weekend, you'd pressure wash all your stuff, you'd box it back up, and then go back to Sears and be like, never mind, I don't want it. And because of the return policy, we would take it back, which understandably just screwed Sears. So we had a restocking fee. It's something like 30% too. And for that one, it's like, okay, that's fair. But there was a lot of like little stuff there and all that stuff. And the Sears website is essentially just a bunch of third-party sellers using the website. Well, that was later on. But yeah, no, Sears slept on even putting up a website for the longest time. Because if a craftsman saw the downfall earlier, open their own craftsman stores, well, even that came well after Sears was already in a bad trajectory. Like that was them trying to do stuff to save the company, broadly speaking. But yeah. So 5150 for that one, 263.22 for that one. So that's a solid card. 38.29, so 105 is pretty decent. And then we got a 46. So one or two good cards. Kmart, there used to be one of those here. Now it's a Walmart. Though the new building, the Kmart wasn't big enough for them. Meanwhile, Aussies are like, Kmart? What have that? We have that in different stores, though. Yeah, no, Kmart ran into about the same problems that JCPenney ran into. That you had Walmart, which was like, we're the discount, we're the cheap store. Like we're gonna get you that bargain price as cheap as possible. And then you'd end up having like the other stores are like, no, we're gonna give you like Publix, we're gonna give you like a much nicer experience, a much nicer situation, and all that. And then JCPenney and Kmart are like, we're gonna be right in the middle. We're gonna be right in the middle there, and that is a very tough place to exist. Broadly speaking, most companies who try and do like, all right, we're not going to be the cheapest, but we're also not going to be the nicest. We're going to be in this middle area. In a lot of your department stores and grocery stores is a tough sell. Not that you don't get customers, but it's much easier to find customers that either just want as cheap as possible or want, a relatively nice premium experience. But as you started getting more competitors in like the cheap area between like Target blowing up and Walmart blowing up and all that, it really kind of edged out some of the other ones. But yeah, I know the selling of Craftsman that came well after a lot of the stuff. Sears has been kind of in a downward trajectory since around the time that like Amazon, like is even before Amazon really kind of bought them in their own sales area, but like kind of the internet started getting some retail on it. Sears was already losing its competition with Ace Hardware, and Lowe's and Home Depot to a lesser degree, because Home Depot and Lowe's were kind of doing different stuff, but there was enough overlap that it was costing them customers. Because Sears, the big thing is they did like tools and clothing and all those kind of things, whereas Home Depot does have tools, but it also does like a lot of like wood and pipes and nails and wire and all that, which Sears did not do. Uh, Toys R Us is complicated. I would definitely say Amazon was a primary contributor to that, but also a lot of those retail stores basically got bad debt. Um, and it was just kind of those things that even if they were successful, escaping that debt was just a giant hill to climb. So it was like, I would say like Amazon was the catalyst, but it was a lot of these like kind of forced incurred debts that a lot of these retailers took, that, and not only retailers, but a lot of food places also got into that. All right, let's get our upgrade. Let's do this. 1 second, let me snooze that ad. But there's a lot there. I don't have all the information ahead of me, but there was a handful of like retailers and stuff that got forced. Bills paid. Bills paid after we get our new gadget. Yeah, so it was one of those things that a lot of them got forced in these like really, really awful things. Where was that? Trying to remember where the thing was. Oh, like it's its own category. Unlock. Okay, so let's quickly go here. Oh, we've already paid our bills. So, scanner. Gotcha. So we can see how much we have. So this is more like you'd see in real life. That you go in here, it says like, okay, I've got so many on shelf and in storage. So I can scan that. So I can see on the shelf I've got a ton. Yeah, so it tells me that I've got 18 in storage and only 5 on the shelf, so I know I can buy a whole extra box and we're good. What I'm not sure is how I actually hit the checkout button on this. Oh, okay. So I tab back and forth on it. If you click too many times, you can right-click to remove something. Gotcha. And in the meantime, these got done. Don't care about that. We got a $54 one, a $146 one. Did we have any of these we need to send off today? No. Got a little while longer until we need to send them off. Nothing here we care about. The $105 one. So those are all good. So meanwhile, the store closes in not too long. So we're going to run over here. We're going to restock all this. And I think they did a good job with the scanner, because one, this is how this kind of is in real life. Granted, normally it's not you're like sitting here with your phone and this. Usually it's one gadget that does both. But, you know, for game purposes with the UI, I see why they made it that way. And I'll potentially believe that. So part of the reason why you're looking here, so I got all these here. We have room on our floor for a bunch of those, which is part of what that was. No. So I should be able to take this, pop the box. Alright, well, I messed something up, so don't... It is what it is. Oh, actually, here. We can fix this problem. We grab this box here, we shove it in this machine. And now it's resolved. And no discrepancies were had. I definitely misread the scanner, and I'm being punished for it. That's those ones that highlighted yellow. Let's go here. Okay, you're still doing your thing, and what do you want? I'm not paying you way over value. Not happening. Yep, that's what I was thinking. It's like, do I really need these cards anymore? No, not really. But, you know, I've got too many of them, so into the machine they go. I mean, even that's just nicer, because now I don't have to go through the whole UI. Yeah, so it's saying I've got 16 on the floor, and that this will put me up to 13 on the shelf. Does ordering the scanner feel worth it? Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Because otherwise I have to go, like, onto the phone and go through, like, its whole process again and again. And it just takes a lot of time. And there's a lot of scrolling and all that, versus that I just point at the item and be like, I want one of them. And just go from there. Okay. And with that, we close the store. And I'm going to end up having to wrap up here, because I gotta wake up in just a couple of hours for Eye of the Creator and all that stuff. So let me go ahead and make sure I save other than the autosave, just in case I accidentally play off stream and don't ruin everything. Okay. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Because that's how this whole streaming thing works and all that stuff. And also, again, check out all the fantastic creators we got popping in here. We've got like Treacle, Ultrasaurus, Simcopter1, a whole bunch of others that have been in and out of the channel tonight, and all good stuff. So with that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, but don't forget to like and subscribe. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to